G.E., an 18-year-old girl, had fantasized 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times, about how she would confess to the boy she liked. But she never imagined that when she finally summoned all her courage, stood before him, the first words out of her mouth would be, "Was that you that night?" He stood there, perfectly still, terrified of losing her composure. She fought to suppress the memories of 4 years ago. But the past, unbidden and unwelcome, rose to the surface of her mind, piece by agonizing piece. "If I hadn't been drunk that night," he sneered, "you think I would have touched you? Let me tell you something. I had no idea who I was even touching." G's body began to tremble. Desperate to hide her reaction from the others around them, she clenched her fists, sharp nails digging in her palms, a sharp, stinging pain grounding her in the present. She had replayed countless scenarios of meeting him again in her mind, but never this. She had thought she would never see him again. As the pain intensified, she wondered if she would actually draw blood. Jiqing spoke up. He didn't use names, but everyone in the room knew his words were directed at Linya. "Let's move somewhere else." The tension that had gripped G.E. began to ease. The dinner was finally ending. Finally, an excuse to leave. Jiqing, born into extravagant wealth, echoed his brother's suggestion. Linya nodded obediently. "Okay," she agreed, then added thoughtfully, "Actually, G.E. is a wonderful singer. Maybe she can perform for you later." Jiqing. At the unexpected mention of her name, G.E.'s fingers twitched and a shiver ran down her spine. Her voice barely a whisper. Conscious of Jiqing's presence, G.E. demurred. "I'm not feeling well. I think I'll go back to school. I won't be able to make it." Her gaze flickered involuntarily towards Jiqing. "G.E., what's wrong? Besides, it's so late. It's not safe for you to go back alone." Before Linya could finish, Jiqing stood up, completely ignoring both G.E. and Linya's exchange. "Let's go," he said, and walked towards the door. Linya glanced at Jiqing's retreating figure, then back at G.E. Leaving her sentence unfinished, she hurried after him. The rest of the group followed suit, leaving G.E. alone in the suddenly cavernous room. Her gaze fell on the chair Jiqing had just occupied. It figured, for years ago had been a searing, unforgettable experience for her. But for him, it was just a drunken mistake. For years was a long time. He had probably forgotten all about it. Forgotten the girl named G.E. It took a monumental effort for G.E. to compose herself. Rain began to fall, and she hurried toward her dorm. As she neared the entrance, she saw a familiar figure. Jiqing. He was standing under an umbrella with Linya. Ignoring the intensifying rain, G.E. stopped and hid behind a lamppost. From a distance, with the drumming of the rain, she couldn't hear what they were saying, but she could see they were enjoying themselves. Linya's smile grew wider and brighter with each passing moment. G's clothes were soaked through. The wind whipped around her, sending chills down her spine. Just as she thought she couldn't bear the cold any longer, Linya finally stepped inside. Jiqing turned to leave. Even though he had acted like he didn't recognize her at dinner, G.E. still didn't want to run into him, especially not looking like a drowned rat. So, the moment he turned, she instinctively pressed herself against the lamppost. While he was still far away, she risked a few glances to track his progress. But as he drew closer, fear of discovery paralyzed her. After 4 or 5 minutes, convinced he was long gone, she finally relaxed. But as she turned, she froze. Jiqing was standing not 2 meters away. He stayed dumbfounded. Hadn't he left? Minutes had passed. What was he still doing here? He seemed to sense her stare and turned his head slightly, looking directly at her. Of course, he had to see her like this. Panic seized her. She had to get away. She turned and ran towards the dorm. Her steps hurried and uneven. Her foot slipped. She landed hard, pain shooting through her. Her first instinct was to look back. Just as she feared, Jiqing, hearing the commotion, had turned to look. How utterly mortifying. He began walking towards her, umbrella held aloft. Why, she wondered, did every encounter with him have to be so humiliating? He must think she was a joke. The 18-year-old G, he had imagined 1,000, 10,000 ways to confess. But the first words out of her mouth were, "Was it you that man that night?" Jiqing's response was merciless. "If I could," he told her, "I would hope that you would never appear before me again." The man who had vowed they wouldn't see each other again had, for years later, appeared at her dorm. What was he looking at? It seemed to be the first time their eyes had met since their reunion this evening. His gaze was distant and cold, as if they had never known each other. A sudden gust of wind swept through, sending a shiver down Ji's spine, chilling the memory to the bone. Jiqing, who happened to witness this scene, lightly touched the space between his eyebrows. Seeing that Hee-Ji-chin hadn't looked away, Ji-e quickly glanced towards where he was standing. Noticing his gaze fixed on her arm, she instinctively drew it back. Hee-Ji-chin's gaze drifted from her. He turned casually and walked away with measured steps. Ji-e watched his retreating figure. "You're being delusional again, Ji-e," she thought. Back in her dorm room, Bo Hee-sien looked at her with concern. "Ji-e, why are you all wet and dirty? And what happened to your arm?" Ji-e shook her head. "It's nothing. I just wasn't paying attention and fell." At that moment, Linya's phone call connected. The voice on the other end asked, "Is everyone in your dorm there?" Linya glanced over and saw Ji-e had returned. "Yes," she replied. Tan Hua-guan said caringly, "Go wash up quickly. Xiaoya's boyfriend brought milk tea. Come out and have some to warm up." Ji-e forced a smile. "Okay, I'll go clean up first." Closing the door behind her, Ji-e leaned against it, her head bowed. Hee-Ji-chin, Xiaoya's boyfriend. Outside, the three remaining girls continued chatting, the conversation revolving around Lin Ya's new boyfriend. "Xiaoya, your boyfriend is so sweet." "I know, right? You said you wanted milk tea, and after he dropped us off, he turned right around and went to get you some. And more importantly, he has such strong self-control. No matter how much people tried to persuade him to drink, he just kept saying, 'Drinking causes trouble.'" They continued murmuring amongst themselves, but Ji-e didn't hear a word. Her mind was consumed by the phrase, "Drinking causes trouble." She remembered Hee-Ji-chin for years ago looking down at her and saying, "If I hadn't been drinking that night." In that moment, it felt as if something sharp had pierced the deepest part of her heart, a pain so intense she wished she could simply disappear. The next day, Linya's voice echoed through the dorm. "Xiao-yi, Hee-Ji-chin, like you, also went to Hai and Suchin." Meanwhile, Hee-Ji-chin, who had arranged to meet Linya that evening for an outdoor gathering, arrived at the dorm. He raised his hand to knock, but stopped as he heard Linya's voice from inside. "Xiao-yi, did you know Hee-Ji-chin back then?" Hee-Ji-chin froze, his hand hovering in midair. He heard Ji-e's voice, even and without a trace of inflection. "No, I didn't." Inside, Linya's voice was filled with disappointment. "I thought you might have known him. I'd love to know what he was like in high school." Ji-e didn't reply. "Oh, Xiao, Hee-Ji-chin called me the other day and said a friend of his is hosting an open-air gathering at Sioux Garden tonight with some big names from the film industry. Do you want to come?" I would rather never have anything to do with Hee-Ji-chin ever again. Why would I go to a gathering where he'll be? Ji-e's response was almost reflexive. "No, I have other plans tonight." Before she could finish, a rhythmic knock sounded on the door. Linya hurried to open it. Seeing Hee-Ji-chin standing there, she froze for a moment, then a bright smile spread across her face. "Hee-Ji-chin, why did you come up to get me?" Hee-Ji-chin didn't enter the dorm. Ji-e quickly fixed her eyes on her book, pretending to be engrossed in reading, as if she hadn't noticed anyone's arrival. "Why is he here?" "My phone died," Hee-Ji-chin explained casually, "so I came up." From the corner of his eye, he glanced towards where Ji-e was sitting. Before his gaze landed on her, it was drawn to the trash can beside her. He noticed the untouched milk tea inside, the seal unbroken. She had clearly thrown it away without even taking a sip. Linya turned back to Ji-e. "Are you sure you don't want to come with me, Xiao-yi?" Before she could finish, Hee-Ji-chin's voice cut in, laced with a sudden chill. "Tonight's gathering isn't for just anyone. Don't invite just any random person." Random person. Ji-e's fingers tightened around her book. Without another word, Hee-Ji-chin turned and strode away. Linya stood there, bewildered. She could clearly sense the impatience in his voice. She bit her lip and murmured an apology to Ji-e before hurrying out of the dorm after him. Ji-e was left alone in the dorm. She remained in the same position, staring blankly at her book for a long time. Her refusal to join Linya, claiming she had other plans, was an excuse. Her mother had called, asking her to come home for dinner. It was already dark when Ji-e arrived home. As she stepped inside and bent to change her shoes, she noticed a pair of unfamiliar men's shoes by the door. "Mom, we have a guest today." "Yes, and you know him," Ji-e's mother replied. Ji-e glanced towards the living room sofa. She could only see the back of his head. "Who is it?" Ji-e hadn't yet processed her confusion when her father noticed her. "Xiao-yi, look who's here." Following her father's voice, Hee-Ji-chin turned his head. Ji-e's steps faltered. "Isn't this guy supposed to be with Linya at some outdoor gathering? Can someone tell me why he's in my house?" An 18-year-old girl, offering the most precious part of herself to the boy she loved. She had imagined so many ways to confess to him, but when she finally stood before him, the first words out of her mouth were you the man that night?" Only to be met with his chilling response, "If I could, I would hope you'd never appear before me again." And now, for years later, he was sitting in her living room. Her father, assuming Ji-Yi's silence was curiosity, explained Ji-Chen's presence. "Your mother ran into Ji-Chen the other day. You remember, he helped you and your aunt out quite a bit when you were studying at your grandmother's and such. And he happened to be back in town today, so of course, we had to invite him over." Seeing Ji-Yi standing there dumbfounded, not greeting Ji-Chen, her father chided gently, "Xiao-Yi, if I'm not mistaken, you and Ji-Chen were classmates. Why aren't you even saying hello?" Ji-Yi was terrified her father would sense the tension between her and Ji-Chen, despite the overwhelming reluctance churning within her. As soon as her father finished speaking, she forced a semblance of composure and politely addressed Ji-Chen. "Hello, it's been a while." Ji-Chen didn't ignore her. His voice was polite and courteous, laced with his characteristic calm. "It has been a while." As if dreading any further interaction, he immediately turned back to her father, picking up their previous conversation. It's understandable that there's some awkwardness after so many years apart. Her father, oblivious, continued chatting with him. Left hanging, Ji-Yi slowly lowered her outstretched hand. Lowering her gaze, she didn't linger in the living room any longer, turning to help her mother in the kitchen. "If my father weren't here, he probably wouldn't have even spoken to me," she thought bitterly. At dinner, her mother arranged the seating so that Ji-Yi and Ji-Chen were side by side. They were so close that his scent drifted towards her, making her incredibly uncomfortable. Her hand holding her chopsticks trembled, and a piece of food slipped, landing on her skirt. She quickly stood up. "I'll go clean this up. I'll go clean this up," she repeated, fleeing the scene. Standing in the bathroom, Ji-Yi told herself, "It's all in the past. Why are you torturing yourself? This dinner was excruciating. I should just make an excuse and go back to school." She didn't want to stay a second longer. Lying to her mother that there was an emergency with a classmate that required her help, she hurried out of the house. Ji-Chen watched her retreating figure impassively. Reaching the entrance of the complex, Ji-Yi realized she had left in such a rush that she hadn't taken her coat or wallet. Since Ji-Chen was the reason for her escape, she was reluctant to go back inside. Instead, she stood by the road and started calling for a ride, her attention fixed on her phone screen. Just then, her mother called. Without hesitation, Ji-Yi answered. A car window rolled down, and the person inside looked at her. "Xiao-Yi, what happened with your classmate? Is it serious?" Hearing Ji-Yi say it wasn't serious, her mother's voice relaxed. Then she changed the subject. "Xiao-Yi, what do you think of Ji-Chen?" A gust of cold wind blew, and Ji-Yi sneezed violently. Not immediately grasping her mother's meaning, she replied, "Huh? What did you say? You had to take 3 years off school because of what happened. You're not so young anymore, and it's time to start thinking about settling down." Ji-Chen, Ji-Yi blurted out almost without thinking, "He and I are impossible." The fingers of the man about to exit the car twitched, his movements freezing. "Why is it impossible?" her mother asked. "When I was pregnant with you at the same time as his mother, we even said that if we had a boy and a girl, we'd have you two get married." Ji-Yi massaged her temples with her fingertips, a headache forming. If Ji-Chen heard this, he'd probably think she was shamelessly trying to marry him after he had humiliated her so thoroughly. Her anxiety spiked. Her voice rose, sharp and resolute. "Mom, I'm telling you again, he and I are impossible. Just impossible. I wouldn't even consider Ji-Chen," Ji-Yi insisted. As her words hung in the air, the sharp slam of a car door echoed in her ear. Reflexively, she glanced towards the sound. A car she hadn't noticed before was parked beside her. Into the phone, she continued emphatically, "Mom, I'm serious. I'd rather be with anyone else than him." The car beside her roared to life, the engine revving before it sped away, leaving a swirl of wind in its wake. Ji-Yi couldn't shake the feeling that the car was familiar. She hung up the phone. Back in her dorm room, Ji-Yi found her roommates still out. The landline rang. She answered, "Hello? Who is this?" A simple, two-word response came from the other end, "Hello." Ji-Yi's fingers tightened around the receiver. She recognized the voice. It was Ji-Chen. Why was he calling the dorm phone? He should know Linya was out. Collecting herself, she asked, "Are you looking for Linya?" Silence. Ji waited for almost a minute. Finally, she spoke again. "Linya isn't here right now. I'll tell her to call you back when she returns. If there's nothing else." Before she could finish, Ji-Chen hung up, leaving her with the dial tone. Did he hang up because he realized it was her? Back in high school, he was the top student in Suchung, getting into S University, the country's most prestigious school with the highest score in the nation. But why had he changed his major? Why had he left S University and transferred to B University? Lita sounded incredulous. Chen, what were you thinking? Giving up S University and the family business to study something completely unrelated here. In contrast to Li Da's agitation, Hee-ji-chin remained his usual calm and collected self, casually lifting his teacup to his lips as if the person they were discussing wasn't him at all. Chen, are you crazy? As the words left Li Da's mouth, a flicker of something crossed Hee-ji-chin's composed features. He placed his teacup back on the table with a sharp click. The bright crystal lights above illuminated his flawlessly handsome face, making him appear even more striking. Though his expression remained neutral, a palpable sense of sorrow seemed to emanate from him, slowly seeping into the air. Yes, Hee-ji-chin, are you crazy? He murmured to himself. Crazy enough to come here for her. Completely crazy. He slammed his hand on the table and abruptly stood, kicking his chair back. I'm going out for a bit, he said curtly, turning and leaving. Hee-ji-chin's furious exit left the others bewildered and the atmosphere thick with awkward silence. They sat in stunned silence for a long moment. Lido was the first to recover, breaking the silence. Well, what are you all staring at? Let's eat. Ji-e realized her phone had been vibrating. Since she'd lied about leaving it at the hotel, she couldn't answer it now. She discreetly grabbed her phone and stood up. Too much tea. I need the restroom. At that moment, Linya's gaze fell on Ji-e's hand beneath the table. He didn't bring his phone, did he? Is he going to find Hee-ji-chin? Ji-e washed her hands before answering her mother's call. The conversation was brief. Leaving the restroom, she took a couple of steps forward. Then she noticed him. Standing by a trash can a short distance away was Hee-ji-chin. He leaned casually against the wall, a cigarette between his fingers, a faint haze of smoke curling around him. Of all the people, Ji-e stared straight ahead, pretending he wasn't there as she continued walking. The hallway was eerily quiet, the only sound her own footsteps echoing around her. As she neared him, she breathed a sigh of relief, but the breath caught in her throat. As Hee-ji-chin suddenly extinguished his cigarette, he flicked the butt into the trash can, and before Ji-e could react, the hand that had held the cigarette clamped around her wrist. I should thank you for what happened 4 years ago, he said, his voice low. Want me to refresh your memory? Ji-e flinched as if jolted by electricity. She tried to wrench her wrist free. As if anticipating her move, Hee-ji-chin tightened his grip. Ji-e winced, struggling briefly. Let go of me, she demanded. Before she could finish, Hee-ji-chin yanked her arm, slamming her back against the wall he'd just been leaning on. She stumbled, her balance lost. Hee-ji-chin's fingers tightened on Ji-e's chin, forcing her head up. His handsome face swam into her vision. What am I doing? What are you doing? His lips were a thin, hard line, his eyes sharp and piercing. Didn't I tell you to never appear before me again? Perhaps it was the sheer frequency of their recent encounters, but Ji-e's initial shock had dulled. She wasn't reacting as violently as she had during their first reunion. But now, Hee-ji-chin's harsh words ripped away the careful facade she'd built, dredging up the painful memories she'd been desperately trying to suppress for the past 4 years. She fought to maintain her composure, determined not to betray a flicker of emotion in front of him. Hee-ji-chin continued, his voice laced with accusation. Or are you doing all this? Ji-e braced herself, certain whatever followed wouldn't be pleasant. Without hesitation, she cut him off. It's a coincidence. As the words left her lips, she slowly lifted her eyelids, meeting his gaze. Hee-ji-chin scoffed. Ji-e's voice remained calm. If I could, I would also prefer that you never appear before me again. Inwardly, she berated herself. Ji-e, you absolutely cannot lose control like before. It was her who'd been wronged and humiliated 4 years ago. What right did he have to be angry? Hee-ji-chin's eyes darkened with a menacing glint, sharp and dangerous, as if he wanted to tear her apart. Ji-e fought back a bitter laugh, her voice unwavering. So, Mr. He, please rest assured, I will absolutely not become a bother to you. Please be so kind as to let me go, so I can disappear from your sight as quickly as possible. She added, with a touch of forced politeness, thank you. Hee-ji-chin seemed to reach the peak of his fury. A mirthless laugh escaped him. Thank me? What do you have to thank me for? I should be thanking you for what happened 4 years ago. Would you like me to refresh your memory? His words dripped with a venom she'd never heard from him before. Ji-e felt as if she'd been stabbed, the blood draining from her face. She bit her lip hard, using the sharp pain to anchor her emotions. She didn't want to look at him, but she didn't dare move. She was terrified that any movement would unleash the tears welling up in her eyes. As if startled by something, Hee-jichin abruptly released his grip on her chin and took a step back. He turned and strode away, leaving her there. Ji-e waited until the sound of his footsteps faded completely. Then, abandoning all pretense of composure, she slid down the wall until she was crouched on the floor. "Why do you always have to hurt me, Hee-jichin? When will you finally let me go?" A girl went to buy sanitary pads for her friend, who asked her to deliver them to her hotel room. When the girl arrived, she discovered that the man she'd had a one-night stand with 4 years ago was in her friend's room. After dinner, the group went to the hot springs. Bo Hee-sien and Tanhwa Guan chattered excitedly in the pool. Ji-e sat on a lounge chair nearby. Linya approached her and whispered, "Ji-e, can you do me a favor?" Ji-e turned to her. "What's wrong?" "I've started my period, and I'm worried about staining my clothes. Could you run and give me a pack of sanitary pads?" It was a simple request. Without a second thought, Ji-e stood up. "Sure, I'll go right now." Linya beamed. "Thank you so much, Ji-e. I'm really sorry to bother you." Ji-e simply nodded and headed towards the changing rooms. "I'll go back to my room first. Just bring them to my hotel room later." Ji-e had barely taken a few steps when Linya called out, as if remembering something important. "Oh, I almost forgot. I moved to room 1808. I'm not next door to you anymore." Ji-e nodded again and continued on to the changing rooms. As Ji-e disappeared from view, a calculating glint flashed in Linya's eyes. After buying the sanitary pads, Ji-e returned to the resort hotel and took the elevator to the 18th floor. She found room 1808 and knocked. A familiar voice called out from inside. The doors unlocked. "Just bring it in." Ji-e froze. It was Hee-jichin's voice. So this was his room. It made sense. Hee-jichin was Linya's boyfriend, after all. It was normal for them to share a room. Shaking off her surprise, she pushed open the door with a shopping bag in hand. She hurried into the room. "I should just drop this off and leave as quickly as possible." She had barely set the bag down when a tall figure loomed over her. Ji-e froze, instinctively taking a step back when she saw who it was. Anxious to avoid any misunderstanding, she quickly explained, "I'm here for Linya." Hee-jichin let out a low chuckle, a sound that seemed almost amused, but his eyes were cold and menacing. Clever excuse. Accusations from her friend, distrust from her roommate, and silence from the man himself. She had explained everything to everyone, but no one believed her. Hee-jichin looked down at her. "You think you can use an excuse like that to get into my room, and I'll let you stay? This man is completely unreasonable." Ji-e didn't want to waste another word. She brushed past him and headed for the door. Just as she reached for the handle, the door swung open from the outside, revealing Linya, who chirped, "Hee-jichin, are you in there?" "We just ordered some late-night snacks," Lita started, trailing off as his gaze landed on Ji-e, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. He stammered, his words catching in his throat. "Later, the conversation later." He stared at her, clearly bewildered, as if unable to believe his eyes. "Ji-e, how could you?" He blurted out instinctively, but before he could finish, Bo-hee, standing beside him, nudged him hard with her elbow, shooting him a warning look. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji-e responded, "Linya, shouldn't you be in your room?" As she spoke, Linya also chimed in, but her words weren't directed at Ji-e. Instead, she addressed Hee-jichin, who stood a short distance behind Ji-e. "Hee-jichin," she said, her voice sweet, "we just ordered some late-night snacks and thought you might be hungry, so we came to ask if you wanted some." Despite having seemingly calmed down, Hee-jichin's face still held a trace of anger from his earlier outburst. Without even lifting his gaze, he declined the offer. "Well, Hee-jichin," Linya continued, not waiting for a response, her eyes fixed on Ji-e with a gentle expression, as if genuinely unaware of why Ji-e was in Hee-jichin's room. Her voice laced with feigned innocence and surprise, she asked, "Ji-e, what are you doing in Hee-jichin's room so late?" "Why, I'm here. Shouldn't you know best?" Ji-e retorted, a slight furrow appearing between her brows. A dawning realization seemed to flicker in her eyes. Tanhwa, sensing the rising tension, quickly intervened, attempting to smooth things over. "If I remember correctly," she said, "both Ji-e and Hee-jichin went to Suching No. 1 high school. They probably knew each other from before." Bo-hee immediately nodded in agreement. "Exactly," she chimed in. Linya, however, wore a strained smile. "No," she said, her voice tight. "I asked Ji before, and she told me she didn't really pay much attention to Hee-jichin." Ji-e thought, So that's it. She's determined to paint me as the one trying to steal her boyfriend. Linya, she said aloud, don't you know why I'm here? Linya, clearly intent on playing dumb, feigned confusion. Gee, what do you mean? How would I know why you're here? She asked, her voice laced with bewildered innocence. Didn't you tell me you got your period and asked me to buy you sanitary pads? And didn't you tell me you moved to room 1808 and asked me to bring them here? As she spoke, G.E. pointed to the cabinet by the door. The sanitary pads you asked for are right there, she stated. Seeing the physical evidence, Tang Hua turned to Linya. Linya, she asked, is what G.E. said true? Instead of answering Tang Hua, Linya's eyes welled up with tears, as if she were the one who had been wronged. G.E., why would you do this? She cried. I never asked you to buy me anything. I've been at the hot springs all evening. If I really had my period, why would I be at the hot springs? As she spoke, a look of sudden realization dawned on her face. G.E., she accused. Did you want to see Hijichin, but couldn't think of an excuse, so you used me as one? Watching this unfold, G.E. finally understood. Linya had come prepared. Linya, capable of devising such a watertight plan, was clearly not stupid. Tears streamed down her face. Everyone says that G.E., who shot to fame right after graduating 4 years ago, is not simple. If it weren't for the accident 3 years ago that left her in a coma for 3 years, she would be at the top of the entertainment industry by now. G.E. thought, I had no idea she saw me as a rival all along. Linya continued, her voice choked with sobs. G.E., I can't believe you would use me as a pawn just to get close to Hijichin. And after I've been so good to you. Bohee and Tang Hua, believing that G.E. had taken advantage of Linya, couldn't stand it any longer. G.E., just apologize, Tang Hua pleaded. You'll still have to live under the same roof. G.E. thought, I've explained everything to everyone, but no one believes me. Hijichin, who had remained silent throughout the entire ordeal, stared at G.E.'s back for a long moment. Before he could speak, G.E., her back still to him, let out a soft laugh, filled with mockery and derision. Linya, she said, doesn't your face hurt from saying all that? Linya began to cry even harder, her body trembling as if she were terrified of G.E. She looked utterly innocent. G.E., she sobbed. Even now, you still won't admit that you framed me? You're still trying to twist things around and slander me. G.E. didn't respond. Instead, she reached down and removed the waterproof watch from her wrist. I genuinely considered you a friend, she said, even after I realized you had used me. Her fingers quickly pressed a few buttons on the watch. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the watch. G.E., can you do me a favor? Could you buy me a pack of sanitary pads and bring them to room 1808? Panic flashed across Linya's face. She looked like a thief caught red-handed. As the recording continued, she flinched as if electrocuted. With a sudden, furious movement, she lunged at G.E., her hands outstretched. Stop it, she shrieked. Don't play it anymore. The two-faced girl discovers the man is approaching her because of another girl in the same dorm. So she sets up a trap to frame that girl. Having a backup plan, the girl exposes the lie. The two-faced girl's first reaction is not to apologize, but to hurl her bag at the girl's face. G.E., caught completely off guard by Linya's sudden attack, had no time to react. Just as the bag was about to hit her face, a strong hand gripped Linya's arm, swiftly pulling her back and shielding her within a protective embrace. The bag she'd thrown sailed past G.E.'s head and smacked against the door with a loud bang. Hijichin's icy glare sent a chill through the air as he roared at Linya. Crazy. G.E., shaken, took a moment to recover. Looking up at the man before her, she didn't stop to consider why Hijichin had intervened. As if jolted by electricity, she instinctively pushed away from his chest. Stepping back, she fixed a cold gaze on Linya. It's not that I didn't give you a chance, it's that you didn't take it. I've always believed in live and let live. But since you provoked me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Linya's face was alarmingly pale. G.E. advanced on her, her voice carrying a regal authority. Since you know that the G.E. who became a sensation right after graduation 4 years ago isn't someone to trifle with, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't mess with me. Without a moment's hesitation, G.E. turned and left. Only after her figure disappeared did Bohee and Tang Hua seem to snap out of their stunned silence. Neither spoke, merely glancing at Linya before making their excuses and departing one after the other. Linya and Hijichin were left alone in the suite. Linya hung her head, unable to meet his gaze. How had things spiraled so out of control? I remember the first time I met him was in the cafeteria. That day, I deliberately sat next to Hee-jichin. When I called out to Ji, Hee-jichin turned and looked at her. Then he came and stood beside me and asked, "Excuse me, do you know what time it is?" My phone's dead. It felt like winning the lottery. I had desperately suppressed my excitement and, feigning composure, exchanged numbers with him. When he approached me, I was practically ecstatic. But back then, I had no idea. He was only getting close to me because of G. Every time he asked me out, he'd use our dorm as an excuse. At first, I didn't think anything of it. It wasn't until that night, when G said he called our dorm phone looking for me, that I started to suspect he wasn't actually interested in me. I refused to be used as a pawn in G's game. How could I accept that? How could I be content with it? Linjas fingertips trembled. She cautiously lifted her head to look at Hee-jichin. He was bending down to pick up her bag. A flicker of hope ignited in her desolate heart. Was he forgiving her? Hee-jichin. Before she could finish, Hee-jichin straightened up and hurled the bag directly at her face. The force of the impact, along with the overwhelming humiliation, pierced Linya's heart. Her hopes plummeted. He wasn't picking up her bag to be kind. He was retaliating, returning the favor for her attack on Ge. Tears welled in Linya's eyes. Looking up at him, she choked out, "Hee-jichin." Uncontrollable fury blazed in his eyes. He spat out a single word, "Get out." A few days later, Bo He and Tang Hua were chatting with Ge when she learned that Linya, like herself, hadn't been back to the dorm. "I heard she moved out," Bo He said. Tang Hua continued, "I heard she's been getting rides to and from school in an Audi XD. Hee-jichin's car is an Audi XD. Don't tell me she moved in with him? If that's true, that's insane." Just then, the dorm door opened, and Linya, absent for days, walked in with her suitcase. Bo He and Tang Hua, who had been chattering away, fell silent. Ji knew their gossip was only partially true. It wasn't until she was taking a pile of clothes to the laundry room that she saw Linya and Hee-jichin. Only then did she realize that her roommate's half-true gossip was, in fact, entirely true. Was Hee-jichin picking her up? They stood face to face, talking about something Ji couldn't hear. Hee-jichin leaned against his car, head slightly bowed, toying with his car keys. Just as her roommates had described, it was indeed a luxurious Audi. Lost in thought, Ji looked away. But just as she did, Hee-jichin suddenly looked up, his gaze landing directly on her. For some reason, seeing Ji watching him and Linya, Hee-jichin felt a jolt in his chest, a strange panic rising within him. He instinctively took a step towards her, but before he could move, Ji turned to leave. At the same time, she glanced back at Hee-jichin, who looked as if he might approach her at any moment. Instinctively, she turned and walked away. He stared at Ji's retreating figure for a moment. Linya, standing before Hee-jichin, called out to him questioningly. In that instant, the man's mood plummeted to its lowest depths. Meanwhile, Ji, having reached the laundry room, pressed a hand against her wildly thumping heart, silently cursing its frantic beat. I must have been seeing things. How could Hee-jichin have been walking towards me? Linya, having coincidentally run into Hee-jichin, was still thinking about apologizing for the other day. But the man ignored her completely, turning abruptly and heading back to his car. He slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Ignoring Linya, who continued to tap on his car window, he pressed down on the accelerator and sped off, leaving her in a cloud of dust. Just then, a WeChat notification pinged. It was a voice message from his friend, Han Ji-fan. "Weren't you supposed to be waiting for me at the school gate? Where the hell are you?" Hee-jichin replied, curtly, "Golden Majesty." Looking at his phone, the man scoffed, thinking, "You're really something else." Han Ji-fan, having just arrived at the private room, noticed Hee-jichin's foul mood. He pulled out his cigarette case and offered it to Hee-jichin, asking if he wanted one. Hee-jichin took one without a word. Han Ji-fan lit it for him. He had assumed Hee-jichin would do as he always did, holding the cigarette between his fingers without smoking it, letting it burn down. But the next second, the man put the cigarette to his lips, took a long drag, and asked, "Are you in a bad mood? Are you unhappy staying at Bein?" Mentioning Bein, Han Ji-fan had more to say. "You got a continuous study degree at the top university, and then you ran off to Bein after graduation. Even if you were tired of studying, you could have gone home and taken over your family's business. I really can't understand why you insist on starting from scratch." Having said so much, Han Ji-fan suddenly seemed to remember something. "Say, you coming to Bein? Is there some ulterior motive? I was your university classmate for 4 years, and I never heard you say you were interested in directing." so don't try to fool me with talk about dreams. Is it because of someone? Ji-chin flinched slightly and coughed heavily. Han Ji-fan, like a detective, pressed on. Look how flustered you are. Did I hit a nerve? Is it a man or a woman? Are they also in being? Don't tell me I actually guessed right. Ji-chin, silent all evening, abruptly stood up before Han Ji-fan could finish. Ji-chin left without another word. Looks like I hit a little too close to home, Han Ji-fan thought. Sitting in his car, Ji-chin recalled Ji-yi's words that day. If I could, I would also hope to never appear before you again. So, Mr. He, please rest assured, I absolutely will not become a bother to you. Please be so kind as to let me go, so I can disappear from your sight as soon as possible. The light outside the car window flickered, playing across his handsome face. He stared straight ahead, his expression seemingly calm. As he approached Shuyun Road, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Under the dim streetlight, a girl was huddled on a bench. Her head was bowed, so he couldn't see her face, but he recognized her instantly. What's wrong with me? The woman woke up to find herself in a completely unfamiliar room. She instinctively threw back the covers. Burying her head in her knees, an inexplicable pain in her abdomen caused large beads of sweat to form on her face. I was fine just a moment ago. Could be my old problem acting up again? The pain made her whole body tremble. She could clearly feel her consciousness beginning to fade. She fought to stay conscious, but the pain in her abdomen grew sharper. Her back was drenched in sweat. Just as the pain began to overwhelm her, she vaguely saw someone running towards her anxiously. Then she heard a familiar voice. Xiao Yi, wake up. Ji thought she was hallucinating. She froze for a moment. Is that he, Ji-chin? Why is he calling me with such concern in his voice? Xiao Yi, the familiar voice called again. It must be a hallucination from the pain. Otherwise, why would he look so worried, holding me so carefully, as if he's truly concerned about me? When Ji woke up again, she was no longer on the cold, dark street, but in a warm, soft bed. She slowly opened her eyes, lying there in a daze for a moment. Only then did she realize that the ceiling above her was unfamiliar. Where am I? I remember on my way back to school yesterday, I suddenly had a terrible stomachache, and then I don't remember anything. She looked around. She was in completely unfamiliar surroundings. Suddenly, she noticed the neatly arranged rows of men's clothing hanging in the wardrobe. Ji bolted upright in bed, throwing back the covers. So, it was Ji-chin who brought me home last night. The thought hadn't fully formed before the bedroom door swung open. Instinctively, she looked towards the sound. Ji-chin, dressed in casual home attire, stood in the doorway. Ji froze, staring at him for a long moment before her mind sluggishly began to process the situation. Could it be, were those hallucinations before I blacked out real? As the man approached, step by measured step, a familiar unease settled over Ji. Her fingers instinctively gripped the sheet. Lost in a whirlwind of anxious thoughts, she heard another set of footsteps enter the room. Then Zhang Sa's voice, respectful and deferential, broke the silence. Mr. He, she addressed Ji-chin, breakfast is ready. Shall I bring it in for Miss Ji now? Ji-chin didn't reply, his gaze fixed on Ji's hand, still clutching the sheet, before finally nodding to Zhang Sa. With his permission granted, Zhang Sa approached the bed, stirring a steaming bowl of porridge as she spoke to Ji. Miss Ji, Dr. Zhu came last night. He said you had acute gastroenteritis and gave you in 4. At Zhang Sa's words, Ji glanced down at her hand. Sure enough, there was a needle mark on the back of her left hand. So that's why my stomach hurt so much last night. Acute gastroenteritis. Dr. Zhu recommended a bland diet for a few days. Please eat something now, Mississippi. You'll need to take your medicine later. Zhang Sa offered a spoonful of the creamy porridge to Ji's lips. Instead of accepting the porridge, Ji looked up at Ji-chin, who stood silently by. Thank you for last night, she said, her tone polite and distant. Ji-chin simply nodded. As soon as Ji finished speaking, she moved to throw back the covers and get out of bed. Miss Ji, Zhang Sa interjected quickly. You've been asleep for so long. Perhaps you should eat something first and regain your strength before getting up. Ji replied, I'm fine. Ji-chin, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. It's all right, Zhang Sa. You can go attend to other matters. As Zhang Sa rose to leave, Ji-chin took the bowl of porridge. He looked at Ji, her head bowed, a slight furrow in his brow. Is the porridge not to your liking? G.E., still sitting on the bed, shook her head silently. Then, looking up, she spoke, her words seemingly unrelated to his question. Mr. He, could you please tell me how much the medical expenses were last night? And I'm really sorry to have troubled you. As her words hung in the air, Hee-Ji-chun's expression darkened, and a palpable tension filled the room. He knew the woman he loved was misunderstanding him, yet the words of explanation seemed to catch in his throat. His eyes were a pool of unreadable emotions. Later, he finally said, his voice low, I'll have Zhang Sar write down the instructions for your medication. You can take them with you. He felt a prickle of unease. She glanced at him. The Hee-Ji-chun she knew was rarely this patient. Why is he so insistent? Could he be? The image of Linya flashed through her mind. Is he trying to apologize for Linya? Deciding to address the issue directly, she said, You really don't need to do this for me. I know you're doing this because of what Linya did to me at the Hot Springs Resort. Don't worry, I won't hold it against her. Besides, you saved me last night. As G.E. finished speaking, Hee-Ji-chun's expression hardened, and the air in the room grew heavy with unspoken tension. I'll pretend that never happened, she continued, quickly pulling out a wad of cash from her bag. This should be enough to cover last night's medical expenses. She placed the money on the bed. G.E. reasoned that Linya must have had something else to do last night and hadn't stayed at Hee-Ji-chun's house. She was anxious to leave in case Linya returned. I should go now, she said politely to Hee-Ji-chun, before Linya comes back and there's any unnecessary misunderstanding or trouble. The last word barely left her lips when Hee-Ji-chun suddenly turned and took a large step towards her. Before G.E. could even reach the door, she heard a bang as he slammed it shut, and a large hand gripped her shoulder. Before she could react, he had pressed her against the door. His chest heaved, and it was a long moment before he finally spoke, his voice strained with barely suppressed emotion. Are you that eager to pair me up with Linya? Let me tell you. He stopped abruptly, realizing what he was about to say. He clamped his mouth shut, his lips pressed tightly together. The rest of the sentence, that there's nothing between Linya and me, remained unspoken. Hee-Ji-chun's aura was oppressive, chilling. G.E. froze, paralyzed by a sudden outburst. Why was he so furious? Hee-Ji-chun's lips moved several times, but he couldn't find the right words. But it seems like no matter what I do, he thought, she only connects me with Linya. Now she's even put Linya in my house. The more he thought about it, the angrier Hee-Ji-chun became, his grip tightening. Suddenly, G.E. cried out in pain. Only then did Hee-Ji-chun release her wrist. Seeing the redness and swelling on her wrist from his grip, he instinctively reached out. But he quickly withdrew his hand, guilt washing over him. You're still not well, he said, his voice tinged with remorse. Eat some of this porridge first. I'll take you back later. He felt a primal urge to explain his relationship with Linya, but G.E. cut him off, claiming indifference. Besides, she said, what you do with Linya has nothing to do with me. You've already done enough. There's no need to see me out. With that, she turned and walked away without a backward glance. Her composure and indifference only fueled Hee-Ji-chun's frustration. Watching her disappear through the bedroom doorway, his emotions spiraled out of control. He sat motionless, his face a mask of frustration. Am I mute? He thought angrily. Why can't I just explain things clearly? In the taxi, G.E. couldn't understand. He was supposed to keep his distance, yet he had rescued her. Perhaps he couldn't simply ignore her in that situation. All I ever wanted, she mused, was to keep him within sight. I never expected to have him. Not until that night 4 years ago. Back in her dorm room, G.E. took her medicine and collapsed on her bed. When she woke, it was already dark outside. Tang Huahua noticed G.E. waking up and took off her left earbud. Xiao-E, she said, you're awake. G.E. murmured in response, then paused. How did a lunchbox get on my desk? I figured you'd be hungry after sleeping all afternoon, Tang Huahua explained. I thought the cafeteria might be closed by the time you woke up, so I brought you something back. The food looked like it came from the first cafeteria, but it tasted different, much better than usual. Puzzled, G.E. turned to Tang Huahua. Is this really from the first cafeteria? She asked. It doesn't taste like the usual food. Tang Huahua's eyes flickered. Maybe you're just really hungry and imagining things, she replied. She suddenly moved closer to G.E. and sat down, adopting a serious tone. Xiao-E, she began. You know what? I heard something really unbelievable this afternoon. G.E. glanced at Tang Huahua. What is it? It's about Linya. I just found out her boyfriend isn't Hee-Ji-chun. At the mention of his name, Ji's mind flashed back to the morning's events at Jichen's house. Her fingers tightened around her spoon, her eyelids drooping slightly as she remained silent. Oblivious, Tang Huahua continued to share her unbelievable news. Her boyfriend is actually that playboy from our department, Yang Shaw. I knew something felt off about her, and he Jichen. Tang Huahua continued talking, then suddenly stopped, as if a realization had dawned on her. That's why, she exclaimed. That time I mentioned Jichen being Linya's boyfriend, she nudged me. I didn't understand then, but now I do. Linya was just being delusional, calling herself Jichen's girlfriend. So, Linya and Jichen never actually had a relationship. She paused, but whether they do or not doesn't really have anything to do with me. Meanwhile, Zhang Sa appeared at the study door for the 5th time. Jichen remained motionless, standing by the French windows. Mr. He, she said, you've been standing here ever since Miss G left. Wouldn't you like something to eat? As with the previous 4 attempts, she was met with silence. Just as Zhang Sa was about to leave, Jichen's phone chimed repeatedly. He instinctively raised the phone to his eyes. Jichen stared intently at the messages from Tang Huahua. Jichen, Xiao Yi went to the hospital. The doctor said she's fine now. Xiao Yi went back to the dorm and slept. She ate the food you sent. I told Xiao Yi everything you asked me to about Linya. She just took her medicine, showered, watched some TV, and went back to sleep. Another chime. Another message from Tang Huahua. Jichen, why are you so good to Xiao Yi? Jichen stared at those words for a long time, his eyelids finally fluttering. Lately, it seemed like that was the question he heard most often. He remembered running into Li De at the hot spring resort a while back. After learning what he'd done, Li De had asked him, why are you doing this? Yesterday, at the Beijing Grand Hotel, Han Jifan asked him, I really can't understand. Why would you give up such a promising future and start from scratch? A top university, a guaranteed spot at a U.S. college, the He family business. What more could you want? A bright future, unlimited possibilities, and yet. Jichen replied, none of that is what I want. What I want has always been to keep her where I can always see her. I never dared to hope that one day I could have her. Until that night 4 years ago, fate, in a strange twist, intertwined our paths. Even after 4 years, Jichen still vividly remembered. The memory flashed through his mind, pulling him back to that night 4 years ago. It was the high school graduation dinner. Everyone had forgotten the unpleasantries of the past 3 years. Almost everyone was drunk, including him. His head was swimming from the noise, so he excused himself to the restroom. He was standing in the hallway, just lighting a cigarette, when he saw Ji leaning against the wall by the women's restroom. Before he could say anything, she beamed at him, a dazzling smile, and then stumbled towards him. She was clearly drunk, unable to stand steady. He reached out, catching her just as she swayed. Steadying herself, she stood on tiptoe, bringing her face close to his, studying him intently. As if recognizing him, she slurred, Then she hiccuped and went silent. What do I do? She's fallen asleep. I booked a room upstairs because I was afraid the dinner would run late and my mom would nag me if I got home too late. Let her stay there then. If it gets too late, I'll just go to the internet cafe with my classmates and play games all night. The man had intended to leave after putting her on the bed, but still drunk and hazy, she reached out and grabbed his tie. Then she wrapped her arms around his neck. He tugged at her arm several times, but couldn't dislodge her grip. He was afraid of hurting her, so he didn't dare to pull too hard. Or perhaps it was the first time he had ever been so close to her. Harboring a secret desire, he gave up trying to break free. Jichen gazed at the sleeping girl, lost in thought. Who are you dreaming of right now? Am I in your dreams? No, stop it. I should leave. He started to get up. Suddenly, a hand reached for his waist. He froze, as if electrocuted. Then he leaned over her. What do you mean by this? Keep teasing me, and don't blame me for taking advantage of the opportunity. I used to consider him my most important friend. We both dreamed of becoming stars. He was luckier than me. Qiangu appeared on screen at the age of 6, carrying the halo of a child star from a young age. He started at the peak, but unfortunately, even with such a good start, he never became a huge star. We finally got the chance to act in the same production. After it aired, Qianji's performance didn't leave much of an impression on the audience. But everyone remembered Ji. Back then, Chien-gu and I made a pact in high school. No matter which of us became a big star, we would never abandon the other. I knew he wasn't happy. I recommended him to everyone I met, even invited him to join my studio. But then he started getting close to Xie Xiao, the one who had framed me before. I naively thought Chien-gu hadn't changed. But I wasn't Chien-gu after all, and I couldn't understand the psychological shift he experienced, going from being better than me to being worse. The night of the accident, Chien-gu was supposed to be in the car with me, going to the Bai-in bar. But he made an excuse and got out of the car halfway. I didn't think much of it at the time and told the driver to keep going. Then I had the accident and died. Before I lost consciousness, I vaguely saw that the driver who hit me seemed to be Xie Xiao's boyfriend. After I fell into a coma, Chien-gu took over my studio, stole the lead role in my new drama, and even generously shared the spoils with Xie Xiao. When I woke up, 3 years had passed. My studio was gone, my fame forgotten, my classmates had graduated, and I had to start all over again. While I struggled at the bottom, Chien-gu, using everything that belonged to me, stood at the peak, living a life of ease. He thought of all this in a flash. Giving up has never been my style. This time, I'm going to take back everything that belongs to me. It really is you, Xiao Yi. Compared to Ji's whirlwind of thoughts, Chien-gu seemed much calmer. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else just now. As he spoke, Chien-gu had already strode over to Ji. He looked her up and down before breaking into a smile. Long time no see, Xiao. In truth, some things went unspoken between them. Who didn't know how to put on an act? A sweet, shallow smile bloomed on Ji's lips. Yes, it has been a while. Seeing Ji smile, Qian Ji's own grin widened. Xiao Yi, when did you wake up? You probably know from the internet, I've had a nonstop schedule these past 2 years. Haven't had much time to pay attention to other things. Ji certainly noticed the emphasis Chien-gu placed on the word schedule. She understood he was flaunting his success, trying to goad her into losing her composure. But the smile didn't falter on her face. As if she hadn't picked up on his insinuation, she replied in the same light tone. I woke up about 6 months ago. Chien-gu seemed to realize his punch had landed on cotton. Glancing at his phone with a touch of feigned distraction, he casually asked, Here to see Su Yi about Liang Dao's new movie? Ji calmly admitted, yes. A mocking smile twisted Qian Ji's lips. Liang Dao's movies aren't so easy to get into these days. Much more demanding than 3 years ago. Not to mention, Xiao Yi, you're not who you were 3 years ago either. Ji was well aware of the sarcasm lacing his words. Of course I'm not who I was 3 years ago. Compared to 3 years ago, what I want now is the title of #1 actress in the entertainment industry. She paused, then echoed Qian Ji's earlier tone. So you'd better watch out. Don't let me steal your thunder one day and take everything away. Qian Ji's face stiffened at Ji's sharp retort. He quickly changed the subject. I have other things to attend to. I'll be going now. We'll chat again when we have time. Sure, let's make plans next time, Ji replied, watching Chien-gu turn and walk away. I'll fight with everything I have to make you spit out everything you owe me, bit by bit. That evening, Ji returned home to pick up some things. Her mother followed her, asking, Xiao Yi, how is Ji-chin doing lately? With her mother's question, Ji was suddenly reminded of Ji-chin's inexplicable outburst at his house. He had flung the words at her. Are you in such a hurry to pair me up with Linya? Ji pressed her lips together, reluctant to answer her mother. When you were in Sioux City, you and Annie took such good care of you. Now Ji-chin is in Beijing. We can't just do nothing. Don't you live quite close to Ji-chin? You should take these supplements over to him. Ji instinctively refused. I don't know where he lives, and I don't even have his contact information. I can't even reach him. How can I deliver them? Before Ji could finish, her mother snatched her phone and quickly dialed a number. Ji-chin, it's your Aunt Ji. Previously, Ji's mother had asked her to bring some supplements to Ji-chin. If it weren't for this phone call, Ji would have definitely kept the supplements for herself. Now that her mother had made the call, if she really did keep them, who knows when Ji-chin and her mother might run into each other and mention it. If they found out she hadn't delivered the supplements, her mother would tear her apart. So, despite her extreme reluctance, Ji had no choice but to grit her teeth and, following the address Ji-chin sent, head back to his place. Arriving at Ji-chin's floor, Ji hesitated for a moment before raising her hand to ring the doorbell. The doorbell rang for a long time with no response. Ji-chin wasn't home. That didn't make sense. Her mother had clearly told her he would be there tonight. Ji frowned. Perhaps something had come up and he had to leave suddenly. She pondered for a moment. This was fine, actually. She had come, and that was enough for her mother. Suddenly, a click sounded from behind her. Ji tensed. After 2 seconds, she turned around. The door, which had been tightly shut, was now cracked open. The person on the other side seemed to be hesitating. A short while passed. The door finally swung open completely. "You came." Hee-Ji-chin, dressed in sky blue pajamas, appeared in Ji-Yi's view. His hair was a bit messy, just as her mother had described on the phone, like he had just woken up. But why was his face so pale? No, it was none of her business. Hee-Ji-chin seemed to sense her scrutiny and shifted uneasily before she steadied herself. Clutching the supplements, she walked towards him. She didn't get too close, stopping about a meter away. Without looking up at him, Ji thrust the supplements forward, speaking quickly. "My mom asked me to bring these to you." She still didn't look up at Hee-Ji-chin. After waiting for about a minute, seeing that he hadn't taken them, she bent down and placed the supplements on the floor. "Well, it's getting late. I'll be going now." With that, Ji turned and hurried towards the elevator. Suddenly, a thud echoed from behind her. Instinctively, she looked back. Hee-Ji-chin, who had been standing in the doorway, had collapsed on the floor. "Hee-Ji-chin, what's wrong?" His eyes were tightly closed, and he looked utterly drained of energy, his whole being radiating a sickly aura. So, he wasn't listless from sleep, but from illness. A flicker of concern tugged at Ji, but she quickly suppressed it. No, she couldn't get involved. It had nothing to do with her if he fainted. She didn't care whether he lived or died. He turned his head just as the elevator doors before him slid open. He told himself not to hesitate, not to give him another chance to humiliate him. As if afraid that lingering would soften his resolve, he stared fixedly at the illuminated floor numbers, jabbing repeatedly at the close button. His mother's errand was done. Everything else was none of his concern. The elevator descended. The moment the doors opened, Ji practically bolted out. Hee-Ji-chin had told him never to appear before him again. There was no need to crawl back. His hurried steps faltered abruptly. But the night before last, when Hee-Ji-chin had collapsed in the street with stomach pains, it was he who had brought him home. Swallowing hard, Ji turned back towards Hee-Ji-chin's apartment complex. Back inside, Ji dragged Hee-Ji-chin to the bed. He'd already given him fever reducers, but the temperature wouldn't break. He pulled the covers over Hee-Ji-chin, his fingertips brushing against his chest. Just like 4 years ago, his skin was firm and hot. The memory of that night, of their entangled bodies, flashed through Ji's mind. He shuddered violently and quickly withdrew his hand. He shook his head. He couldn't think about that anymore. If he had a choice, Ji truly wouldn't want to spend another moment with Hee-Ji-chin. Thankfully, he was still asleep. It eased Ji's discomfort considerably. Then, overcome by exhaustion, he drifted off to sleep. Hee-Ji-chin's eyes fluttered open. He saw Ji asleep beside the bed. Confusion clouded his mind. Why was he here? Suddenly, Ji lost his balance and began to fall. Hee-Ji-chin reached out and caught him. A smile touched his lips. He settled Ji in his arms. Had he been taking care of him this whole time? He must be exhausted. Over the years, he dreamt of this scene countless times. Or perhaps, only in his dreams did he dare to imagine Ji by his side. Ji shifted in his sleep, settling more comfortably. His soft body, carrying a vaguely familiar scent, pressed closer. Hee-Ji-chin didn't dare move, terrified that the slightest shift would shatter the illusion, making it vanish without a trace. But this wasn't enough. An air of intimacy filled the room. Instinctively, he pulled Ji closer, holding him tightly in his embrace. 10,000 words omitted. A searing pain shot through his earlobe, so intense it made him freeze. Abruptly, he stopped. He remained frozen in that position, unable to react. Then a hoarse, panicked, and familiar voice reached him. "Let me go." The girl's cry of protest echoed in his ears. He could almost feel the trickle of blood sliding down his ear. The faint itch brought him back to his senses. Slowly, he looked down at the girl. He had almost. Hee-Ji-chin hadn't fully registered the situation when Ji, with a sudden surge of strength, shoved him away. He stumbled back, escaping Hee-Ji-chin's hold. Without a moment's hesitation, he clutched himself, his body trembling. As Hee-Ji-chin's mind cleared, his gaze fell upon Ji. His face was pale, perhaps from the shock, and he was shaking. He looked so vulnerable. Hee-Ji-chin wanted to apologize, but the words caught in his throat. Tears streamed down Ji's face. Each tear felt like a blow to Hee Ji-chun's heart, tearing it to shreds. He reached out to wipe away the tears, but the slightest movement towards him made Ji-e flinch. He scrambled off the bed, a look of fear flashing in his tear-filled eyes. Was he going to humiliate him again, like that night 4 years ago? The thought sent a wave of panic through Ji-e. Without hesitation, he blurted out, "Don't come near me." Hee Ji-chun's outstretched hand froze. After a moment, "I told you to stay away from me." Ji-e's words were clipped, her tone sharp as Hee Ji-chun continued to advance. With each step he took, the memories surged. "Mr. Hee," she continued, her voice laced with resentment, "let me tell you, if it weren't for my mother asking me to bring you these things last night, I wouldn't be here. I only stayed because I didn't want to owe you anything. Now we're even, so please, just stay away from me." He had a way of using the simplest words to pierce her heart, igniting a fire within her. Hee Ji-chun clenched his jaw, forcing himself to ignore her words. He took a large step forward, desperately suppressing the turbulent emotions churning within him. Patiently, he raised his hand again. This time, before he could even reach out to her, she reacted like a startled kitten, swatting his hand away with surprising force. "Mr. Hee," she declared, her voice trembling slightly, "I think you know perfectly well what I told you 4 years ago that night." "Whether it was 4 years ago or now," she continued, her gaze unwavering, "you know very well that from the beginning to the end, I only ever saw you." At that moment, the quiet depths of the man's eyes erupted with a fierce and sharp emotion. Ji-e seemed oblivious to the change in Hee Ji-chun, her soft lips still moving as she spoke. But before she could finish her sentence, Hee Ji-chun, anticipating her words, reacted intensely, silencing her mid-sentence. Ji-e's words faltered, cut short by Hee Ji-chun's outburst. After a few seconds, she started again, "Saw you as—" "Shut up," Hee Ji-chun roared. He didn't know whether he was more furious or afraid of hearing the words she had spoken 4 years ago repeated. His rationality snapped. He raised his hand and swung it towards her without hesitation. Instinctively, Ji-e closed her eyes and stopped speaking. His hand, carrying a rush of air, stopped just short of her ear. Hee Ji-chun hesitated for a long moment. Finally, he slowly turned to look at Ji. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice low and strained. "Please forgive me. I really didn't mean to hurt you. You don't need to be afraid. I won't come near you again. You must be hungry after taking care of me for so long. I'll have Zhang Sa make you some oatmeal. After you eat, I'll take you home." Ji-e quickly lowered her eyes, concealing the turbulent emotions swirling within them. "There's no need," she said coldly. "Don't be so fake. I won't stay here to be humiliated by you. I'm leaving. I hope we never have to see each other again." Without another word, she turned and left. The sound of the door closing echoed through the apartment. Hee Ji-chun suddenly felt as if his entire being, body and soul, had been hollowed out. He was completely drained of energy. He thought about Ji-e's words, "I hope we never have to see each other again." Could he possibly make that happen? The next day, Ji-e received a call from Soo-e, Director Liang's assistant. Soo-e told her that he had mentioned her to Director Liang and that she was invited to the film city for an audition. After hanging up, Ji-e glanced at the marks Hee Ji-chun had left on her. They seemed even more prominent today. She decided against wearing anything low-cut. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw Soo-e waiting for her. "Come on in," he said. "Director Liang is already waiting for you." She followed Soo-e inside. There were many people there for the auditions. Soo-e encouraged her to do her best. This was the opportunity Ji-e had been waiting for 6 months. She naturally wouldn't take it lightly. 4 years ago, after her overnight fame, Ji-e had gained a lot of experience performing and being on stage. She wasn't the least bit nervous in this kind of setting. With effortless grace, she walked to the front of the judges, maintaining a perfect smile, poised and composed as she met the gazes of everyone in the room. As they observed her, she quickly scanned the room, taking in the faces of the audition panel. Calm and collected, she introduced herself. "Hello, everyone. My name is Ji-e." A seasoned veteran actor, upon hearing her introduction, asked which role she was interested in. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji-e replied, "Xiaojio." Her 2 lightly spoken words caused a stir in the room. In Director Liang's films, the character of Xiaojio had only 5 lines. She wasn't even a supporting actress, let alone a main character. She was at best an extra. Director Leong, who rarely spoke during auditions, couldn't help but ask, "Why did you choose this role?" "Because this character is driven mad by love, falls from grace because of love, and ultimately sacrifices herself for love," G.E. explained. "It offers ample opportunity to showcase acting skills." Most importantly, Xiao Jio was the key to G.E.'s return to the entertainment industry. She needed to generate buzz, to make the audience remember her. These thoughts ran through her mind, but she kept them to herself. She simply looked up and said, "Because I like it." As her gaze met Director Liang's, her peripheral vision caught sight of someone sitting next to Sue-yi. Her expression shifted slightly. She didn't look again, but she recognized him. It was Yi Ji-chin. Ji's heart couldn't help but clench when she realized Yi Ji-chin was there. Why was he here? That night, he had said so many cruel things to that girl. Perhaps she shouldn't have provoked him in the first place. Would their ending have been drastically different if she hadn't? Just now, Ji had drawn her audition prompt. What would you do if the person you deeply loved told you they were breaking up with you? The moment she looked up, her eyes met Yi Ji-chin's. It didn't matter why he was here. It had nothing to do with her. She needed to use her acting to make everyone remember her again. Then, the staff member working opposite her said, "Let's break up." Only then did Ji-e lift her head and begin her performance. She didn't speak in response to the staff member's line. Instead, she stretched out her hand and took 2 steps forward. After a few seconds, she slightly parted her lips as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Slowly, she lowered the hand she had extended, as if to try and salvage the situation, and then slowly bowed her head. One by one, silent tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. Although she hadn't uttered a single line during the entire performance, she portrayed the scene of a breakup perfectly. The moment Ji-ye's tears fell, the judges acknowledged her talent. Immediately, enthusiastic applause and praise filled the room. Ji-e, having finished her performance, pulled herself out of character. She turned and bowed to everyone in the room, saying, "My performance is over." But before she could even savor the moment, the door to the audition room was suddenly pushed open. Everyone turned to look. Unfazed by the interruption, the intruder offered a casual, "Sorry." Clicking in high heels, she strode confidently over to Director Leong, leaned down, and whispered something in his ear. Director Leong looked up, casting a disdainful glance at Ji-e, then stood up and gestured for Sue-yi to come outside. The two of them, Chien-gu and Director Leong, promptly left together. Ji-e couldn't understand why Director Leong had looked at her so angrily. What had Chien-gu said to him? And why had Chien-gu left with him? Had Chien-gu said something detrimental about her? Just then, the audition room door opened again. Sue-yi walked in, addressing Ji-e directly. "I'm sorry, Miss Ji, but we've decided to revoke your audition eligibility. Please leave." The judges had clearly been moved by her performance. Her chances of passing had been high. Moreover, the role she auditioned for wasn't even a particularly important one. Just because of Chien Ji's appearance, her eligibility had been revoked. She stared at Sue-yi, wanting to ask why, but the words caught in her throat. There was a room full of people. For Chien-gu to sabotage her at the last minute, he must have come prepared. Perhaps if she argued, something even more embarrassing awaited her. With this thought, Ji-e swallowed her question. She smiled at Sue-yi, thanking him for all his help. Then, she walked gracefully towards the door, politely bowing to the judges. Ji didn't notice that the moment she turned to leave, Yi Ji-chin, who had been sitting among the judges, abruptly stood up. The sudden movement was loud enough to draw glances from several people in the audition room. He seemed oblivious, his lips pressed together as he stared at the girl's retreating figure. Only after she had calmly opened the door and disappeared from view did he kick back his chair and hurry after her. To say she wasn't annoyed and angry would be a lie. But Ji didn't want to lose her composure in front of Chien-gu. So, after leaving the audition room, she maintained a faint smile on her face. She pretended not to see Chien-gu, who was chatting and laughing with Director Leong. She walked straight towards the elevator. The elevator doors began to close. Just as they were about to shut, a slender hand reached out, stopping them. The doors opened again. Gu, who had just been talking with Director Liang, stepped inside, his demeanor arrogant. "You saw me, didn't you? Why did you just walk away without saying hello?" Ji's expression remained unchanged. She ignored him, acting as if he didn't exist. After a long moment, Ji's voice rang out again. "Ji, you don't think you're the only one who's not the same person you were 4 years ago, do you? I'm not the same either." He had seen her enter the elevator and deliberately chased after her, just to flaunt his power. He pretended not to hear him. "See, I just had a few words with Director Liang, and he immediately revoked your audition eligibility. And you can't do anything about it. You can only slink away." Gu continued, his voice leisurely. He finished with a soft, low chuckle, clearly mocking Ji's audacity. "You still want to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry? You can't even get through the door. How are you going to do that?" Ji, who had just stepped out of the elevator, stopped abruptly. A light laugh escaped her lips. She hadn't wanted to engage with him, but he was relentless. Ji thought for a moment, then slowly turned her head and gripped Ji's jaw. "You keep saying I'm not as good as you after 4 years. So why do you have to personally step in a deal with me for such a minor role? Gu, what are you really afraid of?" She leaned closer to his ear, her words measured and deliberate. "Should I say you're truly insecure? Or just pathetic? Whether it was 4 years ago or 4 years later, you've always taken me so seriously." The smile vanished from Ji's face, replaced by a chilling coldness at the corners of his lips. Ji could practically feel the venom and sharpness radiating from his eyes. After a long pause, Gu finally spoke. "I didn't expect you to still have such a sharp tongue after all these years. But then again," he continued after a 2-second pause, "aren't you curious about what I said to Director Liang?" He paused again. "I told him you were pregnant. Unwed and pregnant 4 years ago. Why would you think a director would use a nobody like you? Someone who hasn't even made a comeback and is already embroiled in scandal." So that was what Gu had told Director Liang. Ji's lips twitched slightly. She instinctively lowered her eyes. She had to admit he had presented her with a real problem. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. One day, wherever he is, that will be the peak. If he isn't at the peak, Jichin will make him the peak. All I have to do is drop a word to the right people in the industry, and everyone will naturally blacklist you. Gu, regaining control of the situation, wore a proud smirk once more. He was right. Everyone in this industry was shrewd. Even if her acting was superb, no one would dare gamble on a small-time actress with baggage. Gu stepped closer to Ji. "Your glory days are over, Ji. You're no match for me now. Not today, not ever." His voice hardened towards the end, filled with conviction, certainty, and an unshakable arrogance. Ji, who had remained silent for a long time, slowly lifted her eyelids, her gaze meeting Ji's with a quiet calmness. Suddenly, she spoke. "You think you can trap me like this? Breaking this little game of yours is simple. All I have to do is get married. Everything you've said won't have any negative impact on me. Instead, it'll create a perfect opportunity for hype. Once I have the attention, I'll release proof of the marriage and turn the tables. Wouldn't that kill 2 birds with 1 stone?" Gu clearly hadn't anticipated Ji coming up with such a counter-strategy. The smile on his face vanished once again. Ji's eyes suddenly turned cold. Her tone was light, yet edged with sharpness. "Gu, you think that car accident 3 years ago could finish me off? What could possibly stop me now, 3 years later?" The air seemed to freeze in that instant. She didn't spare Gu another glance, looking away and ignoring the volatile expressions flickering across his face. Unwilling to stay a moment longer, she turned and walked away. Gu trembled with rage. Was this even the same Ji he knew? He thought to himself that he couldn't lose face, no matter what. But before he could reach her, a large hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. He turned around. It took him a full 10 seconds to confirm he wasn't seeing things. It was Jichin, someone he hadn't seen in a very long time. He only managed to utter his name before Jichin spoke, his gaze cool. His voice was much more distant and indifferent than when he used to speak to him. "Is what you just said true? Was she really pregnant 4 years ago? After all these years, he was thinking about her, After all these years, the first thing he said was about Ge. Is that all you have to say to me after all this time? Just asking about her. Hee-jichin was clearly in a foul mood. Even after all these years, he still had the same habit, taking out a cigarette and holding it between his lips when he was upset. Yes, he answered curtly. A flicker of hope sparked in Qian Ji's heart, but it lasted less than half a second before Hee-jichin spoke again. Stay away from her. The color drained from Qian Ji's smug face. Hee-jichin, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You know I don't like hearing about her from you, yet you insist on talking about her with every word. Hee-jichin looked at him as if he just heard the funniest joke. He took 2 steps toward Qian-ge. The moment he stopped, the casual air around him vanished, replaced by an aura of pure intimidation. His voice dripped with sarcasm. You think too highly of yourself. Whether you like it or not is none of my damn business. You think I'm standing here for a friendly chat? He extinguished the cigarette between his fingers and tossed it into a nearby trash can. Stay away from her, whether you accept it or not, Hee-jichin continued. From the day you met, you've never once been better than her. One day, wherever he is, that will be the peak. If he isn't the peak, Hee-jichin, will make him the peak. Hee-jichin finished his declaration in one breath. She turned and left. He hadn't gone far when Qian-ge, who had been standing there, suddenly snapped out of his daze. Don't you want to know if she was pregnant 4 years ago? As if afraid Hee-jichin would walk away, Qian-ge blocked his path. I'll tell you now. Yes, she was pregnant, and she found out on July 20th, 4 years ago, exactly 7 weeks along. Hee-jichin, who had initially intended to walk around Qian-ge, stopped in his tracks. She slept with him on June 1st of that year. Based on the timeline, she was carrying his child. You're right. The child in her belly was yours. Qian-ge spoke as if he knew exactly what Hee-jichin was thinking. But do you know where your child went? 4 years ago, she trusted him the most. After discovering her pregnancy, she didn't dare tell her family. The first person she contacted was him. He accompanied her to the hospital. The diagnosis was an ectopic pregnancy. For her safety, the doctor immediately scheduled surgery. But there are some things he doesn't want Hee-jichin to know, because if he knew, he would only feel more heartache and guilt for that woman. The last thing he wants to see is Hee-jichin being kind to Ge. Thinking of this, Qian-ge continued, your child is dead. The moment she found out she was pregnant, she went to the hospital and scheduled an abortion. She got rid of your child. If I'm not mistaken, you gave up your place at the top university for her, right? Even your presence here today is for her, isn't it? She treats you like that. Why do you still do so much for her? Do you think she appreciates it? Or even cares? Hee-jichin, who had been frozen in place, blinked slightly as Qian-ge finished speaking, his gaze returning from the emptiness. His expression was calm, as if he hadn't heard a word Qian-ge had said. How I treat her is my business. I never expected her to appreciate it or care. With that, Hee-jichin brushed past Qian-ge and walked away. He had just said that the woman had ruthlessly aborted his child, yet Hee-jichin still protected her so fiercely. A feeling that was hard to define, somewhere between envy and resentment, instantly overwhelmed Qian-ge. He spun around, staring at Hee-jichin's retreating back. He shouted hysterically, Hee-jichin, do you think this one-sided love of yours has any meaning? You know perfectly well that if it weren't for your brother, Hee-guang, you wouldn't have even had the chance to get close to her in the first place. Hee-jichin was usually impeccable at hiding his emotions, but when he heard the words, your brother, Hee-guang, his body visibly trembled. He continued walking a short distance before stopping. The scene from 4 years ago flashed through his mind. That night, Yu-guang had told him that the cola girl he had been searching for was named Ge, and the girl he had been desperately searching for had appeared in his house, just like that. It was during morning break. He was leaning against the railing on the sports field, casually smoking a cigarette under the watchful eyes of countless passing students. He overheard a conversation between a few girls behind him. Hey, what would you do if you were out alone one night and got accosted by 2 thugs? One girl answered, call the police. Another said, scream for help. He thought to himself, so much favor. Nonsense. Just knock them out. Much easier. At that moment, the last girl answered, knock them out. He turned his head towards the voice. Who would think the same way as him? His gaze landed on a tall, elegant figure with long, flowing hair. Ever since Hee-jichin had become famous throughout Sucheng Middle School, he had seen countless beautiful girls every day. But no matter what kind of woman caught his eye, they were all like plain water unable to stir any ripples within him. Yet, this figure gave him a feeling of excitement he hadn't experienced in a long time. Before he could get a good look, Fatty, whom he had sent to buy cola, came back, drenched in sweat. Shinji, the cola you wanted. Fatty happened to block his view. He furrowed his brows. Cola my ass. Get out of the way. He abruptly shoved Fatty aside, but the figure was already gone. And so, overnight, the Su-Chang Middle School Forum, the school bulletin boards, and the broadcasting station were flooded with news about the search for Cola Girl. The message was simple: searching for Cola Girl. Female student, long hair, seen on the sports field. Handsome reward from Chunji if found. For a while, everyone in Su-Chang, not just the middle school, knew that Ijichin was looking for a girl called Cola Girl. Eventually, the Cola Girl incident even reached the school administration, who punished Ijichin and Fatty's group by making them clean the school's public restrooms for a month. But even after paying such a heavy and miserable price of cleaning toilets, Ijichin still couldn't find Cola Girl. One day, bored, he was smoking by the window opposite the restrooms. He glanced out the window, casually, and there, downstairs, he saw the familiar figure he had been searching for a whole month. Ijichin, as if by reflex, tossed the cigarette in his hand to the ground. Ignoring the shouts of Fatty and the others, he bolted for the stairs. By the time he burst out of the school building and reached the spot where Cola Girl had just been, she was gone. Standing where she had stood, a sudden wave of dejection washed over him. He'd always considered himself carefree, almost heartless. This was perhaps the first time in his life he'd experienced such a negative emotion. He stood there, lost in thought, until the repeated calls of Brother Chun from behind him snapped him back to reality. He turned to see Fatty and the rest of the toilet cleaning crew charging down the stairs, mops and brooms in hand, looking furious. Brother Chin wants to beat someone up? Beat your sister. A sullen Hee-Ji-Chin retorted silently, offering only a dismissive wave of his hand, signaling them to get back to their duties. He was going home. Confused, Shozi wondered, what's been up with Brother Chin lately? Sentimental Fatty chimed in. Isn't it because of Cola Girl? If he doesn't find her soon, I think Brother Chin might go crazy. They watched as their once night owl leader headed home. By the time he arrived, night had completely fallen. Perhaps his father had returned late. Dinner had just finished at home. The housekeeper opened the door for him. Second young master, have you had dinner yet? He was in no mood to talk, responding with a grunt and changing his slippers, ready to head upstairs. He hadn't taken 2 steps before his mother called out, Aiken, you're back. Won't you come talk to your mother before going to your room? Irritated, he flicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth and paused where he stood. I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest. Wait a moment before you go up. Come down to the dining room first. Hearing his mother's voice again, he shoved a hand in his pocket, impatience radiating from him as he sauntered towards the dining room. Just as he was about to impatiently ask what she wanted, his gaze landed on the girl sitting beside Hee-Yuguan. An old saying flashed through his mind. After wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, I find what I'm looking for without any effort. The girl he'd been searching for so tirelessly for over a month was sitting right there in his family's dining room, calmly and gracefully eating dinner. That night, he learned that the Cola Girl he had been searching for was named Ji-E, the daughter of his mother's close friend. So what if my peripheral vision is filled with you? Doesn't my name also contain your family name? He had been following Ji-E ever since she left the audition. He hadn't approached her, maintaining a discreet distance. He couldn't understand where she was going, so late at night, not heading home or back to school. Just then, the sound of children's laughter drifted from the street. He glanced over, then let out a heavy sigh. What must she have felt when she found out she was pregnant? Why was he only learning about this now? How terrified must she have been during the procedure? Did she endure it alone, hiding it from her parents? Why was she so strong, so stubborn? Exhausted from all the playing around, he finally stopped at a deserted spot, staring pensively at the surface of the lake. After a long while, he looked away and lowered his head, slowly, crouching down. Clutching a small stone, he began to draw forcefully on the ground. What was she thinking about right now? Would she think of him? He kept a deliberate distance, afraid of being discovered. But from her posture, he could vaguely make out that she seemed to be writing something on the ground. After a while, she stopped. He stared at the ground where she had been drawing, his gaze slowly drifting into a daze. Then, Hee-Ji-Chin clearly noticed her expression shift from initial calmness to profound sadness. Darkness had fallen, and all the lights around Ho-Hai had come on. She finally dropped the stone and slowly stood up. Only after she had walked quite a distance did He-Jichin approach the spot where she had been sitting. Under the dim glow of a nearby street lamp, He-Jichin made out the white scratches on the ground, etched by the stone. "My peripheral vision is filled with you." He read the 7 simple characters over and over again before finally stringing the sentence together in his mind. He didn't know how many times he silently repeated the phrase to himself. In the end, it condensed into 4 words that echoed in his heart. Peripheral vision, filled. The girl had said happily, "Brother Mamu Wang, I like this name." A gust of wind, carrying the biting chill of early winter, jolted He-Jichin from his reverie. Clenching his fists to mask his sadness and disappointment, he looked around for Ji-E. She was gone. He quickly walked in the direction she had taken, and through the glass window of a bar, he saw her tilting her head back, drinking something. He-Jichin watched her for a moment from the street, then entered the bar. The dim light blurred the faces of those present. He-Jichin nodded to the approaching waiter, gestured for a booth, and chose a secluded spot in the back, settling in with his back against the wall. It was still early, and the bar was almost empty. Aside from the male singer softly strumming his guitar and singing, there was no other sound. As he sang the line, "What I miss is talking without reservation," Ji-E seemed to be listening to the song, yet also lost in her own thoughts. He-Jichin's mind drifted far away, making him feel as if time had suddenly reversed, flowing back to a distant past. But I came back, he thought. They were both family children, yet their fates were drastically different. He had always been healthy, while He-Wang was frail and sickly. The doctor's explanation was that, during their development in the womb, one twin absorbed the vast majority of the nutrients, leaving the other with a congenital deficiency. The doctor had also said He-Wang might not live past 20. So, while he spent his childhood in the sunshine, growing up with many friends his age, He-Wang spent his in hospitals and at home, tutored by private teachers. He slowly came to understand. He had been in Suchong for over a year and had known He-Wang for just as long. Because of his rebellious nature and his habit of staying out all night, he and He-Wang had missed out on more than a year together. She called him Brother Yu-Wang, but called him Mr. He. So even if there came a day when he inadvertently saw Ji-Yi's diary, filled with entries about He-Wang, he didn't think much of it. So what if she was full of He-Wang? Didn't his name also contain her family name? The chair behind him was suddenly jolted, jarring He-Jichin out of his reverie. Perhaps because he had been immersed in the past for too long, he was momentarily disoriented. It took him a moment to remember why he was there. Then he abruptly turned his head and saw Ji-E, completely drunk, swaying as she tried to stand. She was truly intoxicated, her eyes glazed over as she stared at the waiter. He-Jichin quickly got up and went over to her, steadying her unsteady body. After settling the bill, he led her out of the bar. She could barely walk. He held Ji-E in his arms as he walked towards where he had parked his car. As they neared the parking lot, she mumbled incoherently, "I don't want to get married, but it seems like I have no choice but to get married." He-Jichin suddenly remembered the words he had spoken to Chien-Go at the film studio that afternoon. "You think you could trap me like this? Breaking this deadlock is easy." He-Jichin's strides faltered. Was she really preparing to marry to escape the predicament Chien-Go had created? A moment later, the inebriated Ji-E slurred again, "But I really don't want to get married." He-Jichin regained his composure, his expression calm as he started walking again, carefully placing her in the car. Ji-E continued to mumble, her voice now fragmented. But He-Jichin clearly heard her next words. "I have someone I want to marry. I have for many years." "I know," he thought. "I knew a long time ago about the girl you hit. She's under my protection. I warned you to stay away from her. If I ever see you trying to scheme against her again, I'll destroy you." He-Jichin turned into the He family's private cemetery. The groundskeeper recognized him and greeted him. "Second young master, everything has been arranged." He-Jichin gave a slight nod, slowly opened the car door, and stepped out, holding flowers in his hand. When the groundskeeper got a clear look at He-Jichin's face, he was startled. "Haven't you slept all night, sir?" He-Jichin had taken Ji-E home and then driven through the night to Suchong. He replied casually, "I've been too busy lately," and walked towards the depths of the cemetery. After walking for about 10 minutes, He-Jichin stopped in front of a tombstone and laid down the flowers. It took a moment for him to compose himself. "Brother," he said, "it's been a while. I've come to see you." Then he slowly raised his head and looked at the black and white photograph on the tombstone. The person in the photo wore a white shirt. His features and contours were identical to Hee Ji-chin's, indistinguishable. Hee Ji-chin raised his hand and gently touched the photograph on the tombstone, staring at it for a long time. Even though his older brother, Hee Yu-gwang, had been gone for 3 years, every time Hee Ji-chin visited his grave, a deep, heavy, and indescribable grief welled up inside him. Amidst this wave of sorrow and pain, his thoughts drifted back to that time, seamlessly connecting with the memories interrupted by Ji-e at the bar the night before. After entering high school, besides continuing his usual rebellious and arrogant behavior, he had taken up a new hobby, stalking. This new hobby began in his second month of high school. He hadn't gone home after school, instead going to the internet cafe next to the school with another girl. Coincidentally, he and Fatty were also at the same internet cafe that day. He was on the first floor, while they were on the second. He had collected cigarettes from the front desk and was slowly ambling upstairs when Hee Ji-chin caught sight of her in his peripheral vision. He instinctively stopped, turning his head to look. She sat beside another student, laughing and talking. Hee Ji-chin stared, transfixed. The white light played across her fair face, illuminating her occasional smiles, making them appear pure and exquisite. From his vantage point, he noticed that it wasn't just her who had caught his attention. A group of young thugs, emboldened by his distraction, were heading towards where Ji sat. He watched them closely, sizing her up. As one of them, Sun Jong, passed behind her, he pretended to stumble, falling against the back of her chair. Hee Ji-chin clearly saw Sun Jang's hand land on Ji's shoulder. The gesture filled him with an inexplicable disgust, a feeling of possessiveness, as if something that belonged to him was being coveted. He signaled to Fatty to bring Sun Jong upstairs. Just then, Sun Jong seemed to regain his balance, reluctantly removing his hand from Ji's shoulder. "Sorry, miss. I didn't hurt you, did I?" he asked. Fatty hurried down to Sun Jong. Back when Hee Ji-chin and Sun Jong had clashed for dominance, at Suchung Middle School, Sun Jong had always come out on the losing end. He knew Fatty was Hee Ji-chin's right-hand man, so when Fatty appeared and said, "Brother Chin wants to see you," he didn't hesitate to follow. Fatty's arms slung around his shoulders. They walked upstairs, feigning camaraderie. Unaware of what was happening, Ji watched them ascend the stairs with a puzzled expression. Less than half a minute later, Fatty and Sun Jong appeared before Hee Ji-chin. Fatty shoved Sun Jong towards Hee Ji-chin like he was presenting a prize. "Brother Chun, the guy you wanted." Sun Jong, standing beside them, spoke in a cautious, ingratiating tone. "Brother Chun, I heard you were looking for me." Hee Ji-chin ignored them both. With his head lowered, his expression was unreadable. Sun Jong slowly extended his hand, as if to shake. "If you don't mind, let's be friends." Hee Ji-chin finally looked directly at Sun Jong. Then, he grasped the hand that had just touched Ji's shoulder. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the air. Without a second thought, Hee Ji-chin raised his foot. He kicked Sun Jong in the stomach. Looking down at Sun Jong, who was still groaning on the floor, Hee Ji-chin frowned. "Keep it down. Don't let Cola Girl hear you." Suppressing his rage, he grabbed Sun Jong by the collar and dragged him closer. "Do you know why I hit you?" Sun Jong, trembling in pain, stammered that he didn't. Hee Ji-chin told him that the girl he had touched downstairs was under his protection. He warned him to stay away from her. "If I ever see you bothering her again, I'll cripple you." With that, he told him to get lost. Relieved to be dismissed, Sun Jong scrambled to his feet. Limping, he fled towards the stairs. After the incident with Sun Jong, Hee Ji-chin lost his desire to be online. He glanced downstairs. Ji and her friend were still there. The cigarette smoke from others around them caused her to occasionally cover her nose and wrinkle her brow. He turned to his underlings and ordered, "Go downstairs and move everyone around Cola Girl and her friend to the second floor. Tell them their internet fee is on me. That way, no one would dare to bother them. And put out your cigarettes. This place is smoke-free today." She hadn't realized when it had started, but whenever she was at the internet cafe, she was always surrounded by familiar faces. Later, she learned they were all Hee Ji-chin's men. He had overheard Ji-ye's innocent complaints to Hee Yu-gwang. "Yu-gwang, I think the high school courses are so hard." Her casual grumbling had spurred him to study, not for himself, but to be able to help her. She had complained to Hee Yu-gwang about her stagnant grades, and the next day, she received a thick stack of meticulously written notes. Later, Hee-jichin stumbled upon her diary while in his study. It read, "With Hee-jichin's help, my life seems to have changed a lot. Whether it's buying things at the supermarket or getting hot water in the cafeteria, I never have to wait in line. The best seats in the cafeteria are always saved for me. I never have to clean up after school or wipe the blackboard. There are always people lining up to do it for me. I never get assigned to cleaning duty." And the most unbelievable thing happened. Early October that summer, there was bad news from the neighboring school. A female student was attacked on her way home from school at night because there were no streetlights on that road. And that road, it's the road I always take home. But the day after we discussed it, streetlights miraculously appeared on that road. He didn't understand why Hee-jichin was suddenly being so nice to him. It wasn't until one day, while going downstairs to find Hee-yu-gwang, that he overheard their conversation at the bottom of the stairs. It turned out Hee-jichin was only being nice to him because Yu-gwang had asked him to. From then on, he thought Hee-jichin didn't seem so bad, not as awful as the rumors made him out to be. When his brother thanked him for taking care of Ji-e, even though he genuinely wanted to help her, he blurted out, "This is something I promised you, so I'll definitely do it." He was still annoyed that it was all because of Yu-gwang's request. Suddenly, Ji-e opened the door and came in. He was startled and quickly hid the diary and pen he was holding. Seeing Hee-jichin's panicked expression, Ji-e asked if he was peeking at her diary again. Hee-jichin hurriedly denied it, saying he was just tidying up the desk for her and Yu-gwang. Then, he changed the subject and asked her what she needed. With a smile in her eyes, the girl replied, "Today is Yu-gwang's birthday. I have a solo dance performance at the school anniversary celebration. I want to give it to Yu-gwang as a birthday present. I'm going to rehearsal now. Let Yu-gwang know when you see him." She then turned and left happily. "You know Yu-gwang and I are twins, right? You didn't even invite me. But today's my birthday too." Fatty and a few of his friends huddled together, secretly discussing a surprise for Hee-jichin. Hee-jichin pushed open the door with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. His eyes fell upon Ji-e, resplendent in her performance costume, sitting in the middle of the booth's sofa. He was momentarily stunned by her striking beauty. Her performance is in half an hour. Why is she here? But then a thought struck him. Could she actually be here for me? He was about to ask her why she was there when Ji-e, seeing him enter, abruptly stood up from the sofa, grabbed a full glass of beer from the table, and as Fatty and the others boisterously cheered, "A toast from our sister-in-law," walked slowly towards him. She splashed the beer in his face. "Hee-jichin, I really overestimated you. I thought you were at least a decent person, but I guess not. Do you think it's cool to just drag someone out of school like this?" Hee-jichin, drenched in beer, was momentarily stunned. His friends, hearing Ji-e's sharp words directed at their leader, were instantly displeased. One of them even spoke up angrily. "Say that again. Who do you think you're talking to Brother Chung like that? Do you even know?" Before the second person could finish, the silent Hee-jichin suddenly spoke, his voice chilling. "Shut up. Who brought her here?" Hee-jichin's voice was frighteningly cold. This time, Fatty obediently stepped forward, head hanging low, the bravado he'd had when fetching Ji-e completely gone. "Brother Chung, we saw her." Hee-jichin didn't listen to their explanation. He cut them off sharply. "Apologize." Unwillingly, they remained standing, unmoved. Hee-jichin roared again. "I said apologize." Only then did they turn to Ji-e and mumble apologies. Hee-jichin's expression remained grim. He waited until the last apology was uttered before stepping aside and opening the door to the booth. As Ji-e brushed past him, he said, "My brother is waiting for you over there." Ji-e coldly replied, "I know," and left without looking back. Later, Hee-jichin warned them that if anyone bothered Ji-e again, he wouldn't be lenient. He smoked for a long time that night. He thought about Ji-e, realizing with a crushing sense of despair that he had unknowingly pushed her away. After some time, he stepped out of the booth for some air. He exhaled a frustrated puff of smoke and murmured the girl's name. "Ji-e, how can I ever get close to you?" Just then, a voice reached his ears, startling him. "Do you know how painful it is when the girl you love sets you up on a date with someone else?" Hearing someone call Ji-e's name, Hee-jichin followed the sound. "Don't go. You can dance anywhere. It's rare to see you in your costume. Give us a little performance first." Seeing the scene unfolding before him, he ran over without hesitation. As they struggled, Sun Zhang suddenly shoved Ji-e, but instead of the expected pain, she landed in a warm embrace. Ji opened her eyes and looked up in surprise at He Jichin. Seeing Sun Zhang lay his hands on her had filled him with rage. He grabbed Sun Zhang by the back of his shirt as he tried to flee. His eyes blazed with a cold fire that seemed to threaten to consume everything. It seems you really haven't learned your lesson. I never warned anyone twice. He Jichin lifted his foot and kicked Sun Zhang to the ground. Sun Zhang struggled to get up, but He Jichin slammed his foot down hard on his back and spat out 2 words, "Apologize." Just then, Sun Zhang's lackeys, seeing their leader pinned beneath He Jichin's foot, grabbed bottles and lunged at him, yelling, "How dare you touch our boss? You're looking for a death wish." Before they could finish their threats, He Jichin drove his knee into one of their stomachs. A piercing, ear-splitting scream of pain followed. In the next second, the bespectacled thug launched a kick at He Jichin. He Jichin, moving with lightning speed, raised his arm to block the blow aimed at his vitals. Before the glasses-wearing thug could react, He Jichin's arm lashed out, smashing into his face, sending teeth flying. In less than half a minute, all 3 thugs lay on the ground, groaning in agony. He Jichin walked over to Ji, smoothed his ruffled hair, and asked with concern, "Are you scared?" Ji started to say no, but then saw a bottle flying towards He Jichin's head. Her breath caught in her throat. He Jichin turned. He grabbed Sun Zhang, who was trying to attack him from behind, and flung him and the bottle against the wall. The handsome young man, like a hero returning from a bloody battle, arrogant and domineering, grabbed Sun Zhang and dragged him in front of Ji. He spat out the 2 words, "Apologize." Sun Zhang reluctantly began to beg for mercy. However, Ji's eyes fell on He Jichin's injured hand. Ignoring Sun Zhang completely, she went straight to He Jichin. He Jichin froze, caught off guard as Ji took his hand. For a moment, He Jichin was speechless. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Let's look at your injury." He reminded her, "My brother is still waiting for you at the venue." But Ji was insistent. "Never mind that. Let's go to the hospital." Remembering this, a blissful smile spread across He Jichin's face. He leaned against He Guang's tombstone and murmured, "Do you know, brother? That was the first time I felt so protective. It was also the first time I felt like I had one against you. After that, we started to become closer. We went to school together every day. She started to get used to me taking care of her, but we still drifted apart. That day, Ji walked over to He Jichin, who was sleeping on his desk, and knocked. "He Jichin," she said, "I need to talk to you. Do you have time after school?" In the entire school, Ji was probably the only person who dared to disturb He Jichin's sleep. He opened his eyes. "Yeah," he said. "What is it?" "Come to the small woods behind the school after school." Without waiting for He Jichin's reply, she blushed and ran away. Those simple words made He Jichin's heart skip 2 beats. It took him a great effort to compose himself. Does she want to go on a date with me? He wondered. He Jichin went to the mall, bought a brand new outfit, and even went to a hair salon to get styled. He waited in the small woods early, thinking that maybe he was dressed a little too maturely. Then he saw someone approaching, but it wasn't Ji. It was his friend, Qiange. He Jichin, let's go watch a movie together. So, she had asked him to the woods that afternoon to set him up with Qiange. Do you know how painful it is, he thought, when a girl you love sets you up on a date with someone else? He Jichin could tolerate anything Ji did, but this was something he couldn't bear. His expression instantly turned icy. He didn't even glance at Qiange, who had clearly dressed up for the occasion, and simply walked away. After leaving, he went straight home and saw a heartwarming scene. "Guang, this is the flower tea I just made. I added honey. Try it." He pushed the door open with a loud bang, causing both of them to look up at him in unison. Ji looked surprised. "Why are you back so soon?" she asked. It would have been better if she hadn't asked. Her question ignited his fury. He strode towards Ji and gripped her shoulders tightly. "Was that fun? Don't play such stupid games again." The girl he had secretly protected and showered with affection for 2 years didn't love him. She loved his older brother, He Guang. After the incident with Qiange, Ji and I remained in a cold war. Until the night after the college entrance exams. His thoughts drifted back to his senior year. God knows how excited and joyful he had been that night. The girl he had cherished and protected for so many years finally became his. "But she mistook me for you." The name she whispered wasn't mine. It was my brother's name, Guang. God knows how satisfied I felt in that moment, even though she was with me, thinking I was him. But heaven and hell are often separated by a thin line. I dreamt of seeing the girl I loved with such a myriad of expressions, yet this side of her didn't belong to me. That night, I thought for a long time. I truly didn't know how to face her after she woke up, so I ran away. But 3 afternoons later, your phone suddenly rang. I glanced at it and saw 2 full characters on your phone screen. So, as if possessed, I picked up your phone. I already had a vague guess as to why G.E. was looking for you. I held your phone, hesitating for a moment before unlocking it. Brother Yuguang, are you free tonight? I have something to tell you. Can we meet at Luoyuan Plaza at 8 p.m. That night? I left before he woke up, so in his heart, he always believed it was he Yuguang that night. I don't know what came over me that day. I stared at the message she sent you. I stared at it for a long time before lifting my finger and typing a single word, okay. After replying, I immediately deleted the message G.E. sent you, wiping it clean. Then I put the phone back where it was. Finally, while you weren't paying attention, I snuck into your dressing room and took one of your everyday outfits. Leaving the house, I knew I shouldn't do this, but I still disguised myself as you to go to the meeting. I didn't see G.E., who was late, until 8:10. She stood in front of me, completely unaware that I wasn't the real He Yuguang. Softly, she called out, Brother Yuguang. I didn't respond. Even if the real He Yuguang were standing here, he would have responded with the same silence. So she didn't notice anything unusual. She was probably nervous, her fingers fidgeting constantly. After a while, she looked up at me, her face flushing red before she even spoke. For as many years as I've known you, I've liked you for just as long. Will you be my boyfriend? How I wanted to say, I like you too. I will. But this confession wasn't meant for me. I was on the verge of madness. I must have been insane to think of using such insulting words to hide my true feelings. I couldn't control myself any longer, so I revealed my identity. I watched as she went completely blank the moment I revealed myself. I knew she was overjoyed, thinking that night was with He Yuguang. Yet, I cruelly shattered her fantasy and wishful thinking. I desperately crushed her self-esteem. Finally, I pushed her away, because if I hadn't, you two would surely have gotten married. Then I would have spent the rest of my life living in the backdrop of your happiness. If that were the case, I'd rather die. But why was it you who died instead? At the funeral, my mother said the same thing. Why this one? The memories of that night replayed in my mind. Suddenly, a message notification sounded. Hijichin felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. He furrowed his brow slightly. It was from Tang Huahua. Hijichin, I have earth-shattering news. G.E. is going on a blind date. He hadn't expected her to move so quickly. He opened the location Tang Huahua shared. Hijichin seemed to be caught in a struggle, his brow furrowing slowly. Brother, what should I do? I made so many mistakes. Can I still be with G.E.? Brother, would you allow it? Only the whistling night wind answered him. But G.E. won't agree. He knelt on the ground in anguish. Brother, if only I could be you. The streetlights along the highway flew by, rapidly receding, as if time were flowing in reverse. His thoughts drifted back to his childhood. They were both children of the He family, but their fates were drastically different. He had been healthy since childhood, while He Yuguang was frail and sickly. The doctor's explanation was that during the twins' development, one absorbed the vast majority of the healthy nutrients, leaving the other with congenital malnutrition. He hadn't understood when he was young, but as he grew older, in middle school, he slowly realized that his health came at He Yuguang's expense. Back then, someone made fun of his brother for being mute, and he fought 4 of them at once. So he thought that perhaps if he wasn't so obedient, not so outstanding, his parents would love and dote on He Yuguang more. It was from that time that he started skipping classes, fighting, staying out all night, and becoming a delinquent. That was probably the most rebellious period of his life. Previously, Hijichin impersonated his brother, He Yuguang, to get close to G.E. However, after G left without a word 4 years ago, she didn't know that He Yuguang was no longer alive. With a nervous heart, G.E. arrived at the meeting place. As soon as she entered the cafe, she saw He Yuguang sitting by the French window. She thought to herself, after all these years, Brother Yuguang was still so gentle, like a ray of light she couldn't look away from. He stepped forward and called him, Brother Yuguang. Just like before, a gentle smile bloomed on Ji's face as she saw him. Hijichin thought, he really is drawn to my brother. She's never looked at me that way. After they sat down, Ji, surprisingly, saw a flicker of Hijichin in He Yuguang's gaze. But she quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible. How could Hijichin calmly sit down and reminisce with him? Composing herself, Ji turned to Hee Wong, her memories surfacing, and asked, as if to an old friend she hadn't seen in years, "Brother Wong, how have you been all these years?" Hee Wong nodded, tapped his phone on the table a couple of times, and slid it towards her. "Pretty good," it read. Ji smiled back. "I'm doing all right, too." Hee thought darkly. How could you be all right? You've suffered so much because of me. He realized that even in front of his brother, Ji couldn't completely let her guard down. Just as a brief silence fell between them, Ji's phone suddenly rang. She apologized to Hee Wong. "Sorry, Brother Wong, I need to take this." It was the matchmaking agency. After the man from yesterday's blind date fell through, they had already found her another match and were asking if she was free to meet this weekend. Ji cursed silently. "The volume is too loud. Brother Wong will misunderstand." Across from her, Hee upon hearing it was a matchmaking agency, was already far from calm. He told himself to relax, not to overthink. But the thought of her with another man was enough to enslave him to his emotions. He wasn't faring much better. Brother Wong isn't he Jichin, she thought. He won't misunderstand so easily. She softly replied, "Okay," into the phone. Suddenly, a sharp crack startled her. She glanced down at the words on her phone screen. "Are you dating?" Although it was Brother Wong's voice, why did his actions seem so much like Jichin's? After showing the message to Ji, Wong seemed to realize his actions were a bit extreme and his question too abrupt. He took the phone back and typed another line. "Sorry, I accidentally overheard your call." Understanding dawned on Ji, and she simply replied with a hum. Unwilling to share her embarrassing predicament with Hee Wong, she vaguely replied, "I've run into some trouble. I have to get married to resolve it." She felt a strange sense of unease. The feeling Brother Wong gave her just now was like Hee Jichin. Even though she was facing Brother Wong, her mind was filled with Hee Jichin. Hee Wong seemed to sense Ji's reluctance to elaborate and didn't press her further. He stared out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Ji snuck a glance at him. Brother Wong must be wondering how I suddenly became like this. She silently apologized in her heart. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." At that moment, Hee Jichin suddenly turned his gaze back to Ji. He wondered what she was thinking. If I proposed marriage, she would agree, wouldn't she? He didn't know when it had started, but she felt uncomfortable in front of Brother Wong. She had the urge to flee. Is it because of Hee Jichin? Or is it because I left without saying goodbye all those years ago? After all, I've already with his brother. The thought was almost too much to bear. So she spoke, "Brother Wong, I have something to do. Shall we meet again another time?" Just as she finished speaking, Hee Wong pushed his phone towards her. She looked down. "Ji, if you need someone to marry, please consider me." She fell silent. Marrying Brother Wong. It was a scenario she had fantasized about countless times in her youth. But now, with it so close, she couldn't quite describe how she felt. Hee Wong waited quietly for her answer. Will she agree? He hoped she would, yet he also longed for her refusal. If only it were me, Hee Jichin, who could marry her. He finally married the girl he loved, but in the name of the man she loved. Even though only he knew the truth of this marriage. Even though they would still have to divorce when she asked his brother to end it, their names would at least be bound together under the protection of the law. This kind of marriage of convenience was truly suitable for her, and time was of the essence. If she hesitated any longer, the casting for both films would be finalized. Most importantly, Hee Wong was someone she knew well. She didn't have to worry about any danger marrying him. He couldn't sleep that night. She tossed and turned in bed, agonizing over the decision. Although she felt she no longer deserved Brother Wong, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. In the end, she agreed to Hee Wong's proposal. He took her to a photo studio to have their pictures taken, got her electronic signature, and then told her he had already contacted the Sioux City Civil Affairs Bureau and that she could go back alone to get the marriage certificate. The He family was so influential in Sioux City that it wasn't difficult to arrange for the marriage certificate to be issued without her being physically present. Moreover, it saved her the trouble of asking for leave from school and making a trip to Sioux City. Therefore, after seeing Hee Wong's message, Ji handed over her household registration booklet to him without any suspicion or hesitation, entrusting him with the entire process. 5 days later, Ji received a package sent from Sioux City. Inside, besides the household registration booklet she had given to Hee Wong, there was also a red marriage certificate. Opening it, the first thing she saw was a photo of herself and Hee Wong. Below, the name Hee Wong was printed. Ji stared at the marriage certificate for a moment. She picked up her phone and took a picture of the marriage certificate, sending it to Hee Wong. It was a long while before she received a reply. Mom and Dad aren't in the country right now. When they return, you can come back to Sioux City to see them. Her marriage had originally been a way to break free from the predicament Xiangu had put her in. This was good. It saved her from having to explain things to his parents. Perhaps by the time He Yu Wang's parents returned, her agreement with He Yu Wang would already be over. Thinking this, Ji typed a quick reply on her phone. I understand. He Yu Wang, or rather, He Jichen, on He Yu Wang's phone, saw Ji's reply but didn't respond. Instead, his gaze fell to the desk where 3 open marriage certificates lay. The photos on the certificates were all identical, but the names beneath them were different. The leftmost certificate read He Yu Wang and Ji. The remaining 2, however, read He Jichen and Ji. The corners of He Jichen's lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Yet, in his eyes, a deep, impenetrable sadness welled up. He would never have imagined that the marriage certificate Ji received was a forgery he'd paid 500 for, while the 2 certificates in front of him, bearing his name and Ji's, were the genuine articles, legally obtained from the Civil Affairs Bureau. With this thought, He Jichen slowly reached out, his fingertips tracing over and over the image of his own face. He had finally married the girl he loved, but in the name of the man she loved. The night she received the marriage certificate, Ji contacted Director Liang's assistant, Su Yi. She didn't beat around the bush, directly laying her cards on the table, asking him if someone had heard rumors about her past. Su Yi didn't seem surprised, countering with a question, is it true? Ji didn't try to hide anything and openly admitted it. With the truth revealed, Su Yi, on the other end of the line, actually seemed relieved. Ji then told Su Yi about how she hadn't had a miscarriage, but an ectopic pregnancy, and that she was now married. Ji's audition had been near perfect, and now that she was married, Qianji's attempts to smear her reputation posed less of a threat. Shortly after hanging up, Su Yi called her back, informing her that he had relayed the information to Director Liang. Director Liang had decided to give her the role of Xiao Jiao and asked her to be on set at 7 a.m. the next morning. So, it was true. Someone had intervened. At her most desperate and helpless moment, a lifeline had been thrown. On set, as the filming start time approached and Ji still hadn't appeared, Director Zheng was furious with Su Yi. Opportunities are never given to those who are not punctual. Su Yi wasn't the only one worried. He Jichen was also anxious. He glanced at his wristwatch. At this hour, why hadn't she arrived? He suddenly became restless. Although he had been staying with the film crew, thanks to Tang Huahua, he had been kept informed of Ji's daily routine. His phone suddenly vibrated with a ding-dong. It was a message from Tang Huahua. He Jichen, Xiao, he left the dorm around 5 o'clock this morning, and Linya followed her out. I want to tell you right away, but I accidentally fell back asleep. He Jichen immediately grasped the key point. Linya? Hadn't she moved out? Why was she back in the dorm? Ji being late to the set had to be connected to Linya somehow. Thinking quickly, he told the director that the actress playing Xiao Jiao might have had an unexpected emergency. The director asked how he knew, and He Jichen replied that he was friends with her roommate. He then asked the director if they could film other scenes first, while he went to check on what was happening. After all, besides Ji, they couldn't find a more suitable actress for the role of Xiao Jiao. Seeing the director agree, He Jichen turned and hurried away. His pace quickened into a run. Ji still hadn't arrived at the set, and it had to be related to Linya. Linya had held a grudge ever since the incident at the hot spring resort. He didn't know which taxi Ji had taken, and it was unlikely she would be abducted by a colluding driver. That meant Linya could only have acted on campus. In other words, Ji might not have even left the school grounds yet. With this thought, He Jichen pulled open the car door and slid inside. He fastened his seatbelt and slammed on the accelerator, speeding towards the campus. Linya, having witnessed Ji being dragged into the abandoned teaching building by 2 young men, had returned to the dorm. Humming a tune, she wiped her handbag over and over. She thought about how Ji had humiliated her at the hot spring resort. Now, Ji could only blame herself for having her role stolen. Once she landed this role, she could pay off the loan for this bag. The thought brought a gleeful chuckle to Linya's lips, her eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction. The next moment, the dorm door was suddenly kicked open with a violent bang. Linya's fingers twitched in fright. She looked up angrily towards the doorway, ready to yell, "Are you crazy?" but the words died in her throat as she saw He Jichin stride into the room. The words he was about to speak caught in his throat. Staring at He Jichin, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, he froze. He Jichin's stride didn't falter, heading straight towards Linya. Only then did he snap out of it, addressing He Jichin in a hushed voice. "Mr. He?" He didn't even manage to finish his greeting before He Jichin suddenly reached out, grabbing his arm and pulling him up. He instinctively gasped, but before he could catch his breath, He Jichin's voice, icy and menacing, rained down on him. "Where is he? Where are you hiding him?" Linya shuddered, his eyes widening in sudden realization. Could He Jichin be asking about? His lips trembled. He just managed to stammer out a single word. What? He Jichin's expression turned utterly glacial. "Don't play dumb with me. I don't have the patience to waste time here. I'm asking you, where have you taken G.E.?" He Jichin's aggressive approach had startled the occupants of the neighboring dorm rooms. Several people came out to see what the commotion was about. All the color drained from Linya's face. But his plan with Qiangu had been flawless. No one else knew about it. How could He Jichin know that Ji's disappearance had anything to do with him? Could it be a guess? He hesitated for a moment before stammering, "I don't know." "Mr. He, what are you talking about?" He Jichin's gaze shifted from cold to furious. He snatched the bag from Linya's hand. He swiftly pushed open the window. By the time Linya reacted, the bag was dangling precariously in midair. His hands clawed at the air, desperately trying to grasp the bag for some sense of security. Tears streamed down his face. He Jichin seemed oblivious, his voice still dangerously low. "I'll say it one more time. I want to know where he is. Just tell me what I want to know. If you dare utter another meaningless word." Linya burst into tears. I'll tell you. He's in the abandoned teaching building." Before Linya could finish, He Jichin, now knowing Ji's location, tossed the bag aside without another word. He strode purposefully towards the dorm room door. The door was open, and several people standing outside had witnessed the scene. Whispers rippled through the otherwise quiet hallway, everyone discussing what had just transpired. What happened? It seems like Linya locked G.E. up somewhere. Why would Linya do that to G.E.? They're in the same dorm. That's a bit much, isn't it? Linya, shaken and looking like he'd lost his soul, slammed the door shut, cutting himself off from the pointing fingers and the murmuring voices in the hallway. He didn't know how long he had been trapped there. Although he couldn't see the time, judging by the height of the sun, it must have been almost 7 a.m. Was he truly unable to step foot back into the entertainment industry again? The ropes chafing against his wrists were raw and bloody. He didn't want to give up, but with every movement, a searing pain shot through his wrists, making him shudder. Sunlight streamed through the window, slowly shifting across the room. As it touched Ji's face, the determined glint in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of grief and despair. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the classroom door. Ji's heart leaped in his chest. He watched as the previously intact door crashed to the ground. Suppressing his rising panic, his gaze slowly traveled upwards. Long, straight legs, a perfectly sculpted jawline. Ji's gaze lingered for a moment before continuing upwards. A familiar, handsome face came fully into view. It was He Jichin. Why was it him? Ever since 4 years ago, when he learned that it had been He Jichin, not He Yu Guang, with him that night before the college entrance exams. Coupled with the night he'd gone to confess to He Yu Guang, only to have He Jichin appear and cruelly reject him. Every encounter since then had left him feeling stiff and uneasy in He Jichin's presence. He Jichin glanced at Ji's bound hands and feet for barely a second before crouching down and lifting him up. Ji was surprised. He Jichin, how did you know I was here? He Jichin gently peeled the tape from Ji's mouth before starting to untie the ropes binding his wrists. The action brought them close together. Ji inadvertently noticed beads of sweat trickling down He Jichin's pale neck and disappearing beneath his shirt. He swallowed hard, then turned to look at He Jichin's slightly bowed head. He wondered what He Jichin had been through to be sweating so profusely. Even a few strands of hair on his forehead were damp, and droplets of sweat traced a path down his brow. Before his fingers even touched Ji's wrists, his gaze fell upon the blood staining the ropes. Only then did he fully register the raw, chafed skin where the ropes had bitten into Ji's wrists, the blood still welling up. He Jichin's fingertips trembled slightly, and his already cool expression grew even colder. He froze for a moment. Then, suppressing the wave of remorse and distress that washed over him, he continued. Hee-ji-chun's fingertips landed on the rope binding Ji-Yi's wrists, his movements subtle. His expression remained cool and indifferent, yet the pressure of his fingers untying the knots was feather-light, almost tender. Discarding the rope, Hee-ji-chun immediately took Ji-Yi's hand, his gaze fixed on the chafed skin at the wrists. Years ago, back in Sioux City's first high school, during the period when Hee-ji-chun and Ji-Yi were closest, physical contact wasn't unheard of. Even now, Ji-Yi could still vividly recall a hiking trip during a high school reunion. He had sprained his ankle on the way down, much like 5 years ago. Back then, they were still friends. But ever since that incident 4 years ago, when he had cruelly insulted Hee-ji-chun, every encounter, every moment of proximity had left him feeling inexplicably stiff and awkward. So now, with Hee-ji-chun suddenly holding his hand, Ji-Yi instinctively pulled away. Hee-ji-chun's eyes fell to his now empty palm. A lump formed in his throat, a strange mix of sadness and frustration welling up inside him. He glanced up at Ji-Yi, whose gaze quickly dropped to the floor. The expression on Ji-Yi's face was strained, and his voice, when he finally spoke, was stiff and distant. "Thank you," he murmured. Ji-Yi's mind was still on the role of Xiao-Jio. Having been rescued, he offered his thanks to Hee-ji-chun. When Hee-ji-chun didn't respond, he added, "I have some other matters to attend to, so I'll be going now." He had barely risen to his feet when he stumbled, and Hee-ji-chun quickly reached out to steady him. Ji-Yi turned to look at him. He owed Hee-ji-chun a great deal for this. Hee-ji-chun slowly released his grip. Ji-Yi, however, took several steps back. "I'm truly grateful for your help. If you don't mind, I'd like to treat you to a meal sometime as a token of my gratitude." The words were out before Ji-Yi realized his mistake. Hee-ji-chun had told him not to appear before him again. He quickly added, "But don't worry, I won't show up. I'll ask." Ji-Yi's mind raced. He thought of their mutual high school classmates. "I'll ask Lita to treat you to dinner on my behalf." The words tumbled out in a rush. Hee-ji-chun, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. "No need. I don't need your pity, and you don't need to thank me. I only came here because I happened to learn that Linya had trapped you here. Besides, if it weren't for me, Linya might not have treated you this way in the first place. I don't want rumors spreading about you being bullied because of me. And remember, knowing someone's face doesn't mean you know their heart. Being wary of others is the most basic survival skill. If you can't even handle something like this, how can you possibly make it in the entertainment industry?" Hee-ji-chun's words, while true, were delivered with a sting. Ji-Yi instinctively clutched at his shirt. Seeing Ji-Yi's reaction, Hee-ji-chun's mood darkened further. "Didn't you say you had something urgent to attend to? I'll take you there." As Ji-Yi bent to pick up his bag, he jostled the wound on his wrist. Hee-ji-chun clearly saw him bite his lip, his brow furrowed in pain. Hee-ji-chun felt a pang of sympathy, but before he could react, Ji-Yi had already fled, his footsteps unsteady. Hee-ji-chun was left alone in the dusty, abandoned classroom. He hadn't wanted things to turn out this way. When he saw Ji-Yi pull his hand away, when he heard the words he spoke, he had truly tried to control his temper. But in the end, he couldn't hold back. "Hee-ji-chun, how much further are you going to push him away because of your pride and resentment?" When Ji arrived at the film set, it was deserted. He took out his phone and checked the time. It was almost 8 p.m. He was an hour late. He was probably going to lose the role of Xiao-Jio for good. Just then, Soo-Yi walked over, calling his name in surprise. Ji-Yi turned to face him. "Soo-Ji," he said, then lowered his head to apologize. But Soo-Yi cut him off. The director moved Xiao-Jio's scenes to the afternoon. "Come with me later to sign the contract and prepare for makeup." Ji-Yi was stunned. "The director isn't disappointed in me? You should thank the assistant director. He's the one who explained the situation and convinced them to wait for you. Don't disappoint them." With that, Soo-Yi turned and left. Ji-Yi wondered who the assistant director was. Could it be the incredibly talented young man he had just been admiring in his mind? Could it have been Hee-ji-chun? After finishing his makeup, Ji-Yi carefully tended to the wound on his wrist. Worried that the bandages would be visible during filming, he asked the stylist for a wide jade bracelet to conceal them. Dressed in his costume, Ji-Yi examined himself in the mirror. Satisfied, he found an empty dressing room and began to review the script. Behind him, two young women dressed as palace maids were whispering. "Did you hear? The reason our scene was moved from morning to afternoon was because of the assistant director." "Really? That incredibly demanding assistant director? Why would he suddenly change things?" I heard this assistant director is Director Zhang from that TV series, Encounter. No wonder. I was wondering why Director Liang would suddenly choose such a young director as his assistant. Turns out he is quite the background. Their conversation caught Ji Yi's attention. Encounter? Was that the award-winning drama from the beginning of the year, the one with such a unique filming style? More than that, you might not believe this, but our assistant director hasn't even graduated from university yet. Ji Yi, though her expression remained calm, felt a jolt of surprise. She hadn't expected the creator of such a profound work like Encounter to be such a young prodigy. Lost in thought, Ji Yi was startled by a voice at the door. "Everyone get ready. We're about to start filming." She quickly snapped back to attention, grabbed her script, and hurried to the set with the other actors. As Director Liang explained the scene to the lead actress and Ji Yi, a production assistant rushed over. "Director, he has arrived." A chorus of greetings echoed through the set. "Hello, Director He." Ji Yi, still engrossed in her script, didn't look up. He Ji-chin, his face impassive, acknowledged the greetings and walked towards the monitor in front of Director Liang. He pulled back a chair with one hand and sat down with casual elegance. "Let's begin," Director Liang announced through a megaphone. "Places everyone. Action." Ji Yi quickly immersed herself in the role. The more she got into character, the smoother the filming became. The subsequent scenes were almost all completed in single takes. Just then, heavy rain began to fall. Because of the half-day delay earlier, the final scene, Xiao Jio's suicide in the rain, driven by love turned to hate, was moved forward. He Ji-chin watched Ji Yi's back. After what she had endured that morning, he worried about her having to film in the rain. He wondered if she could handle it. Shortly after filming began, the rain soaked Ji Yi's wrist, reopening her wound. Blood began to seep through the bandage. Worried that the blood would be visible on camera, Ji Yi momentarily forgot her lines, resulting in the first NG of the day. After everything was reset, Ji Yi began the second take. Determined to hide the wound, she deviated from the script. Instead of following the prescribed action, Ji Yi plunged the prop knife into her chest. The pre-prepared blood packet burst, splattering vividly. She collapsed to the ground. The blood from her wound mingled with the prop blood, effectively concealing the bandage. Though she forced herself to stay in character, her performance was undeniably affected, preventing her from reaching her full potential. Director Liang and He Ji-chin watched from the monitor. "Although it wasn't according to the script, the effect is quite good," Director Liang commented. "But I think Xiao Jio could be even more expressive. Let's do it again." He Ji-chin noticed not only the blood on Ji's hands, but also a thin trickle of red seeping from beneath her jade bracelet. He realized she had deviated from the script to hide her injury. He was struck by the severity of the wound. Why hadn't she informed the crew? And why had she allowed herself to be exposed to the rain? Director Liang started to call for another take. "Prepare for the third." Before he could finish, He Ji-chin, who had been silent until now, interrupted. "It's good enough." Director Liang looked at him, confused, but He Ji-chin called cut. He looked up sharply at the sound of his voice. He Ji-chin's gaze met hers. He was the assistant director. "If pretending to be He Yu-guang will make you lower your guard completely, then I'm willing to imitate him perfectly." He Ji-chin maintained a calm facade, as if he hadn't noticed her recognition. "I've reviewed the performance," he said evenly. "There are no issues. Post-production can handle the rest." Director Liang, hearing this, didn't press the matter. With that scene finished, filming for the day wrapped up, Ji Yi wondered if He Ji-chin had just intervened on her behalf. As He Ji-chin walked past her, she instinctively lowered her head. He didn't pause, moving on to hold an umbrella for another actor. Back in her room, Ji Yi received a text message from Yu Guangji. "I'm flying to Beijing tonight at 8 o'clock. If you're free, let's meet at home." He Yu Guang had given her a key, and this would be her first time visiting his apartment. He felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. Even though they were legally married, it was a marriage of convenience. The thought made him incredibly nervous. 2 consecutive days of filming, coupled with the pain in his wrist, left Ji Yi feeling utterly exhausted. He was truly tired. He didn't wait for He Yu Guang to return. Instead, he drifted off to sleep on the sofa. Having endured 2 rain-soaked scenes in the frigid weather that afternoon, G.E. began to break out in a cold sweat, just as the discomfort became unbearable and he was on the verge of whimpering. He felt a hand rest on his forehead, and then he was enveloped in a warm embrace. Dazed, G.E. reached out blindly, his fingers grasping at nothing. Then, he sank into the soft embrace of a bed, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. He was lifted slightly, and he vaguely felt a soft pressure against his lips, but his mouth tasted bitterly of medicine. Hee-ji-chin only pulled away reluctantly after ensuring the medicine had been swallowed. But in the next instant, G.E. wrapped his arms around Hee-ji-chin's neck and pressed his lips against his. Hee-ji-chin's body stiffened. Did G.E. even know what he was doing? After a long moment, he gently laid G.E. back down on the bed and tucked him in. He turned to leave, but G.E. clutched his wrist. "Don't leave me," he murmured. Hee-ji-chin looked back at him. This fool never knew how to take care of himself. He fetched medicine and redressed G.E.'s injured wrist. But then, inexplicably, G.E. began to cry. Hee-ji-chin gently stroked G.E.'s cheek, his touch soothing. "Do you know how much your tears frighten me?" he whispered. "You're always like this. A single tear is enough to shatter my defenses." Through the haze of fever, G.E. heard the rustling sounds of someone gathering belongings. Then came the sound of retreating footsteps. Perhaps the medicine had finally taken effect, because G.E. fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. When he awoke, it was already midday. He blinked, staring at the bright, almost blinding sunlight streaming through the window for a moment before he fully came to his senses. He had arranged to meet He Yu-gwang at his apartment last night, but he had fallen asleep before He Yu-gwang returned. Then he must have developed a fever. Through the fog of illness, he remembered someone caring for him. In his dreams, someone had been feeding him medicine. G.E. sat up and noticed the fresh bandage on his wrist. So, last night hadn't been a dream after all. This was He Yu-gwang's apartment. So, the person who had taken care of him all night was Yu-gwang. Lost in thought, G.E. went downstairs. The living room was empty. He Yu-gwang wasn't home. Before the thought could fully form in his mind, he saw Yu-gwang bustling about in the kitchen. He stared, momentarily disoriented. When had Yu-gwang learned to cook? When they were younger, they saw each other almost every day. Back then, due to his poor health, Yu-gwang wasn't allowed to so much as enter the kitchen, let alone cook. Yu-gwang, Hee-ji-chin, who was in the kitchen, turned at the sound of G.E.'s voice. G.E. froze. He felt his heart skip a beat. Hee-ji-chin walked towards him and reached out as if to touch G.E.'s forehead, but G.E. instinctively flinched back. He won't let his guard down around me until he's sure I'm He Yu-gwang, Hee-ji-chin thought, withdrawing his hand. He pulled out his phone and typed a message, then showed it to G.E. "I just wanted to check if your fever had broken." G.E. mumbled, embarrassed. "It has. Yu-gwang, thank you for taking care of me last night." By the time he had finished washing up and returned, the food was already laid out on the dining table. "Yu-gwang, this is delicious, especially for your first time cooking. If pretending to be Yu-gwang will make you lower your guard around me," Hee-ji-chin thought, "then I'm willing to play the part flawlessly." After they had eaten, Hee-ji-chin redressed G.E.'s wrist again. Just then, G.E.'s phone, which was lying on the coffee table, buzzed. He glanced at it. It was a message from Tang Hua Xiao Yi. "Your favorite author, Chun Wei-wan's novel, 3,000 Kisses, is going to be adapted into a drama." Engrossed in the message, G.E. didn't notice Hee-ji-chin looking at his phone screen. If G.E. knew that the drama was being produced by his company, and that he was the director, he would probably refuse to be a part of it. Excited by the news, G.E. quickly opened his browser and searched for the news Tang Hua had mentioned. A Godmaker, a decade-long best-selling classic, adapted into a drama. The topic was already trending at #1 on Weibo. Fans were already in a frenzy, some begging for the adaptation to be scrapped, others speculating about the casting. Some were even holding their own polls, voting on which actors would be best suited for each role. G.E. scrolled through the related Weibo posts, gleaning only scraps of useful information. The drama, 3,000 Feet, was being produced by a new film and television company called YC. However, there was no contact information for the company anywhere online. This meant that even if he wanted to audition, he couldn't reach anyone involved. As G.E. idly browsed, He Yu-gwang handed him his phone. "Are you interested in 3,000 Feet?" he asked. He didn't seem bothered that He Yu-gwang had seen what he was looking at on his phone. The novel is very popular, he replied, and the author, Chun Wei-won, has a huge following. It's a good opportunity for me right now. Hearing his response, Ji-chin typed something on his phone, his fingers hovering over the screen. He pressed a couple of keys, then stopped. If Ji knew that the drama was being produced by his company and that he was the director, he might give up on the role. Ji-chin hesitated for a moment, deleted what he had typed, and changed it to, "I'm sure you can land a role." Ji just smiled faintly, assuming it was just a casual question from Hyuk-won. Ji-chin didn't linger, getting up and leaving the living room. Watching his retreating figure, Ji had a strange feeling. He felt like something about Hyuk-won had changed, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Upon returning to his study, Ji-chin immediately contacted Chun Wei-won and recommended Ji. Not long after, Ji received a call from an unknown number. He answered hesitantly, and a gentle female voice came through. It was Chun Wei-won. Hearing her voice, he was momentarily stunned. Chun Wei-won explained that someone had recommended him. "I've seen your previous work, and I think your temperament is a good fit for the second female lead in 3,000 Feet, which I'm about to start filming." Chun Wei-won spoke at a measured pace, and Ji's mind struggled to keep up. Chun Wei-won, the author of 3,000 Feet, personally called me to offer me the second female lead? He could hardly process it. "The director and investors are having a get-together tonight," Chun Wei-won continued, "and I'd like to finalize the casting before I fly out of the country tomorrow. Would you be available to come and sign the contract directly?" Ji agreed without hesitation. "Could you tell me the address and time?" he asked. After hanging up, Ji wondered who had recommended him to Chun Wei-won. The only person who knew he wanted to be in 3,000 Feet was Hyuk-won, and his younger brother, Ji-chin, was now in the film industry. It was perfectly plausible he knew people in the business. So it was Hyuk-won who recommended me. Wanted to make a good impression on the production team. Ji arrived at the appointed place early. To his surprise, Chun Wei-won and the others were already there. Ji politely extended his hand to greet Chun Wei-won. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she led him to his seat. "Have you read the script?" she asked. Ji nodded. "The female lead will be here soon. You could get acquainted with her first. If everything goes well, we can sign the contract." Ji hadn't expected to meet the female lead that evening and felt a flicker of anticipation. After a while, the door to the private room opened. Before he could turn to see who it was, a familiar female voice rang out. "Sorry I'm late. The traffic was terrible." Ji couldn't believe that for his second project back in the entertainment industry, he would be working on the same set as Chien-gu. Just as Ji was looking forward to meeting the female lead, the door to the private room opened. Chien-gu apologized for being late due to traffic. Ji froze. Someone in the room joked, "The female lead is here. She'll have to drink 3 glasses of wine as a penalty." Seeing Chien-gu, Ji inwardly sighed. What a small world. He was even more surprised that his second project back in the entertainment industry would be with her. Chien-gu calmly greeted everyone in the room. Her gaze fell on Ji, and she paused, quickly regaining her composure. She walked over to him and, as if they were old friends, said with feigned surprise, "Xiao Yi, long time no see." Chun Wei-won looked at them in surprise. "You know each other?" Chien-gu replied, "We were high school classmates." Then, looking at Ji, she asked, "Xiao Yi, how have you been all these years?" Ji felt a wave of nausea, but in front of everyone, he had to play along with her act of sisterly affection. He forced a smile. "It's been a while," he replied. "I've been doing pretty well." Despite his inner reluctance to have anything to do with Chien-gu for the sake of the production and his own image, he maintained a strained smile. Ji smile widened. She then turned to Chun Wei-won. "Xiao Yi is also part of our cast." Chun Wei-won replied. Ji is the second female lead. Chien-gu looked astonished, but he quickly regained his composure, praising Chun Wei-won's discerning eye. Chien-gu, while seemingly sincerely complimenting Ji's acting, glanced at him, expressing his delight at being in the same production. Ji seemed genuinely pleased. "I'm also very happy. I was initially nervous about my performance, but seeing you here has put me at ease." Half an hour into the dinner, the head seat remained empty. Ji-e was puzzled, wondering who the seat was reserved for. Chien-gu couldn't believe that someone like Ji-e, with his contrived persona, had managed to join such an important production. He found it utterly perplexing. While mingling, Chien-gu quietly whispered to Mr. Lin, the investor seated beside him. He then raised his glass, apologized to everyone, and excused himself. After leaving the private room, a flawless smile spread across Chien-ji's face. The smile, however, instantly turned icy. Emerging from the elevator into the deserted parking lot, he pulled out his phone and impatiently dialed a number. The moment the call connected, Chien-gu lashed out. Xiao, what were you thinking? When you were pushing for Ji-e to be cast in this drama, didn't you bother to check who the second female lead was? You know how popular he was 3 years ago. We went through so much trouble to bring him down. But this time, there's that lecherous Mr. Lin among the investors. I've already subtly recommended Ji-e to him. Knowing Ji-e, he'll definitely refuse. Then, that old pervert in his fury will definitely kick him out of the pro. Chien-ji's words were cut short as his wrist was suddenly seized in a vice-like grip. Seeing He-ji-chen, he flinched, his phone clattering to the ground. He-ji-chen demanded to know if what he'd just overheard was true. Chien-gu stammered, bewildered by He-ji-chen's sudden appearance. The next moment, He-ji-chen pressed him further. You were actively promoting Ji-e to Lin Jing-e? His icy tone brought Chien-gu back to his senses, surprised that He-ji-chen knew Mr. Lin was Lin Jing-e. Before Chien-gu could process his confusion, He-ji-chen, growing impatient with his silence, tightened his grip on his wrist. He then abruptly shoved Chien-gu aside. You're treating him like a woman? He-ji-chen loomed over him, a flicker of anger in his eyes. This is the first time I've encountered someone so shameless. You slander and defame without even blinking. It dawned on Chien-gu. He-ji-chen had deliberately arranged for both him and Ji-e to be in the same production. He intended for Chien-gu to return everything he had gained by stepping on Ji-e bit by bit. He-ji-chen's eyes held a mixture of disdain and mockery. This is truly the first time I've met someone as shameless as you, he repeated, his gaze fixed on Chien-ji's pale face. His words, delivered without hesitation, pierced Chien-gu like icy shards. Chien-gu was speechless, his relentless pronouncements cutting him to the core. Whether you were a nobody 3 years ago or the glamorous best actress you are now, deep down, you've always believed yourself inferior to Ji-e. And you relentlessly schemed against him, slandering him. You think you're rising by stepping on him, but you forget that defamation is also a form of admiration. Whether 3 years ago or now, I've always protected him. He-ji-chen's words stung Chien-gu deeply, but He-ji-chen showed no sign of stopping. Not everyone in this industry has to make the kind of sacrifices you do, he continued. Ji-e has talent, courage, dreams, and a future. His stage is far bigger than this, and I will do everything in my power for him. At this, He-ji-chen turned, a sharp glint in his eyes. The reason you and Ji-e are both in this production is because I arranged it. I want you to return everything you took from him, piece by piece. Chien-ji's eyes widened. The trap had been laid from the very beginning, waiting for him to fall in. He-ji-chen had orchestrated this entire elaborate scheme for Ji-e. He was right. Ji-e was simply born with better luck. Because of He-ji-chen, he didn't need to navigate the complexities of relationships and play both sides like he did. Staring at He-ji-chen's retreating figure, Chien-gu was consumed by jealousy. He loved him, had always loved him. Yet, He-ji-chen loathed him, all for another man. A wave of intense resentment and imbalance washed over Chien-gu, his emotions spiraling out of control. Just as He-ji-chen stepped into the elevator, Chien-gu suddenly yelled, He-ji-chen, you were so affected by his car accident 3 years ago that you did that, staining your own life. But he doesn't even know. You say I'm pathetic? I think you're even more pathetic. No, scratch that. You're tragic. He-ji-chen, who had remained largely impassive throughout Chien-ji's outburst, froze at his last words, his finger hovering over the elevator's closed button. He then turned and strode back towards Chien-gu. You didn't mention it, so I almost forgot. The day Ji-e auditioned for Wang Cheng's role, you and Lin trapped him in the abandoned school building, didn't you? He-ji-chen snatched the car keys from Chien-ji's hand, pressed the lock button, and in the next instant, grabbed Chien-ji's arm, flung open the car door, and shoved him inside. To make things even worse for Ji-e, he said, I'll collect what you owe him tonight. He-Jichin slammed the car door shut, locking Qian-Go inside. Ignoring Qian-Go, frantically beating against the window from within, He-Jichin turned and walked away without a flicker of emotion. You should also experience what it feels like to have your own tricks used against you, he said, his voice cold. He-Jichin returned to the private room. After making his rounds of greetings, he noticed Ji Yi's absence. A prickle of unease ran through him. He asked Lunan why he didn't see the female lead and the second female lead. Lunan told him that Qian-Gu had left due to some urgent matter, and Ji Yi had probably gone to the restroom. Then, Lunan's gaze settled on the empty seat beside He-Jichin. "Isn't Mr. Lin back yet?" he asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Qian-Ji's words from the parking lot suddenly echoed in He-Jichin's mind. A terrible premonition gripped him. He abruptly stood up, his sudden movement drawing the attention of everyone in the room. "What's wrong?" someone asked, puzzled. He-Jichin ignored them, kicking back his chair and striding out of the room. "Ji Yi, don't you dare be in trouble," he prayed silently. This creepy older man had lured a woman into a private room, intending to force himself on her. Just at the critical moment, another man appeared. The older man, startled, mistakenly thought they were together. But in reality, the newcomer was there to rescue her. A short while ago, Ji Yi, attending the dinner party for the 3,000 Feet drama crew, had excused himself to use the restroom. He heard someone call his name. It was Lin Jingyi, one of the main investors for the dinner. Ji Yi politely responded, wondering what the man wanted. Lin Jingyi said he wanted to discuss something about 3,000 feet and suggested they find a quieter place to talk. Though slightly suspicious, Ji Yi agreed, thinking he could handle whatever came up. They settled in the lounge area of the private rooms. Lin Jingyi commented on the challenging nature of the second female lead role, asking Ji Yi if he felt capable of handling it. Ji Yi assured him he would dedicate himself to the role. Lin Jingyi offered him a drink. Ji Yi accepted, a sense of wariness creeping into his mind. He tried to remain polite, careful not to offend the investor. He knew that in the entertainment industry, he needed the support of investors and couldn't afford to alienate them. Ji Yi initially assumed Lin Jingyi simply wanted to discuss 3,000 feet. However, as Lin Jingyi edged closer, Ji Yi realized something was amiss. Lin Jingyi began making inappropriate comments, feigning drunkenness and bumping into Ji Yi. Instinctively, Ji Yi tried to move away, but Lin Jingyi reacted faster, grabbing Ji Yi's shoulder and whispering something unpleasant in his ear. The realization of the situation hit Ji Yi, but he knew he couldn't show his anger. He pretended not to hear and tried to pull away, saying he needed to return to the others. But Lin Jingyi had no intention of letting him go, tightening his grip on Ji Yi's wrist. He sneered, "Don't play coy with me. I know what kind of person you are. You're just putting on an act to get more benefits, aren't you?" Disgust flashed in Ji Yi's eyes. He wrenched his hand free and tried to leave. But Lin Jingyi grabbed him again, throwing him back onto the sofa. He scoffed, "How much do you want?" Before Ji Yi could react, Lin Jingyi was on top of him, tearing at his clothes. Ji Yi struggled instinctively. Lin Jingyi's attempts were thwarted, and he flew into a rage, tightening his grip. He hurled insults at Ji Yi, threatening him and reminding him that he was the main investor in 3,000 feet. He told Ji Yi to be smart and cooperate. Having never been so humiliated, Ji Yi slapped Lin Jingyi hard across the face. The man was stunned for a moment, then erupted in fury. He cursed, grabbing Ji Yi's hair. As he did, Ji Yi saw him pull a small pill from his pocket and drop it into a bottle. Ji Yi knew that if he drank it, the consequences would be dire. He struggled with all his might, but Lin Jingyi, stronger, quickly overpowered him. Ji Yi could only watch helplessly as the bottle neared his lips. Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted from the hallway outside the room. Just as Ji Yi was trying to discern whether he was hallucinating or if the sound was real, the door to the private room suddenly swung open. He glanced over to see a tall figure standing in the doorway. In the instant he took in the man's handsome features, he realized it was He-Jichin. Confusion flooded Ji Yi's mind. He couldn't understand why He-Jichin was here. And when He-Jichin's gaze met his, Ji Yi saw something terrifying in his eyes. Fear gripped him. The scene brought back a chilling memory of the time he'd cared for He-Jichin at his home, and how He-Jichin had acted upon waking. Ji Yi shot up into a sitting position. He suspected He-Jichin and Lin Jingyi were in cahoots. As Ji cried out in terror, "Don't come any closer!" He-Jichin continued to advance towards him, step by deliberate step. In the next second, He Jichin yanked Lin Jingyi off of Ji and threw him against the coffee table. Lin Jingyi demanded to know why He Jichin was doing this, threatening him, "Don't forget, your IT company and mine are still partners." But He Jichin showed no signs of stopping. He bent down and picked up a bottle. He brought it down hard on Lin Jingyi's head. Lin Jingyi roared, "Do you still want to film 3,000 feet? Even if it's your idea, without me, you, the director, are nothing. I'm the biggest investor. If I pull my funding, you're absolutely." Lin Jingyi didn't get to finish his sentence. He Jichin grabbed him by the collar and, without hesitation, kicked him across the room. Ji, who had been momentarily stunned by He Jichin's violent outburst, was completely shaken by Lin Jingyi's words. So, the CEO of YC Company and the director of 3,000 Feet were both He Jichin. Before Ji could fully process this shocking revelation, he heard a thud. He flinched, his whole body trembling. Lin Jingyi, bruised and bloodied, lay sprawled at his feet. Ji instinctively recoiled. Then he heard He Jichin's voice, thick with fury. He was ordering Lin Jingyi to apologize. Consumed by rage at the near violation of the woman he loved, the man had brutally beaten the investor. Unable to bear the thought of his beloved being harmed, his emotions had spiraled out of control, leading to this violent act. He Jichin, are you really going this far? Lin Jingyi struggled to stand, but the slightest movement sent a jolt of pain through him. He turned his head angrily towards He Jichin, warning him not to push him too far. He Jichin seemed to have lost his patience. He took 2 steps forward and placed his foot on Lin Jingyi's left shoulder, gritting his teeth as he said, "Do you know how to apologize?" Lin Jingyi groaned in pain, his teeth chattering before he could manage to speak. He stubbornly continued his previous threat, "You won't get away with this." He Jichin suddenly grabbed the back of Lin Jingyi's collar. Before he could even move, Lin Jingyi, dazed and beaten, wailed, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." He Jichin released his collar and stomped on his back. Lin Jingyi hastily apologized. "Miss Ji, I was wrong. I'm so sorry." For a moment, he couldn't tell if this was a memory or reality. His vision swam. He was so dazed that even when He Jichin stepped in front of him, he remained frozen, unresponsive. As he drew closer, He Jichin noticed that the young man's clothes were disheveled. The collar was torn, and 5 distinct fingerprints marred his pale, delicate face. The realization that Lin Jingyi had laid hands on Ji before his arrival sent a murderous rage surging through He Jichin. The warmth that had briefly flickered in his eyes as he approached Ji turned icy and violent once more. He fought to control his heaving chest. After a moment, he removed his suit jacket and draped it over Ji, covering the torn clothing. He Jichin's action startled Ji out of his stupor. He instinctively looked up at He Jichin. The fury had vanished from the man's handsome face. Was it his imagination, or did a flicker of tenderness and concern flash across He Jichin's eyes? Just as Ji was wondering if he should thank him and leave, He Jichin suddenly swept him up into his arms. Holding Ji close, He Jichin, who had been silent until now, spoke without warning. "Let's go. I'll get you out of here." With that, he strode towards the door of the private room. When the elevator doors opened, Ji murmured a quiet thank you against He Jichin's neck. He Jichin realized this was the first time since their reunion that Ji hadn't rejected his offer of help. He Jichin didn't reply, but stepped into the elevator. The car quickly stopped in front of a high-rise apartment building. He Jichin explained that it wouldn't be appropriate for Ji to go to a hotel in his current state. If someone took pictures and they were leaked, it would cause endless trouble. He was going back to the university for something tonight, and his apartment was empty. He offered Ji a place to stay for the night. "Here's the door code. It's on the 18th floor. He could tell He Jichin wasn't planning on getting out of the car. He took the slip of paper He Jichin offered, replying softly. Despite He Jichin's hope that he might be asked to stay, Ji simply said, "Thank you. I'll get out now." Before Ji could utter a single word, a complete farewell, He Jichin pressed the accelerator and drove away. Ji couldn't help but wonder if he had somehow offended him again. Although Ji had been to He Jichin's home twice before, he had never truly taken in the details. This time, he noticed the bedroom decor was almost identical to He Jichin's room back in Sioux City, where he had stayed years ago. He suspected He Jichin had intentionally kept the room this way. Regardless, he was deeply grateful for his kindness. Downstairs, Hee-ji-chin lit a cigarette. Looking up at his own floor, he saw the light, which had been on just moments ago, was now off. He thought to himself that Ji-e would probably sleep more soundly without him around. Just then, his phone rang, pulling his gaze away from the darkened window of a room where Ji slept. The call was from Lin Jingyi. Hee-ji-chin knew that his coming here had been to pave the way for Ji-e. If Ji-e were to be hurt, it would be better to destroy everything. The effects of the medicine Ji-e had taken the previous night lingered, leaving him with a slight headache when he woke. He was still in a daze when he suddenly heard Hee-ji-chin's voice drifting in from the balcony. I already know all of this. I made myself very clear at the meeting this morning. Ji-e tiptoed towards the French windows. The person on the other end of the line seemed to be trying to persuade Hee-ji-chin, a hint of frustration creasing his elegant brow. Let them think what they want. I stirred up this mess, and I'll find a way to fix it. Why are you all getting involved? Listening to his words, Ji-e felt a pang of unease. Was Hee-ji-chin facing some kind of trouble? Could it be related to the confrontation with Lin Jingyi last night at the Bishing Hotel? These thoughts had barely formed in his mind when Hee-ji-chin, standing on the balcony, caught sight of Ji-e hiding behind the curtains from the corner of his eye. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. A simple call of Zhang Sa was all it took for the housekeeper to understand what Hee-ji-chin wanted. Moments later, Zhang Sa knocked on the bedroom door. "Miss, are you awake?" Ji-e opened the door and politely replied, "Yes." Zhang Sa handed him a set of prepared clothes and informed him that breakfast was ready. A short while later, Ji-e, dressed and ready, entered the dining room. The lavish spread before him was astonishing. Perhaps sensing Ji-e's discomfort, Zhang Sa struck up a conversation. "I've been working here for 3 years, and you're the first girl, mister, he has brought home." While Zhang Sa emphasized being the first girl Hee-ji-chin had brought home, Ji-e focused on the first part of the sentence. He looked at Zhang Sa, a little puzzled. "Hee-ji-chin has owned this house for 3 years?" "Yes," Zhang Sa confirmed. "Mystery bought this place as soon as it went on the market." Ji-e felt a flicker of confusion. Hee-ji-chin had only joined Being this year. Before that, he had been at Dai University. Why would he have bought a house in Beijing so long ago? Zhang Sa thought back carefully. "I remember asking Mr. He why he bought a house here. He said he wanted to settle down here to be reunited with someone." Ji-e was suddenly curious. Who could Hee-ji-chin have wanted to be reunited with? He froze, then immediately questioned his own interest in the matter. Just then, Zhang Sa's respectful voice came from the side. "Mr. He." Ji-e snapped back to attention and saw Hee-ji-chin stride into the dining room. His hair was still slightly damp, and he had traded his usual sharp suit for casual home attire, making him appear younger and more relaxed. He ignored Zhang Sa's greeting and served himself a bowl of rice. Just as Ji-e was racking his brain for something to say, Hee-ji-chin placed the bowl of rice in front of him. A brief silence settled over the dining room before Ji-e softly spoke. "Thank you for helping me last night and for letting me stay here. And for this breakfast and these clothes. You asked Zhang Sa to buy them for me, right?" Without waiting for a response, Ji-e continued. "I'll give you the money back when I have time. Or maybe I should give it to Zhang Sa." Hee-ji-chin paused mid-wipe, then lowered his eyes. Ji-e glanced at him nervously, expecting displeasure. But after a mere 3 seconds, Hee-ji-chin put down his damp towel and softly replied, "Okay." Ji-e's tension instantly dissipated. He wondered when Hee-ji-chin had become so gentle. Their interaction left Zhang Sa practically wringing her hands. She suspected the two only used their mouths for eating. Once breakfast was finished, Ji-e stood up and gave Hee-ji-chin a gentle smile. He was just about to say goodbye when Hee-ji-chin's phone, lying casually on the table, began to ring. He picked it up and walked out of the dining room. The call connected, and after a few short minutes, Hee-ji-chin's voice suddenly rose, his tone sharpening like a honed blade. "He thinks he can get away with this? He wants me to personally apologize to him? He can dream on. He can go to hell. Since I was a child, the one thing I've never feared is a threat. He's not worthy." With that, Hee-ji-chin slammed the phone down. He turned to Ji-e, who had been about to speak. Ji-e, who had been about to say goodbye, changed his words after hearing Hee-ji-chin's question. "Are you having some trouble?" Hee-ji-chin seemed surprised that Ji-e would ask such a thing. He looked at Ji-e, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, quickly replaced by something akin to delight. He wondered if Ji-e's casual question could be considered a form of concern. Seeing Hee-ji-chin's silence, Ji-e voiced his suspicion. "Is it something to do with me?" He had almost said me, but stopped himself at the last moment. Even though Hee-ji-chin had helped him, He wasn't sure he held that much weight in the man's life. He moistened his lips and amended his question. Is it something to do with Mr. Lin? Jichin immediately dismissed Ji's guess without hesitation. It's just a small internal matter at the company, he explained. Ji simply responded with an "oh," then gestured towards the door. I've disturbed you long enough. I should go. Jichin stood there, his expression impassive. Having witnessed the interaction between the two, Zhang Sa, the housekeeper, sighed repeatedly. Ji had barely left Jichin's apartment when he received a message from Tang Huahua. Tang Huahua informed him that something had happened. 3,000 Feet, which had been officially announced and scheduled to begin filming in February next year, had been abruptly halted. The director of 3,000 Feet was Jichin, the investor. The name Lin Jingyi suddenly flashed in Ji's mind. Could Lin Jingyi be the one who pulled the funding? Ji exited Weibo and drafted a text message to Chen Weiwan, the screenwriter, hoping she might know the truth. He asked her if the news circulating online about the suspension of 3,000 Feet was true. Chen Weiwan replied almost immediately with a simple yes. Ji quickly followed up, asking if it was because of Lin Jingyi. Chen Weiwan confirmed that it was, but admitted she didn't know the specifics. She'd heard that Mr. He had gotten into a physical altercation. Ji suspected that the incident was a consequence of what had happened that night, that Jichin had been dealing with the fallout during breakfast. But why hadn't he told him anything? Ji stood lost in thought for a long time. He was startled back to reality by a female student who approached him from behind. Teacher Ji, she asked, her voice brimming with curiosity. What's your relationship with that handsome Jichin from the directing department? Ji denied having any relationship with Jichin and told her not to spread rumors. How am I spreading rumors? If you weren't involved with him, why would he confront Linya for you? Ji stopped in his tracks, about to turn and leave. He looked at the girl, a puzzled expression on his face. Confront Linya? Are you joking? The girl, seeing the genuine confusion in Ji's eyes, exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God, you don't know about this? The whole girl's dormitory knows. After her dramatic outburst, she continued. A while ago, Jichin barged into your dorm early in the morning, demanding to know where Linya had taken you. Hearing this, Ji realized she was referring to the day he went to film with Wang Chung. So that's how Jichin had found him. He'd gone to his dorm and confronted Linya. The girl recounted the events of that day. Linya had refused to tell him, and Jichin had grabbed her limited edition handbag and nearly thrown it out the window. Linya was scared out of her wits. I honestly thought if she hadn't told him where you were, he would have thrown that bag down. He wouldn't have even blinked at paying tens of thousands for it. Ji's expression became dazed. Jichin had gone to such lengths just to find him. He was terrifying that day, but also incredibly handsome. A knight in shining armor, something you only see in dramas, and it happened to you. The girl grabbed his arm and shook it excitedly. Ji, I'm so envious of you. Back in his dorm room, Ji was still reeling from the girl's story when his phone rang. It was Li Xiao Yi. Have you been in contact with Chenggu recently? Ji felt a strange sense of bewilderment. From the moment he woke up, it seemed like he was constantly hearing about Jichin. No, why? He replied. Lida told him that Jichin seemed to be in trouble. He'd contacted Lida a few days ago, wanting to sell his apartment. His family never approved of him coming here for university, and they've cut him off financially. Ji was stunned. Jichin had been cut off. He remained silent as Lida continued. He's been working on a film recently, and he poured all his savings into it. If he backs out now, the other investors will definitely sue him. He could lose everything and might even face legal action. Things were worse than Ji remembered. If it weren't for him, Lin Jingyi wouldn't have withdrawn his investment, and Jichin wouldn't be in this predicament. Jichin had treated Linya coldly because of him, and then fought Lin Jingyi also because of him. Ji truly couldn't understand. Jichin had said such harsh words to him. So why did he do all this? Hanging up Lida's call, Ji was at a loss. He couldn't just ignore Jichin, especially since Jichin's troubles were his fault. Thinking this, Ji dialed Jichin's number, but it went straight to voicemail. He hesitated for a moment, then finally called a car. Worried about Jichin struggling alone, Ji couldn't bear the thought. Getting out of the car, he was about to head into the building when he saw Jichin walking out. Behind him was someone Ji least wanted to see, Chenggu. Why was she here? Ji froze. Then it clicked. Chien-gu had liked Hee Ji-chin since they were young. Now that Hee Ji-chin was in trouble, she must have come to check on him. Before they could spot him, Ji-e ducked behind a car. Hee Ji-chin, I've said so much to you. Did you hear any of it? He'd barely hidden himself when he heard Chien Ji-e's slightly anxious voice. She was met with silence. Hee Ji-chin must have quickened his pace. Ji-e heard the clicking of Chien Ji-e's high heels grow more urgent, like she was breaking into a run. Curiosity gnawing at him, Ji-e cautiously peeked his head out. He saw Chien-gu blocking Hee Ji-chin's path. Before she could speak, Hee Ji-chin said impatiently, I have nothing to say to you. Please leave. As if she hadn't heard him, Chien-gu continued, Lin Jing-yi isn't stupid. A script like 3,000 feet is a rare find. He's a businessman. He's just saving face. He wants Ji-e to personally apologize to him. Ji-e was puzzled. Lin Jing-yi wanted a personal apology? Why hadn't he heard about this? 2 seconds later, it dawned on him. His guess had been right. Hee Ji-chin's constant phone calls were about the incident with him and Lin Jing-yi. Chien Ji's voice drifted over again. The board has given you a deadline. If you can't raise the funds in 3 days, not only is 3,000 feet finished, but so is your YC company. Just agree to drop GE from the project, and I'll persuade Lin Jing-yi to reinvest. He'll even give you 20% more than before. From the moment GE had spotted them, Hee Ji-chin, who had barely spoken a word, suddenly let out a cold laugh. Negotiate with me? You're not worthy. This time, without Hee Ji-chin, you won't escape my grasp. Previously, Lin Jing-yi had demanded that GE toast everyone in the room. I gave you the opportunity. Whether you take it or not is up to you. Before coming, GE had guessed that Lin Jing-yi wouldn't let him off so easily. His only card was the recording pen in his hand. Though Lin Jing-yi's private behavior was deplorable, he still cared about his public image. Director, I offer you this toast. With that, GE drained his glass. He suddenly felt Lin Jing-yi pressing closer, his hand brushing against him through his clothes. GE instinctively recoiled, but the thought of Hee Ji-chin's sacrifices of nearly losing everything stopped him. What he was enduring was nothing compared to that. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on, but he knew that until he completely broke, he had to grit his teeth and endure. In the private room across the hall, Chien-gu carefully reviewed the short videos her manager had secretly recorded. A smile played on her lips. Hee Ji-chin had offended Lin Jing-yi for GE's sake, and yet here was GE keeping company with Lin Jing-yi and his cronies. If Hee Ji-chin saw this, she selected a video and was about to send it when she paused. Her manager, seeing her hesitation, asked tentatively, Sister Chien, is something wrong? Chien-gu explained, Hee Ji-chin knows there's bad blood between me and GE. If he knows this video came from me, he'll think it's a trap. She suddenly asked her manager, do you know anyone at YC Company? Though confused, the manager answered truthfully, yes. Chien-gu instructed, have your contact post these videos in their company's internal group chat. Make sure Hee Ji-chin sees them. Receiving her orders, the manager immediately set to work. Hee Ji-chin received the WeChat group message while playing cards with Han Ji-fan and 2 of Han's business partners. His fingers flew across the screen, opening the message to find himself staring at a conversation between some of his company's employees. They were discussing the actress playing the second female lead in 3000 Sure, expressing their disbelief at her behavior. Apparently, upon learning that 3000 Sure had lost its funding due to Lin Jing-yi pulling out, she'd immediately tried to cozy up to him, hoping for a role in his new project. The employees were disgusted, declaring that someone so willing to stoop to such lows for a role didn't deserve to be involved in any of their productions. Hee Ji-chin's eyes darkened with displeasure at their words. Hee Ji-chin scrolled back through the chat history for quite some time before finally finding the video they were referencing. The video showed GE at a dinner table. Seated to GE's right was Lin Jing-yi, the man Hee Ji-chin had recently given a thorough beating. In the video, Lin Jing-yi was pressed close against GE, his hand even brushing against their waist. Later, Lin Jing-yi leaned in close to GE's ear, whispering something. Whoever filmed the video must have been quite far away, as their voices weren't captured. So, Hee Ji-chin couldn't hear what was said. As the last person entered the private room, GE deliberately loosened their grip on their glass, feigning drunkenness and letting it fall to the floor. Mimicking the slurred speech of a drunk person they'd once seen on television, Ji mumbled, "Mr. Lin, I'm going to the restroom." They then swayed unsteadily to their feet, heading in the opposite direction of the restroom. Ji snuck a glance at Lin Jingyi, catching the predatory gleam in his eyes. It confirmed their suspicions about Lin Jingyi's intentions. Feigning a stumble, Ji swayed to one side. Lin Jingyi quickly reached out to steady them, fighting back the nausea and disgust rising within them. Ji forced a hazy look onto their face and murmured, "So dizzy." Hearing this, Lin Jingyi immediately put his arm around Ji and steered them towards the door, his voice thick with suggestive meaning. "You won't be dizzy for long," he purred. Suppressing their disgust, Ji allowed Lin Jingyi to lead them out of the room, careful not to break character. The moment the door to the lounge closed behind them, Lin Jingyi eagerly pulled Ji into his arms, burying his face in their neck. Panic flared in Ji's chest. With a sudden surge of strength, they broke free from his grasp, stumbling back several steps to put distance between them. Lin Jingyi was taken aback. Just moments ago, they had been pliant as a puddle of water. Now, they were suddenly alert. Ji dropped the act. Meeting Lin Jingyi's confused gaze, they calmly offered an explanation. "Mr. Lin," Ji began, "I sincerely apologize for deceiving you into meeting me alone like this. I came to apologize in person. I hope you can forgive me and reconsider your investment in 30 Lin Jingyi, now fully realizing he'd been tricked, interrupted before Ji could finish. "I might forgive you," he sneered, "but a verbal apology is hardly enough. You need to show me how sorry you are. And even if you refuse, it won't matter. This isn't the Bishing Hotel," he continued, his voice menacing. "And Jichin isn't here. You can't escape me." Ji barely had time to register his expression before. He shoved them into the bathtub. Jichin was furious. Ji had gone behind his back to meet with his investor. As we saw in the previous episode, Ji had a recording of Lin Jingyi making inappropriate remarks. This was their leverage. Lin Jingyi warned them, "If you're smart and keep me happy, I'll not only invest in 30 but I'll also get you other roles." He reached out, gripping Ji's chin and tilting their face upwards. He leaned in to kiss them. Ji felt a wave of nausea. Fighting the urge to vomit, they turned their head away. Lin Jingyi, thwarted, scowled. He was losing patience. He shoved Ji against the wall and bit their neck. Ji struggled, but, seeing no way to escape, they reached into their pocket, searching for something. Lin Jingyi, mistaking their lack of resistance for compliance, grew excited. Suddenly, his own voice filled the air. "First, you toast everyone in this room. Then I'll give you time to talk." The recording continued, playing back his own indecent words. By the time it ended, Lin Jingyi was still reeling. Ji's voice came through, sharp and clear. "Mr. Lin, these recordings, you're quite familiar with them, aren't you? If I were to release these, what do you think people online would say? I hear you've recently invested in a new project. If you were to be embroiled in a scandal now, I'm afraid it would negatively impact that project's launch, wouldn't it?" Hearing this, Lin Jingyi's face hardened. Before Ji could finish, he interrupted, his voice tight, "Just say what you want." Ji didn't rush to answer. Instead, he glanced down at Lin Jingyi, who was still pressing down on him. "It's not very convenient to talk like this, is it?" Finally, to save face, Lin Jingyi released Ji and stepped back. "Can we talk now?" he asked, his voice strained. Ji looked directly at him, cutting straight to the point. "If you reconsider your investment, I'll give you all the recordings. If you want to continue this embarrassing charade, then we'll both go down with the ship." Ji clearly saw the flicker of uncertainty in Lin Jingyi's eyes. He knew Lin Jingyi would agree to his terms. "Mystery's actions were wrong, but you disrespected me first, Mr. Lin. Besides, you know the potential of 3,000 feet. Whoever invests, profits. You're a smart man. You understand what's at stake better than I do." He had been certain Lin Jingyi would agree before he even came. No matter how lecherous a man might be, he wouldn't throw away a fortune and a promising future for a fleeting pleasure. Seeing that things were already halfway settled, Ji didn't waste any more time. "I'll give you one night to think it over. Contact me when you have an answer. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. I won't disturb your dinner any further." With that, Ji turned to leave. But just as he reached the door, it burst open, kicked in from the outside. Ji stumbled back, narrowly avoiding being hit in the face by the door. Furious, He looked up, ready to lash out at whoever had barged in. But the words died in his throat as he stared at the imposing figure standing in the doorway. It was He Jichin. What was he doing here? He Jichin pointed a finger at Lin Jingyi. Ji braced himself for a torrent of abuse, but surprisingly, He Jichin remained silent. He simply pointed at Lin Jingyi, his finger moving up and down, then abruptly shifted his attention to Ji. Before Ji could react, He Jichin grabbed his wrist and dragged him away. Ji was bewildered. Why wasn't He Jichin flying into a rage this time? They reached the car. He Jichin yanked open the car door, shoved Ji inside, and slammed it shut. Ji couldn't see his expression, but he could feel the tension radiating off him. He didn't dare speak. Just as Ji was wondering where He Jichin was taking him, the car screeched to a halt. Caught off guard, Ji lurched forward. Before he could regain his bearings, He Jichin had pulled him out of the car. A man respectfully handed He Jichin a room key. It dawned on Ji then. He Jichin had brought him to a hotel. Why? He Jichin pushed open a door and pulled Ji inside. Why were they in a bathroom? Ji instinctively looked at He Jichin, but before he could decipher his expression, he was thrown into the bathtub. He started to get up, but He Jichin grabbed the shower head. He turned the cold water on full blast, drenching Ji. Having just escaped one harrowing encounter, he was now being subjected to this bizarre, humiliating treatment. Ji instinctively raised his arms to protect his head, trying to escape the tub, but his struggles were futile. He Jichin pushed down on his shoulders, forcing him back into the water. He Jichin, let me go. What are you doing? Ji choked out, the cold water shocking his system. The water quickly rose, engulfing Ji. He Jichin's gaze fixed on a red mark on Ji's neck, the mark left by Lin Jingyi's bite. A surge of rage consumed him. He pressed down harder on Ji's shoulders, holding him under the icy water. The water flooded Ji's nose and mouth, but He Jichin didn't relent. Ji had seen He Jichin's fury before. 3 years ago, the night he confessed to He Guang, He Jichin had appeared, his eyes blazing with anger. Now, Ji was sure he was going to drown. Then, abruptly, He Jichin hauled him out of the tub. The red marks on Ji's neck stood out starkly in the bright bathroom light. Although he hadn't witnessed firsthand the marks Lin Jingyi left, the video circulating through the company's WeChat group fueled the fire of his rage. He Jichin knew deep down that he had given up his chance to study abroad at a prestigious university, even defying his parents, all to ensure Ji could live a peaceful life. And yet, here Ji was entangled with someone so obviously manipulative, drinking, even allowing Lin Jingyi to touch him. Ji's cries for mercy were piercing, but He Jichin showed no sign of relenting. Ji finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. He couldn't understand what he had done to provoke He Jichin's wrath. He Jichin's voice dripped with mockery. Why are you crying? Isn't this what you wanted? From a moment He Jichin had appeared, his presence an unwelcome storm to everything he had done since. Ji couldn't grasp what he had done wrong. Now, faced with this contemptuous question, he felt utterly lost. He Jichin's grip tightened on Ji's chin. Just tell me you're innocent, he continued, his words laced with venom, and I'll believe you. You can cozy up to Lin Jingyi. He Jichin's voice was a brutal lash. Engage in inappropriate behavior with him, but I can't even touch you? Do you think I'm inferior to Lin Jingyi? That I can't get you the role you want? Is that why you were so eager to climb into his lap, beg him for a part in the new drama? Ji's face paled under the onslaught of He Jichin's accusations. He stared, speechless, unable to believe He Jichin could think so little of him. He realized someone must have deliberately sent the video to He Jichin, making him believe Ji was throwing himself at Lin Jingyi. Without a single question, He Jichin had already condemned him as someone willing to sell himself for advancement. Ji wanted to tell He Jichin that he was only there because of him, but the words caught in his throat. He remembered that night years ago. He understood, whether then or now, in He Jichin's mind, he was already that kind of person. Resignation settled over him. Yes, Ji admitted, his voice hollow. I saw that 3,000 feet was going nowhere, so I went to Lin Jingyi. He can give me the role I want and the benefits I desire. Why wouldn't I go to him? He Jichin was stunned. He hadn't expected Ji to confess so readily. He had anticipated denials, justifications, anything but this stark admission. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The man, torn by internal conflict, lashed out, hurting the very person he yearned to protect. Yet, beneath the anger, the protective instincts of Ji Yi's twin brother remained. He wanted to offer warmth, comfort, and embrace. After leaving the hotel, He Jichin drove aimlessly around the city for nearly 3 hours. Finally, he remembered to call Han Jifan. "What's the situation?" Han Jifan replied, "You left. It's obviously off, isn't it?" He Jichin remained silent, his grip tightening on the phone. Perhaps sensing his tension, Han Jifan burst out laughing. "Just kidding. The deal's done. They agreed to invest in 3,000 feet. I've already drafted the contract and sent it to your email." Han Jifan then asked He Jichin why he was so invested in 3,000 feet, wondering if there was a hidden motive. "Tell me, are you in love?" Hearing the question he'd been waiting for, He Jichin didn't let Han Jifan finish his rambling. He hung up without a word and dialed his secretary. She had called several times, so she must have something important to report and was likely still awake. "Mr. He, you finally called back. Mr. Lin's secretary just contacted me. They're reinvesting in 3,000 feet, and they're adding 20% more than the original amount." Before the secretary could finish, He Jichin responded coldly, "Rejected." The secretary on the other end was taken aback. "Mr. He, haven't you been agonizing over the investment for 3,000 feet? You even had me liquidate all your stocks, and you were considering selling your house." As the secretary continued her concerned explanation, He Jichin's reply was nonchalant. "So what? Even if he hadn't withdrawn his investment, I would have made him. He's someone I protect. How could I allow anyone to mess with him and get away with it? He, who had barged into his life so carelessly, yet filled it so completely. A billion stars couldn't compare to him." In a YC film conference room, He Jichin received a message from Tang Huahua. "Senior He, shout he didn't come home last night. I just called him, but he didn't answer. Shout he never skips class without a reason." He Jichin didn't reply to Tang Huahua. He exchanged a look with Han Jifan, who instantly understood. Grabbing his jacket, He Jichin headed for the door. He called Ji, but the phone was off. He Jichin returned to the hotel, but the staff informed him that Ji had left the previous night. He wouldn't have left wearing those clothes, would he? He Jichin arrived at Ji's apartment. He hadn't told anyone about Ji's disappearance, afraid to worry his stepmother. He checked the restaurant where Li Do worked, but Ji hadn't sought refuge with any friends. Where else in this sprawling city could he be? He Jichin checked Ji's recent high-speed rail journeys. Suddenly, a low battery warning flashed across his phone screen. Rummaging in the car's glove compartment for a charger, his gaze fell upon He Yuguang's phone. How could he have been so careless? He'd searched everywhere, but hadn't thought of the apartment he'd prepared for Ji under He Yuguang's name, their planned marital home. Ji had always relied on He Yuguang. Could he be there? Reaching the building, He Jichin donned a pair of glasses, smoothed his hair, and strode inside. He Jichin opened the door. The apartment was dark. In the faint light filtering in from the balcony, he saw a slender figure huddled by the floor-to-ceiling window. He approached slowly. Ji was curled up in the corner, face buried in his knees, seemingly tranquil. But the sight pierced He Jichin's heart. He crouched down in front of him. Ji remained motionless, as if unaware of his presence. He Jichin gently reached out and touched him. Ji finally stirred, slowly lifting his head. His eyes, red and swollen from crying, met He Jichin's. His dark pupils were clouded with tears, threatening to spill over. He Jichin had never seen him like this, so vulnerable. The sight was a sharp stab to his heart. Ji stared at him through his tears for a long moment, finally recognizing him. His body trembled slightly, his grip tightening on his knees. He Jichin's fingertips traced the curve of his cheek. The buried wrong/grievance that had begun to fade now resurfaced with renewed intensity. He Jichin felt as if a knife had been twisted in his gut, stealing his breath. He pulled out his phone and typed a question he already knew the answer to. What happened? The simple question only made Ji cry harder. He Jichin watched helplessly, unsure what to do. Finally, with a sigh, he sat down beside him. He gently pulled Ji from the corner and into his arms, cradling his small frame. The hand that had been wiping away tears now softly patted his back, a soothing gesture. He Jichin held him close, letting him cry until his shirt was damp with tears, until his voice was hoarse. He maintained his gentle embrace, a silent comfort. He hadn't expected anyone to care. But in his darkest moment, Hee Wong had appeared, offering unexpected tenderness. The sobs gradually subsided into sniffles, until finally, silence fell upon the room. Hee Ji-chin lifted Ji-e and carried him towards the bedroom. A recording pen lay on the floor. Confusion flickered in Hee Ji-chin's mind. Why would Ji-e have a recording pen? He was consumed with jealousy, but he pretended not to notice, carrying Ji-e into the bedroom. He gently laid him on the bed. The marks on Ji-e's neck caught his eye. Hee Ji-chin's expression darkened. He picked up Ji-e's phone and plugged it into charge. The phone barely powered on before Lin Jingyi's call came through. Not wanting to wake Ji-e, Hee Ji-chin quickly silenced the phone. As he set the phone down, a text message from Lin Jingyi arrived, asking why Ji-e hadn't answered his calls all day. Another message followed. Xiao-e, Hee Ji-chin is stubbornly refusing my reinvestment in 3,000 feet. How about this? I'll give you a good role in my new drama if you give me those recordings you have. The word recordings caught Hee Ji-chin's attention. His suspicion intensified. Why had Lin Jingyi suddenly agreed to reinvest? What was his motive? Hee Ji-chin picked up the recording pen from the floor. He needed to know if Lin Jingyi's sudden change of heart had anything to do with Ji-e. He pressed play. He heard Lin Jingyi's insults and coercion. The events of the past 2 days flashed through his mind. He suddenly realized why Ji-e had gone to see Lin Jingyi last night. It wasn't for a dust-covered role. It was for Hee Ji-chin. Hee Wong couldn't bear to speculate further. But Hee Ji-chin clearly detested Lin Jingyi so much. How could he do this for me? In an instant, an indescribable helplessness and panic washed over him. The next day, the study door was flung open from the outside. Hee Wong, who had been concentrating on writing something at his desk, heard the sound and abruptly looked up towards the doorway. Seeing Ji-e, a flicker of panic crossed his face. He then quickly and haphazardly shoved the things on his desk behind him. Ji-e offered an apologetic smile. Wang-ji, I'm sorry. I meant to knock, but I accidentally flung the door open. Hee Ji-chin, having composed himself after the initial shock of Ji-e's appearance, gave her a faint smile and shook his head. Ji-e walked forward and placed breakfast on the desk. Hee Ji-chin picked up his phone and typed, Man, have you and Ji-chin had a disagreement? Seeing this, Ji-e's expression shifted. Wang-ji, how did you know? Immediately, new words appeared on Hee Wong's phone. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Ji-e parted her lips slightly, staring at Hee Wong for a moment before uttering in disbelief. Wang-ji, you're saying it's a misunderstanding? Does that mean you believe I'm not that kind of girl? Hee Ji-chin watched her expression. It seemed she really had gone to Lin Jingyi for his sake, taking such a risk, and yet he had treated her so cruelly. He felt as though his heart was being carved by a sharp knife, each cut deeper than the last, until he could barely breathe. He forced a smile and typed on his phone. Mimicking the tone Hee Wong had used with him in the video, he typed, Man, of course I believe you. Hee Wong's simple words of trust pierced through Ji-e's defenses. Just like when they were younger, she found herself confiding in him. She poured out her heart. Hee Ji-chin got into trouble because he was helping me. I feel so guilty. I never imagined he would think that of me. He has no idea how much alcohol I was forced to drink, how many times I was insulted and humiliated just to get a chance to meet with Lin Jingyi alone. But I couldn't stop, because if I did, everything I had done would have been for nothing, and Hee Ji-chin would have been forced to give up his dream because of me. So, it was for me that he had endured such humiliation from Lin Jingyi. Yet, he had so cruelly trampled on his good intentions. The more Hee Ji-chin thought about it, the worse he felt. He needed to be alone. His hands trembling, he typed, Man, I believe you. I suddenly feel unwell. I'm going to lie down for a bit. Hee Ji-chin left quickly, his steps unsteady. Ji-e watched him go, her brow furrowing. What was wrong with Wang-ji? He looked as if he was very unwell, yet also as if something had upset him. Ji-e looked at the untouched breakfast on the desk, intending to take it away, but her gaze was caught by a small card on the desk. She picked up the card. On the back, a line of text read, May you wander all your life and still find your way to my side. Such beautiful words. Ji-e stared at the line, turning it over and over in her mind. Then she flipped the card over and froze. The photo on the card showed a girl in a red dress, smiling brightly. She looked about 18 years old. It was her back in Sucheng. Why did Yu Guangji secretly take my picture? Written on the back of the photo were the words, "This was when I was in Sucheng." Was this meant for her? Ji Yi's heart skipped a beat, then began to race uncontrollably, faster and faster. Whether in her youth or now, it seemed Yu Guangji had always been silently by her side. Could it be that during the time she secretly liked him when they were younger, he had also liked her? Every moment she had shared with Yu Guang since their reunion flashed through her mind like a slow-motion film. As these thoughts flooded her mind, Ji Yi felt the part of her heart that had died for Yu Guang 4 years ago because of He Jichen slowly coming back to life. But just as she stood at the door, reaching out to knock, she suddenly remembered that night 4 years ago with He Jichen. How could she possibly deserve this affection? If she was destined to never be able to express her feelings, it was better not to have fallen in love in the first place. For 3 years while the girl was in a coma, a boy visited her every month on the 18th. This puzzled the girl because the boy had repeatedly told her to stay away from him. She couldn't understand why he would ask this of her and yet still show concern and appear by her side. After that last encounter with He Yu Guang, Ji Yi hadn't seen either of the He brothers for a long time. She had thought she could peacefully finish the semester. But as the school stage played the end-of-term drama, Lin Jingyi's voice suddenly boomed from the large screen. "Let me introduce everyone." Hearing that voice, Ji Yi's heart lurched. It was a scene of him having dinner with Lin Jingyi under a full moon. Ji Yi hadn't expected this incident to become so widely known throughout the school. It was utterly humiliating. He Jichen arrived just in time to see Ji Yi leaving. Immediately after, he saw the video playing on the big screen. Just as he was wondering who was behind it, he saw Linya. So, just like last time, it was Linya targeting Ji Yi again. Linya swore to herself, "Anything He Jichen inflicts on Ji Yi, I will make you pay back double." Ji Yi went to the riverbank alone and sat down. When he left the school, his phone had been ringing nonstop. The notification count exceeded 99 plus. He knew there would be a lot of hateful messages, so he didn't bother looking at the specific chat content. Instead, he threw his phone into the water without hesitation. As he sat by the river, lost in thought, he felt someone tap him on the shoulder. He turned around, puzzled, and saw a strange man. The man's malicious intent filled him with fear. The image of Lin Jingyi assaulting him suddenly flashed through his mind. As they struggled, Ji Yi lost his footing and fell into the river. He desperately cried for help in the water, but ultimately sank, his strength failing him. He thought, "If I die, will those who hate me finally leave me alone?" Just then, a pair of hands gripped him tightly, pulling him up for air. Looking at the face so close to his, he thought it was a hallucination. He didn't know if it was He Jichen or He Yu Guang. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, the man suddenly bit his lip. Ji Yi opened his eyes, the pain sharp and clear. He realized that the only person who could cause him such pain was He Jichen. "Without my permission, you are not allowed to throw your life away. I want you to live." Ji Yi felt like he had a long dream while unconscious. In the dream, he woke up in the midst of the turmoil. That person desperately pulled him out of the water. He didn't know if this was salvation or utter ruin. When he woke up again, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. The nurse before him was the same one who had taken care of him during his 3-year coma after the car accident. The nurse quickly asked with concern, "Are you all right? You finally woke up from the car accident last time. Why don't you take better care of yourself?" Ji Yi struggled to sit up and asked the nurse who had brought him here. The nurse replied, "He was just here. A tall, thin, handsome man. When he brought you in, he had swallowed a lot of water himself and almost developed pneumonia. He also stubbornly stayed by your bedside, constantly calling your name." Hearing the nurse's words, Ji Yi knew it couldn't be He Yu Guang. Could it be He Jichen? The nurse recalled Ji Yi's 3-year coma after the car accident. "He often came to see you. It seemed to be on the 18th of every month." But Ji Yi clearly remembered that apart from his parents and aunt, no one had told him about the existence of a fourth person. He asked the nurse, "Are you sure?" The nurse insisted she wouldn't remember incorrectly. "Because he was very striking, I have a strong impression of him." However, Ji Yi still couldn't understand. He Jichen had once avoided him like the plague. How could he have visited him during those 3 years, let alone more than once? In truth, he knew deep down, He Jichen didn't have him in his heart. If he did, Why would he need to approach him under the guise of being his brother? But when he heard Ijichin say with his own ears that he wasn't in his heart, he found himself still unbearably saddened. On the steps of the administrative building, Ijichin stood motionless after hearing Ji-Yi's answer. Many students passed by him, chatting and laughing. The setting sun stretched his shadow long and thin. He himself wasn't sure how long he had been standing in that same position. It wasn't until one of his dorm mates came to the administrative office to sign in and saw him, calling out Chunga, that Ijichin seemed to snap out of it. Ijichin, as if he hadn't heard, remained still. His roommate, puzzled, took a few large steps forward, stood behind Ijichin, and patted him on the shoulder. Chunga, what are you looking at? You're so engrossed. Our dorm is having a get-together tonight. Are you coming? Ijichin suddenly came to his senses and turned to look at his roommate. Perhaps because he had been lost in thought for so long, his mind was still a bit hazy. After hearing his roommate's words, he first shook his head. A moment later, he seemed to register what had been said. Where? Is it at the hot pot place across from our school? Ijichin nodded slightly without speaking. At that moment, Ijichin's ears echoed with Ji-Yi's words from their past conversation. Would you ever fall for someone you hate? Despite his attempts to dismiss them, his heart ached with a sharp, throbbing pain. Back at the dorm, Bohi received a call from a fellow townsman, inviting him and his roommates to dinner. Bohi readily agreed. He then led Ji-Yi and Tang Hua to the hot pot restaurant. They had just arrived when their townsman came out to greet them. Aside from their group of 3, everyone else was already there, engaged in lively conversation. Bohi walked to the front. He had just pulled out a chair and sat down when his eyes widened in disbelief. Ijichin, he exclaimed, the moment the words left his lips. Bohi recalled Tang Hua's questions to Ji-Yi in front of the administrative building not long ago. He instinctively turned to look at Ji-Yi. Ji-Yi thought to himself, if he had known that Ijichin was Bohi's roommate, he definitely would have found an excuse to decline tonight's dinner. But he was already here. He couldn't just turn around and leave. Ji-Yi could only suppress his discomfort and quietly pull out the chair next to Bohi. He sat down. The entire room buzzed with conversation, except for Ijichin, who simply lit a cigarette and remained silent. He always smoked like this, Ji-Yi thought to himself, silently criticizing him. He waited until the server had finished serving the dishes before the man sitting next to Ijichin finally spoke. Chinji, let's eat. Ijichin, still as a statue, remained silent. Ji-Yi subconsciously shifted his gaze to Ijichin. He unexpectedly sensed a profound sadness emanating from him, slowly spreading and permeating the air. But in Ji-Yi's impression, words like domineering, arrogant, and self-righteous were the labels that belonged to Ijichin. As for sadness, that adjective didn't belong in his world at all. Ji-Yi stared at Ijichin, lost in thought. Bohi nudged him, noticing he hadn't touched his chopsticks. Ji-Yi snapped back to attention and quickly averted his gaze from Ijichin. What was Ijichin thinking at this moment? Did meeting you use up all my luck? Ji-Yi lowered his eyes, wondering if Ijichin had someone he liked. It was truly hard to imagine what Ijichin would be like if he liked a girl. The person I like has always been you. Even after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Ijichin's plate remained untouched. Seeing that it was still early, their townsman wasn't in a hurry to return to school. But it was pointless for a group of people to just sit around and chat. Someone suggested playing a game and asked Ijichin if he wanted to join. Ijichin's roommate instinctively replied, Chinji definitely won't. Before he could finish, Ijichin, who hadn't spoken a word since dinner began, said, I'll play. The server quickly brought over paper, pens, and a box. The game was simple. Write a sentence you want to say to someone present. Everyone drew a slip of paper. The one on top read, Your socks stink, addressed to Pangzi. The room erupted in laughter. Finally, Bohi opened the last slip, but unlike before, he didn't excitedly read it aloud. Instead, he looked at Ji-Yi with a strange expression and handed him the paper. After a couple of seconds, Ji-Yi realized that the paper might be for him. He hesitantly reached out and took it. He hesitated for 2 seconds before unfolding the paper. Written on the pristine white surface were the words, Ji-Yi, I'm sorry. Ji froze, stunned by the 5 characters, who was apologizing to him. He subconsciously looked up at the man across from him. Jichin was staring intently at him. I yearn for open and honest love with you. However, reality has turned this wish into a distant, unattainable dream. If that kiss could truly bring us together, even if it's a little later, I'm willing to wait. Continuing from the previous scene, Ji mentally eliminated the people who might apologize to him. In this room, besides Jichin, he had just met the other 3 roommates for the first time tonight. As for Bo He and Tang Hua, they would only tease him like the other notes, so it couldn't be them. Only Jichin had had a disagreement with him. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but glance towards where Jichin was sitting. The man held a cigarette between his fingers, his gaze fixed intently on him. But would such a proud person really apologize to him? Jichin seemed to perceive the doubt in Ji's eyes caused by the words on the paper. He returned his gaze unflinchingly for 2 seconds. Then, he gave a slight, slow nod in Ji's direction. Ji instinctively tightened his grip on the paper. Did he just nod at me? So he really was apologizing to him. Was it because of what happened that night at the Four Seasons Hotel? After seeing the note, Ji remained silent for a long moment. The others, curious, asked what was written on it. Although the 5 characters on the paper were simple, being seen by others inevitably led to speculation and embroidered stories, imagining some secret relationship between Ji and someone present. So Ji simply said it was nothing. This only piqued their curiosity further. Amidst their chatter, Jichin's phone rang. He took it out, glanced at the screen, and then announced to the group, I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave. Amidst a chorus of goodbye, Mr. He, and take care, Mr. He, Jichin rose and left the table. Just then, a server approached the table and informed them about a current promotion. After the large wishing bell chimed, if you kissed the person you liked in Sucheng and confessed your feelings, you were destined to be together one day. Upon hearing this, everyone decided to go downstairs and see. 5 minutes before the bell was due to chime, the area was already crowded with people. As the time ticked by, the restaurant grew strangely quiet. In the final second before the wishing bell chimed, the restaurant lights abruptly went out. Darkness descended, accompanied by the resounding clang of the bell. Suddenly, someone grasped Ji's wrist. Instinctively, he tried to pull away. The person holding him tightened their grip, then, with a sharp tug, pulled him forward. Before Ji could comprehend what was happening, his head was tilted back by a hand at the nape of his neck. In the next instant, warm, soft lips pressed against his own. Ji's eyes flew open, his mind a blank canvas. The unexpected kiss sent a tingling shock through him, leaving him momentarily stunned. The man's lips moved to his ear. Despite the surrounding noise, Ji clearly heard the man's words, uttered in a low murmur, almost a breath against his skin. I'm actually not that bad. Why don't you try liking me? As soon as the words faded, his lips brushed against Ji's forehead. Ji felt the soft, warm touch, strangely familiar. He found himself not wanting to push the man away. Then, the lights flicker back on, blinking against the sudden brightness. Ji furrowed his brow, the realization dawning on him that in the brief darkness, he had been kissed by a stranger. He instinctively looked around. Everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs. No one seemed like they had just kissed him. Had it all been a hallucination? Lost in thought, Ji touched the corner of his lips. The faint warmth of the man's lips lingered. So, in those few seconds of darkness, someone really had been there. But the kiss had been so fleeting, and he had been so disoriented that he hadn't noticed anything about the man, not even his scent. Bo He, who was about to head upstairs after the wishing bell ceremony, saw Ji still standing there and called out, "What are you spacing out for? Let's go." Ji mumbled a response, then recalled the words spoken to him in the darkness during the chiming of the wishing bell. To fully grasp their meaning, he silently mouthed the words, "I'm actually not that bad. Why don't you try liking me?" Who was this man, and why would he say such a thing? Outside the hot pot restaurant, Jichin pulled out his vibrating phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Han Jifa, the lawyer who had called him earlier from the upstairs cafe to discuss a formal matter. He stood by the window, watching through the glass as Tang Hua led Ji upstairs, his figure disappearing from view. Only then did Ji-chin answer the call. Without waiting for Han Ji-fa to urge him, he simply replied, "Be right there," and hung up. Ji-chin glanced back at the wishing bell in the distance, his mind replaying the scene in the darkened hot pot restaurant where he had pulled Ji close and kissed him. "I'm actually not that bad. Why don't you try liking me? Don't hate me so much." I didn't say the last part for fear you'd recognize me. Ji, do you know how much I long to love you openly? But even this small wish seems impossible for us. If that kiss could truly bring us together, even if it takes time, I'm willing to wait. At the 3,000 feet film premiere party, G.E., not yet a major star, went largely unnoticed. As G.E. left, Ji-chin's gaze lingered on his retreating figure for a moment. Chien-gu, who had left the restaurant earlier, leaned against the wall, a woman's cigarette dangling from his fingers. Seeming to sense someone approaching, Chien-gu glanced in Ji-Yi's direction. He seemed to be waiting specifically for Ji-E. The moment he appeared, he walked right up to her. "Do you really think that just because you got into the production team, the role of the second female lead completely belongs to you?" Ji couldn't help but laugh inwardly. She knew Chien-gu was doing this on purpose. If anyone saw her arguing with him, who knew what kind of rumors would spread? So Ji simply pretended Chien-gu didn't exist, as if she hadn't heard a word he'd said. Lifting her chin, she brushed past him. She reached the elevator and pressed the button. Before the doors even opened, Chien-gu, with an arrogant swagger, was at her side again. He stubbed out his cigarette and drawled, "If that's what you think, then you're naive. There's no way I'm going to be in the same production as you." Seeing that Ji still wasn't rising to the bait, Chien-gu continued to provoke her. "Though I have to admit, you're quite capable. Managing to snag the second female lead. Ji, which investor did you cozy up to?" Chien-gu knew he had to get Ji to argue with him, so his manager could record the scene. That way, with a bit of clever editing, he could release the footage and Ji would undoubtedly be besieged by his massive fan base. So, Chien-ji's words became even more cutting. Or was it several? Were they all old men? "Be careful not to get played." Hearing the last part, a smile played on Ji's lips. "Chien-gu, you seem quite knowledgeable. You must have first-hand experience." Chien-gu was momentarily speechless. A second later, a sneer curled his lip. "Your pathetic little sharp tongue is all you have left. Don't say I didn't warn you. I have 1,000, no, 10,000 ways to make your life on set a living hell. I won't even need to use my connections to get you kicked off the production. I bet before long, you'll be crawling away on your hands and knees, begging to leave." After listening to Chien-ji's veiled threats, Ji didn't show a flicker of anger. The same faint smile remained on her face. "If either of us ends up crawling away begging, it will definitely be you. So let's just wait and see. Let's see who makes whose life on set a living hell." The elevator doors finally opened. Ji stepped inside, then looked back at Chien-gu and added, "Oh no." A living second. Just before the doors closed completely, Ji clearly saw the look of frustrated rage on Chien-ji's face. He was so naive. Did he really think Ji was a soft persimmon he could squeeze as he pleased? 3 years ago, she had considered him a friend. She hadn't been on guard, and that's how she'd stumbled. 3 years later, she would make sure he understood the consequences of crossing her. His future would be a reflection of those consequences. Ji knew Chien-gu wouldn't let her be, but she hadn't expected him to stoop to such underhanded tactics. On the first evening of filming, at 7 p.m., Ji finished her scenes, collected her boxed meal, and was just about to find a place to eat when someone brushed past her, knocking her meal to the ground. The meals were prepared per person. If she wanted to get another one, someone else would go without. Ji could only accept her bad luck and go hungry. The next morning, during filming, Ji needed to use the restroom. Taking advantage of a break in the director's calls, she hurried towards the bathroom. A female staff member rushed in front of her, pushing open the door and disappearing inside. Ji waited outside for a full 10 minutes. By the time a staff member came to call her back to set, the woman still hadn't emerged. Ji had no choice but to endure her discomfort and continue filming. On the afternoon of the third day, while Ji was having her makeup done, her makeup artist kept having to rush to the bathroom with a stomach ache. This went on so long that the director started urging them to begin filming, and Ji's makeup was only half finished. The other makeup artists were all busy, so Ji had to finish her makeup herself. On the evening of the fourth day, while changing for a night scene, Ji discovered a large rip in the gown the crew had prepared for her. Although the staff eventually repaired the dress perfectly, the delay cost them valuable time, earning Ji a scolding from the director. These small incidents occurred almost daily. Ji sat in front of the monitor, his expression impassive, showing no outward sign of emotion. It was the assistant director who finally voiced his frustration, constantly causing trouble. I don't know how she even got onto the production. Ji knew that unforeseen circumstances could arise on any set, but when they became this frequent, it was no longer accidental. It was deliberate. Ji instinctively glanced towards Chien-ge. Sure enough, a smug look played on his lips. At that moment, Ji finally understood. None of the incidents she'd experienced had been coincidences. They were all Chien-ge's doing. After that day, Ji started to pay close attention. Because her clothes had been tampered with before, she carefully checked them every time before wearing them. As her fingers brushed across the waistline of her costume, she discovered a loose thread. It looked like it had been cut by something sharp like a blade. Although everything appeared normal, if she made any sudden movements, the seam would undoubtedly rip open. Wouldn't she be exposed in front of the entire crew? Chien-ge was really escalating things, even resorting to such malicious tricks. But fine, since Chien-ge dared to play this game, he shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. This was the perfect opportunity to settle the score with him. Being ostracized in the production team, she often went without meals, and her costumes were constantly being sabotaged. Today, as she changed into her costume, she discovered that it had been tampered with again. So she pretended that she hadn't noticed anything and went to film her scene with Chien-ge. Today's scene wasn't difficult. In 3,000 Feet, the second female lead was a dead assassin trained by the male lead. The male lead was gravely injured because of the female lead and kept murmuring her name. Loyal to her master, the second female lead, ignoring his warnings before he lost consciousness, went to find the female lead, who was preparing for her wedding. At this point in the story, there was a misunderstanding between the male and female leads. No matter how much the second female lead tried to persuade her, the female lead refused to leave. The second female lead, stubborn by nature, reached out and grabbed the female lead, trying to drag her away. At this moment, the female lead, also driven to desperation by the second female lead, pushed her away forcefully, putting some real strength into it, perhaps fueled by a bit of personal animosity. The second female lead was thrown directly to the ground. With the director's call of cut, the scene ended. Chien-ge immediately dropped his character and looked down at Ji, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. He thought to himself that with such a forceful fall, her costume must be ripped. Once she stood up, she would surely become a laughingstock in front of everyone. After Chien-ge's phoenix crown was removed, he noticed Ji was still lying on the ground, unmoving. He instinctively called out to her, second female lead, "Why aren't you getting up? Are you hurt?" Hearing someone call her, Ji's face paled, and she looked to be in considerable pain. She managed to prop herself up slightly and reached for her left side. Seeing something was wrong, the man asked her what was the matter. Ji didn't answer. She brought her hand, which had been exploring her side, into view. Before she could examine it closely, the man gasped, "So much blood." The next moment, he yelled, "The second female lead is injured." Hearing his shout, several people rushed towards her. Tang Hua, watching the scene unfold, froze, unable to understand how Ji could be bleeding so profusely. Nearby, someone voiced the same bewilderment. What happened? How could she be so seriously injured? Hee-ji-chin hadn't waited for the crew to wrap up filming before the assistant director approached him to discuss the next scene. Just then, the man ran up to Hee-ji-chin and told him that the second female lead was injured. Hee-ji-chin's face instantly drained of color. The next second, he rushed towards the crowd. Everyone respectfully called out, "Mr. He," and stepped aside, clearing a path for him. The stabbing pain in her side made Ji-yee's brow furrow deeper. She looked up at the crowd. Of the several directors on set, only Hee-ji-chin's surname was He. So, news of her injury had reached him. Hee-ji-chin's gaze swept over her, taking in the scene. When his eyes landed on the bloodstains at her waist, his face paled. Ji, clearly registering the shift in his expression, stared at him, as if witnessing something unbelievable. She hadn't expected Hee-ji-chin to be so distraught over her. Hee-ji-chin crouched beside her, reaching out towards her waist, but Ji abruptly pushed him away. He looked at Ji's pale face and asked how she had gotten hurt. Though he tried to keep his voice even, a slight tremor betrayed his concern. Catching the subtle shift in his tone, Ji stared at him, stunned again. He sounded almost afraid. Was he afraid because she was injured? Jichin watched as she stared blankly at him, speechless, and his heart ached even more. Without another word, he scooped her up into his arms. He hadn't expected Jichin to carry her in front of the entire crew. Completely shocked, her mind struggled to process what was happening. By the time he came to his senses, the man was already carrying him away from the crowd. He instinctively looked up at Jichin. This was the first time, he thought, that Jichin had been so protective of him in public. He had always thought the man who carried him into the palace was already quite worldly, but he hadn't expected him to have such a reckless moment. Just a while ago, he had injured his waist while filming a scene. Upon learning of this, Jichin rushed to the scene immediately and swept him up into his arms. By the time regained his awareness, Jichin had already carried him through the palace gates. Through the bronze mirrors placed within the palace, saw how Jichin held him, as if afraid that the slightest jostle might break him. He instinctively looked up at Jichin. His expression was the same as when he had first appeared, still cold and shun. But as watched him glance around, searching for a place to set him down, he caught a flicker of something else in his eyes. When Jichin's gaze finally landed on a particular spot in the palace, could sense the distinct release of his breath. Jichin carried him to the bed in the palace. Ji's gaze drifted back to the man. He saw Jichin's fingertips trembling slightly. He knew what that meant. Jichin was actually worried about him. As much as it seemed illogical, had to admit it. Jichin was worried about him. But as Jichin examined his wound, Ji's whole body trembled, and he couldn't help but gasp in pain. Jichin's eyes widened. "Who did this to you?" Just then, Chen Weiwan rushed in with a medical kit. Seeing Ji's wound, she warned Jichin that it was too deep and needed stitches immediately. But the kit was for emergencies. There was no anesthetic. Jichin suddenly took Ji's wrist and placed it against his chest. "Hold on tight if it hurts," he told him, as the needle pierced his flesh, stitch by stitch, despite Ji's best efforts to endure the pain. He couldn't hold back the soft cries of pain that escaped his lips. Jichin instinctively paused. He looked up at him, and at the sight of Jichin's expression, he froze. Jichin's face had gone pale. This man, always so calm and composed, actually looked distraught. He had thought the man who had carried him into the palace had been acting normally, but he hadn't expected him to have such a moment of vulnerability. And it was because of him, lost in his thoughts, Jichin abruptly stood up after finishing with the wound and rushed out of the palace. Chen Weiwan asked where he was going, but he didn't reply. Watching him leave, he suddenly recalled the flustered look on Jichin's face when he'd rushed to his side. He wondered if Jichin truly disliked and despised him as much as he seemed to. Or perhaps, deep down, did he care about him a little? After all, they had once been such good friends. After leaving the palace, Jichin picked up Ji's discarded costume, intending to throw it directly into the trash. But his fingers brushed against something. He spread the garment open. Suddenly, a sharp razor blade, about 5 centimeters long, fell to the ground. He stared at the blade in his hand for 2 seconds, then, connecting it to Ji's wound, he understood everything. He walked over to where the crew had gathered and demanded loudly, "Who is responsible for managing the costumes?" The crew, unsure what had happened, stared blankly. Seeing no one answer, Jichin spoke again, his voice much harsher than before. "Didn't you hear me? Stage manager." The stage manager immediately yelled for the wardrobe assistant. Soon, a young woman, about 20 years old, was brought before Jichin by the stage manager. It was her. "She's in charge of the costumes." Jichin abruptly flung the garment at the girl's feet. Upon seeing the costume, the girl recoiled in fear. The stage manager gasped. "There's a razor blade in the costume." Hearing this, Qiango looked at his manager, standing beside him. In that instant of eye contact, they both saw the same deep confusion in each other's gaze. Qiango knew that Ji's costume had been tampered with, but where had the blade come from? The wardrobe assistant stared at the garment on the ground. That person had told him he only wanted to embarrass Ji, never mentioning anything about planting a razor blade. But if he revealed the truth now, not only would his payment be forfeited, he might even be kicked off the production. Jichin seemed to lose his patience. I'll ask you one last time. Besides you, has anyone else touched this dress? The wardrobe assistant's fingers clenched the fabric nervously. Finally, he shook his head at Hee-ji-chin. Besides me, no one else. Is that your final answer? The cigarette between Hee-ji-chin's fingers crumpled under the pressure of his grip. He turned to the assistant director. Call the police. Get a lawyer here. Take G.E. for a medical examination. We're suing whoever is behind this and making sure they never work on another film set again. Hee-ji-chin turned to go back to the palace, set to retrieve G.E. He hadn't taken more than a couple of steps when the wardrobe assistant suddenly blurted out, "It wasn't me who put the blade there. It was Qian-ji's assistant, Xiaoyang." All eyes immediately swiveled to Qian-ge. Hee-ji-chin's gaze landed on Qian-ge, his expression terrifyingly dark. He walked towards her, each step seeming to amplify the fear churning in her gut. Qian-ge stared at him nervously, wanting to explain, but unable to utter a word. Hee-ji-chin's voice, though level, radiated a chilling fury. "You heard her again." His words struck the onlookers like a thunderbolt. Had Qian-ge targeted G.E. before? The seemingly approachable actress. Was she actually a ruthless schemer? Qian-ge trembled under Hee-ji-chin's accusing gaze. She stammered out, but couldn't manage another syllable. Hee-ji-chin's eyes grew colder. "Last time, when you slandered G.E. to Lin Jingyi to get her kicked off the production, I warned you. I said that was the last time. I can't believe you're so unrepentant. You dare to play these games with her again." Qian-ge stared, stunned. It took a moment for the realization to sink in. Hee-ji-chin had suspected her from the beginning. He'd gone to all this trouble just to force her to confess the truth in front of everyone. Hee-ji-chin wasn't just seeking justice for G.E. He was intent on destroying Qian-ji's career. Qian-ge, however, was a seasoned veteran of the entertainment industry. Though momentarily shaken by Hee-ji-chin's wrath, she quickly regained her composure. She began to defend herself. "Director I had a minor disagreement with G last time, but I didn't take it to heart. Besides, I'm the female lead, and she's the second female lead. Why would I bother targeting her? You can't just condemn me based on her word. Maybe she's working with someone else to frame me." The wardrobe assistant, thinking he'd escaped unscathed, watched as Qian-ge turned and threw him under the bus. Without hesitation, he blurted, "Qian-ji's people didn't just approach me. They approached others too. This isn't the only thing they've done to G.E. The time G.E.'s costume ripped during filming, that was Qian-ji's doing. And the time G had diarrhea, Qian-ji's people gave something to the makeup artist to put in her food. And every time G goes to the restroom, those same people rush in and occupy the stalls, so she can't use them. With each new revelation from the wardrobe assistant, Hee-ji-chin's expression darkened. Panic flickered in Qian-ji's eyes, but her voice remained sharp. "Liang Wenwen, stop spouting nonsense." The wardrobe assistant flinched, but continued, undeterred. "It's not just that. Even G.E.'s lunchboxes have had strange things happen to them. As far as I know, since she joined the production, she hasn't been able to eat a single proper meal." He was hurting himself to achieve his goal. He knew his actions were foolish, but he had no other choice. He was powerless. If he wanted to protect himself on this set, to make his future easier, to strike back at Qian-ge, this was his only option. He just hadn't expected Hee-ji-chin to find out the truth so quickly and take such decisive action. Hee-ji-chin, hearing all of this, immediately asked about the arrival of the police and lawyer. The wardrobe assistant, terrified that Hee-ji-chin might mistake him for the culprit, nervously insisted he wasn't lying. He promised to provide evidence and named the other crew members Qian-ge had bribed. Everyone finally understood why G.E. had experienced so many problems during filming recently. They were shocked that Qian-ge would stoop to such underhanded tactics. Best Actress? I bet she only got that title by stepping on promising newcomers. She's probably got no real talent. The murmurs grew louder and more critical. Qian-ge began to sway on her feet. She watched as the wardrobe assistant continued to point fingers at her accomplices. A cold glint flashed in Hee-ji-chin's eyes. He abruptly lifted his foot, about to rush towards the wardrobe assistant. Before he could move, his manager suddenly reached out, grabbing his arm and stopping him. Hee-ji-chin turned his head, a puzzled look directed at his manager. The manager subtly shook his head, silently warning him against acting rashly. Then the manager confessed, claiming that everything done to G.E. throughout the production was orchestrated solely by him and had nothing to do with Qian-ge. The manager knew Qian-ji's image was already tarnished and couldn't risk further legal trouble. If this escalated online, the damage to Qian-ge would be even greater. With this in mind, Qian-ji's manager continued to speak. The reason was simple. I felt Ji posed a significant threat to Qiange. I accept the charges and the investigation. Just as Qian Ji's manager stated, no one present was a fool. What everyone else could understand, He Jichen grasped even more clearly. While the manager's confession absolved Qiange, it was merely a desperate attempt at damage control, a maneuver to extricate her from the predicament. But what about the debt owed to Ji? How could it be repaid? The thought of Qiange escaping unscathed gnawed at He Jichen. His gaze, fixed on Qiange, grew sharper, more piercing. For a moment, Qiange felt as if He Jichen might lunge at her, delivering a stinging slap. Her heart pounded, fear threatening to paralyze her, just as she felt she might collapse. He Jichen, his expression icy, looked away. He curtly addressed the assistant director. "You're responsible for handling the aftermath." Then, he turned and strode towards the palace entrance. As He Jichen stepped onto the first stair leading to the doorway, he saw Ji, pale and clutching his side, leaning against the palace entrance. "He's injured. Why isn't he resting inside?" He Jichen's brow furrowed in concern. His pace involuntarily quickened. Ji had been startled when He Jichen took his costume. He was so badly hurt, and the drama had only just begun. It hadn't even reached its climax yet. If He Jichen simply disposed of the costume, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? He hadn't expected He Jichen to handle the situation so directly after learning the truth. In truth, he could understand Qian Ji's mistake. She had tampered with the costume, but she hadn't planted the blade, because the blade had been placed there by Ji himself. Unfortunately, no one would suspect that he had framed himself. Seeing the girl he loved injured right before his eyes, and knowing she would rather endure it silently than tell him, filled He Jichen with rage. He learned that on set, Ji had been subjected to Qian Ji's, the female leads, bullying, and ostracization. He wanted to retaliate, so he'd used the tampered costume to his advantage, adding the blade. The reason he'd abandoned the prestige of his academic background, even risking a rift with He Jia to become a director, was simply to be closer to Ji, closer to his dream, to protect him, to ensure his well-being. Yet, right under his nose, Ji had suffered such injustices. A wave of guilt washed over him, intensifying the fire already burning within him. "Why didn't you tell me?" Ji instinctively looked up at He Jichen, thinking, "What good would it have done to tell you? You would have thought I was lying to gain your sympathy, wouldn't you?" He Jichen saw the silence, and, his anger still raging, needing an outlet, spoke again. His tone remained imperious. "I asked you why you didn't tell me. Do you think I'm just a decoration?" "Someone was He Jichen abruptly stopped. He meant to say, "Someone was bullying you. Why didn't you tell me?" But the words caught in his throat. He realized their relationship wasn't exactly amicable. Ji was incredibly stubborn, and 4 years ago, in a fit of jealousy, He Jichen had told him never to appear before him again. And he hadn't. So how could he have possibly come to him for help? Even if he'd been subjected to the worst kind of treatment on set, he would have sought help from a stranger before approaching him. Ji, bewildered by He Jichen's strange questioning, looked up hesitantly, stealing glances at his face. He Jichen noticed his gaze, and when their eyes met, Ji instinctively looked down. He Jichen pushed aside his earlier thoughts. He wanted to ask if the wound hurt badly, if he should carry him back to the hotel. The words formed in his mind, but when they reached his lips, he, a man who had never spoken gently to a girl, couldn't bring himself to utter them. He tried several times, finally managing a barely audible hurt. He Jichen turned his head away in frustration, silently berating himself for his ineptitude. Then, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Ji's arm. He had just barely uttered when he felt himself lifted off the ground. Before he could react, He Jichen had swept him up into his arms. Under the bewildered gazes of the film crew, He Jichen carried him towards the parking lot. Ji glanced up at He Jichen, hesitated for a moment, then leaned closer and softly murmured, "Thank you." It was the first time in a long time that he had willingly been this close to him. Reaching the hotel entrance, He Jichen got out of the car first. As he came around to Ji's side, before Ji's foot could even touch the ground, He Jichen bent down and scooped him up again. Ji spoke softly, a touch of awkwardness in his voice. "I can walk myself." He Jichen seemed not to hear him. He strode through the hotel lobby and into the elevator. It wasn't until Ji-chin stopped in front of Ji-yi's room that a flicker of confusion finally crossed Ji-yi's mind. The entire crew was staying in this hotel. Such trivial matters were handled by the production assistants. Someone of Ji-chin's status wouldn't bother to know who was staying in which room. Yet, without even asking, he had found Ji-yi's room with an unnerving familiarity. Didn't he always dislike and avoid him? Then why this sudden concern? Just like back on set, his reaction to Ji-yi's injury had been so anxious, so uncontrolled. Ji-chin watched as Ji-yi stared intently at the room number, lost in thought. "Room key," he prompted. Ji-yi startled, fumbling for his key card. Compared to Ji-chin's suite, Ji-yi's room was pitifully small. Ji-chin frowned as he entered. He carefully placed Ji-yi on the bed and went to pour a glass of water. As he turned back towards Ji-yi, glass in hand, he caught sight of the wastebasket overflowing with blood-soaked tissues. Ji-chin's heart lurched. He rushed to Ji-yi's side. "Are you hurt anywhere else?" he demanded. Ji-yi stared blankly, taken aback by the urgency in his voice. Panic flared as he saw Ji-chin reach for his clothes. He didn't understand what Ji-chin was doing, and Ji-chin, seemingly oblivious to Ji-yi's apprehension, exhaled in relief, finding no other wounds on Ji-yi's body. "Then why is there so much blood in the bin?" he asked. Understanding dawned on Ji-yi. It's just a nosebleed," he stammered. "I've been getting them because of the heat." Ji-chin's grip tightened around the glass of water. His precious Ji-yi, bullied like this by Chien-gu. He was furious with Chien-gu, but even more so with himself. Ji-yi was right here, under his care, and yet he had still suffered. Ji-yi watched as Ji-chin, after asking his 2 questions, stood motionless, the glass still in his hand. In his eyes, Ji-yi saw a flicker of rage. He knew Ji-chin was angry, but he didn't know why. Suddenly, Ji-chin noticed a box of instant noodles on the floor. Only 2 remained. He had specifically instructed the production assistants to provide Ji-yi with his favorite dishes. Yet, he was reduced to eating instant noodles. A wave of fury washed over him. His fingers clenched, oblivious to the glass shattering in his hand, the shards digging into his palm. Hearing the sound, Ji-yi looked up and saw the blood flowing from Ji-chin's hand. "Ji-chin!" he cried out in alarm. Ji-chin didn't turn, his gaze fixed on the 2 remaining containers of noodles, his eyes unwavering. As if transfixed by some infuriating sight, his fist tightened further, the blood flowing more freely. Finally, he picked up the water glass again and walked back to the bed. Handing the glass to Ji-yi, he muttered, "Rest well." Then he turned and left the room, slamming the door shut with a deafening bang, as if searching for some outlet for his rage. Ji-yi stared after him, bewildered. He couldn't understand Ji-chin's sudden anger. He hadn't done anything to provoke him. In the car, Ji-chin's expression had softened considerably, but upon entering the room, his anger had flared up again, inexplicably. The more Ji thought about it, the more erratic Ji-chin seemed. Back in high school, he'd never noticed this volatile side of him. Lost in thought, a knock echoed on the door. He wondered if it was Ji-chin, returning in another fit of anger. He walked nervously to the door and opened it to find Chien-gu standing there, arms laden with bags of supplements. His expression instantly cooled. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his voice laced with suspicion. Chien-gu didn't answer. Ji brushed right past Chien-gu and into the room. "You think I wanted to come to this dump? Still, when my people hurt you, I have to at least put on a show, pretend to be terribly sorry, and check on you." A sneer curled Ji's lip. "The only person with any brains around me, and you still couldn't protect your image after entering the Orange Entertainment. You really lost the battle and your troops." Chien-gu wasn't about to back down. "Speaking of losing the battle and your troops, no one can compare to you, can they? Back in our senior year, you clearly liked He Guang, but you ended up in an indescribable situation with He Jichin. And not only did He Jichin dump you, you got pregnant and almost died during the abortion. He Jichin treated you like that, and you still fawned all over him. Tell me, aren't you pathetic?" Qian Ji's words chipped away at Ji's smile. He tried to get Qian-gu to leave his room, but Qian-gu, ever defiant, sat down on the bed. "Honestly, Ji, don't tell me you used your first time to bargain with He Jichin for this role." Ji's face instantly turned icy. "Qian-gu, I've been thinking if there's a next time without your manager, maybe next time it'll be you entering Orange Entertainment." As Ji's words hung in the air, the image of the razor blade flashed through Qian Ji's mind. He shot up from the bed. "You planted that blade yourself, didn't you?" Ji didn't answer. But his silence only solidified Qian Ji's suspicions. He decided to go to the police and expose Ji. But Ji calmly told him, without evidence, it's all for nothing. Qian was speechless. Ji looked at him with a cold smile, his eyes full of disdain. I told you a long time ago, whether it was 4 years ago or 4 years later, you'll always be my defeated opponent. You wouldn't listen. You insisted on fighting me. Today is just the beginning. You will lose your glory, your status, and your future. One day, I will make you beg for mercy on your knees, stripped of everything. Qian knew he had lost to Ji, but he was far from convinced. He refused to leave so pathetically. He decided to leave for now and think of a way to regain his dignity. However, as soon as the door opened, he froze. An unexpected person stood in the doorway. Ji instantly felt like he'd turned to stone. When Hadi Jichin returned, his expression was his usual calm, making it impossible for Ji to decipher what he was thinking, much less whether he had overheard their conversation. Compared to Ji's tension, Qian, after recovering from his initial shock, stared at He Jichin, a spark igniting in his eyes. He blurted out, "Did you just hear our conversation?" He planted the razor blade in his own costume. A wave of anxiety washed over Ji. He Jichin hated actors playing games and delaying the filming schedule. And he even stepped forward to resolve the issue for me. What if he finds out I was the one behind it all? He Jichin seemed to ignore Qian, not even glancing at him. His gaze remained fixed on Ji. Qian continued, "I thought my manager had hurt Ji, so I brought all these supplements to apologize. But now I know he deliberately framed me. Whether it's character or ability, Ji doesn't deserve to be an actor." He Jichin remained silent, his eyes fixed on the pile of generic supplements Qian had brought. "I need an explanation from Ji, and I hope you can give my manager justice." As He Jichin brushed past Ji's heart pounded in his chest. What was He Jichin doing in his room? He Jichin faced Qian, his demeanor still calm. He casually placed the large bag he was carrying on Ji's balcony table. Then he glanced indifferently at Qian. "I'll give you justice." Qian face lit up with delight. He Jichin picked up the room phone and said, "Send a housekeeper to room 2006. Both Qian and Ji watched, confused as to why he was calling for a housekeeper. Moments after He Jichin hung up, a housekeeper in hotel uniform hurried in. "Hello, may I?" Before the housekeeper could finish, He Jichin spoke. "I called you. Come in and take out the trash." The housekeeper nodded slightly and said, "Certainly." Then they stepped into Ji's room and began to collect the trash bag from bin. He Jichin suddenly said, "Not that trash. This trash." He gestured towards the supplements on the floor with his chin. The attendant's eyes widened, darting in disbelief towards He Jichin. These were clearly unopened, high-end supplements. Equally bewildered were Ji and Qian, standing by the doorway. The younger the attendant, the more convinced he became that he must have misheard. He asked hesitantly, "Sir, are you asking me to throw away all these supplements?" The word supplements seemed to strike He Jichin as incredibly funny. A sneer curled his lip as he delivered a sharp, merciless retort. "Trash brought by trash is nothing but trash. As long as He Jichin, live, it doesn't need to explain anything to you." The word supplements again twisted a mocking smile onto his face. He Jichin's words were a clear, veiled insult towards Qian, the one who had brought the supplements. He instinctively glanced back at her, seeing the attendant still standing there. He Jichin's handsome brow furrowed with impatience. "Hurry up and get this garbage out of here. It's disgusting to look at." The attendant walked over to the supplements, squatted down, and began to gather them. He was no stranger to He Jichin's harsh words. He had even hated him for it at one point. But he never imagined that one day, He Jichin would use such venomous language to defend him. He could feel his heart pounding faster and faster. He stared at He Jichin, unable to tear his gaze away. The attendant worked quickly, soon gathering all the supplements into his arms. Before he could turn to leave, He Jichin suddenly told him to wait. He Jichin then instructed him to change the bed sheets as well, saying they were dirty from having been touched by the garbage. Understanding dawned on Ji. He now realized why He Jichin had been staring at the edge of the bed earlier. That was where Qian had been sitting. So, He Jichin had been standing outside the hotel room door that whole time. He knew the truth. So why was he helping Ji against Qian? Ji's already confused mind spun in a further chaos. The attendant, upon hearing Hee-ji-chun's words, quickly stripped the bed sheets and left. Chien-gu, standing at the doorway, paled and flushed in rapid succession. She bit her lip hard, her eyes reddening. Hee-ji-chun, hearing her sharp intake of breath, glanced at her. He showed no sympathy for her near tears, nor did he seem inclined to let the matter drop. Are you satisfied with this justice? Whether or not Ji-e is a competent actor is not for you to judge. Don't think I'm unaware of the little tricks you've been playing behind the scenes. Ji-e was forced to take the steps he did today because of you. I'm warning you. You better behave yourself while I'm around. There won't be a next time. Hearing the threat from the man she loved, tears streamed down Chien-ji's face. She had thought Hee-ji-chun would be angry after hearing her conversation with Ji-e. However, Hee-ji-chun hadn't taken the bait, leaving Chien-gu feeling both disappointed and furious. She didn't want to lose face in front of Ji-e, but Hee-ji-chun was making it impossible. Even if I'm making a fool of myself, I won't let Ji-e get away with this. With that thought, Chien-gu glared viciously at Ji-e before leaning close to Hee-ji-chun's ear, whispering something only the two of them could hear. You're protecting him like this, caring about his well-being, but he used the thing you care about most as a weapon against you, even managing to fool you completely. Ji-e couldn't hear what Chien-gu was saying, but he knew it wasn't anything good. Hee-ji-chun's anger was palpable, just as Ji-e expected him to explode. Hee-ji-chun abruptly shoved Chien-gu away, telling her to shut up. Didn't you just say you wanted Ji-e to give you an explanation? Hee-ji-chun saw right through her scheme. She wanted to use him to humiliate Ji-e. But even in his fury, Hee-ji-chun wouldn't let her succeed. With a mocking tone that dripped with disdain for Chien-ji's audacity, he continued, let me tell you, as long as Hee-ji-chun, live, Ji doesn't need to give you any explanation. Whether Hee-ji-chun had heard the conversation between him and Chien-gu no longer mattered. What mattered was that after hearing Chien-ji's words, not only was he not swayed, but he had also stepped up to defend Ji-e and put Chien-gu in her place. If Hee-ji-chun's special treatment before was due to Yu Guang, then why, without Yu Guang's knowledge, was he now unconditionally taking Ji-e's side? It was just like back then, when Hee-ji-chun would rush to his defense with a single frown. Ji-e stared at Hee-ji-chun, lost in thought. Hee-ji-chun told Chien-gu, I heard everything you said, every single word. But so what? In my world, there's no such thing as fairness, only whether you're wrong or he's right. You want fairness from me. What I just did was give you fairness. Now the answer is clear. So can you get out of here? Even Chien-gu, as composed as she usually was, paled at the word get out coming from Hee-ji-chun's lips. Tears welled in her eyes as she stared at him for a long moment. Chien-gu finally hurried out, with the click of the door latch echoing in the room. Ji-e still couldn't understand why Hee-ji-chun was suddenly being so kind to him. When Hee-ji-chun abruptly turned around, the calmness in his eyes was gone, replaced by a maelstrom of emotions, churning as if about to explode. This Hee-ji-chun was even more frightening than the one who had just lashed out at Chien-gu. Fear prickled at Ji-e. Already leaning against the wall, Ji-e instinctively pressed himself closer. This subtle movement didn't escape Hee-ji-chun's notice. He closed the remaining distance between them, effectively trapping Ji-e. He roared at Ji-e, demanding to know if he had a hole in his head for doing something so reckless. Hee-ji-chun's imposing presence had already unnerved him, and this outburst sent a shiver down Ji-e's spine. He instinctively ducked his head, inching sideways along the wall, trying to put some space between them. The moment Ji-e moved, Hee-ji-chun grabbed his wrist and pulled him into a tight embrace. Ji-e had no idea how terrified Hee-ji-chun had been when he learned of his injury. He'd risked his life to get back at Chien-gu. The cut wasn't particularly deep this time, hadn't hit anything vital. But if the blade had gone in a little further, if it had damaged an internal organ, the thought sent a wave of icy fear through Hee-ji-chun. He raged at Ji-e. Were you proud of yourself? Smug, when your little scheme worked. You're an idiot, turning the set into your personal battleground. You don't deserve to be an actor. Ji-e admitted his methods weren't sophisticated, but he had no power, no influence. Backed into a corner, his only recourse had been to play the victim. Did he wanna? No, but he had no other choice. Hee-ji-chun's harsh words stung, and a wave of a complex feeling of injustice and resentment washed over him. The nearness of losing Ji-e brought back a visceral memory for Hee-ji-chun. Rushing back from Suchong after hearing about the car accident, seeing him lying unconscious in the hospital bed, hooked up to machines. The The memory tightened his grip on Ji-Yi's wrist. Ji-Yi winced, a small cry escaping his lips. Instead of loosening his grip, Ji-Chin held on tighter. It hurts? And you still pulled a stunt like that? With your meager skills, you think you can outmaneuver trash like that? He was truly furious. Ji-Yi had so little regard for his own well-being. You're someone I genuinely care for, someone I want to protect. But even I can't forgive you for hurting yourself like this. You were lucky this time. What if something serious had happened? Did you even think about the consequences? When Ji-Yi saw the tremor in Ji-Chin's lips, the turmoil in his eyes, he realized Ji-Chin wasn't just angry about the drama on set. He was terrified for Ji-Yi's safety. Ji-Yi's heart lurched. He stared at Ji-Chin, and Ji-Chin suddenly realized he was losing control again. He hadn't meant to, but Ji-Yi always managed to provoke him so easily. The lingering anger hadn't dissipated before fresh waves of frustration and regret washed over him. The onslaught of complex emotions was overwhelming. He glared at Ji-Yi for a moment, then turned and left, gently closing the door behind him. After Ji-Chin left, a flicker of something akin to attraction sparked in Ji-Yi's chest. Was it because he was seeing Yu Guang in Ji-Chin again? His eyes fell on something Ji-Chin had left on the cabinet. Curious, he went over and opened it. It was a takeaway container filled with a delicious-looking dinner, and beside it, several boxes of medicine. So, after bringing him back, Ji-Chin hadn't stormed out in anger to abandon him. He'd gone to get him dinner and medicine, but there weren't any proper pharmacies near the film set. Had he driven all the way to the nearest town just for this? The calmness Ji-Yi had finally managed to find shattered, replaced by a torrent of emotion. In the penthouse suite, room 1001, Han Ji-fan kept talking to Ji-Chin, but Ji-Chin wasn't really listening. He couldn't focus his mind elsewhere. A knock sounded at the door. Han Ji-fan called out, "Come in," and the secretary entered with Chen Wei-wan. "Mr. He, Miss Chun is here to help you take care of your hand." Ji-Chin seemed lost in thought, staring unblinkingly out the window. Han Ji-fan called his name, but he didn't respond. He simply glanced down at his palm, then turned to Chen Wei-wan. "Go to room 2006 first. See if his bleeding has stopped." Before Chen Wei-wan could reply, the secretary spoke up. "Mr. He, your injury needs to be treated first. There's still glass fragments in your hand." Ji-Chin cut her off mid-sentence. "I said 2006 first, so 2006 first." He turned his gaze back to Chen Wei-wan. "Thank you." Unlike the secretary, Chen Wei-wan didn't argue. She simply nodded. Carrying the medical kit, Chen Wei-wan left. As she passed Han Ji-fan, he subconsciously glanced up at her. Seeming to sense Han Ji-fan's gaze, Chen Wei-wan looked towards him. Their eyes met. She didn't flinch, but instead offered him a polite, open smile before leaving Ji-Chin's penthouse suite. The door clicked shut. Han Ji-fan walked over to the wet bar and asked Ji-Chin, "Was that girl who just left the doctor with your film crew?" "She's not the screenwriter. Chen Wei-wan, is she?" Han Ji-fan was a little surprised. "She's the author of 3,000 Eats? She's so young." "Wait, doesn't she write books? How can she be a doctor?" Ji-Chin told him. Chen Wei-wan's father is Chun Wei-gwa. At those words, Han Ji-fan's grip tightened around his highball glass. His voice was tinged with a strange excitement. "Chun Wei-gwa? You mean her father is the Chun Wei-gwa, the world-renowned medical master?" Ji-Chin gave a slight nod. Hearing the confirmation, Han Ji-fan abruptly slammed the highball glass down on the coffee table. Ji-Chin, noticing this, furrowed his brow and turned to look at him quizzically. "What's wrong?" he asked. Han Ji-fan didn't answer, but his gaze, fixed on the highball glass, hardened. Even if the name Chun Wei-gwa were turned to ash, he would still recognize it. He would never forget the vile, despicable things that impeccably dressed man had done. He had heard about Ji-Chin's injury indirectly. He wanted to express his concern, but couldn't find a suitable excuse. He had been racking his brains for a way to make Chun Wei-gwa suffer, and now his precious daughter had delivered herself right to his doorstep. Ji-Chin furrowed his brow and asked Han Ji-fan what was wrong. Han Ji-fan snapped back to reality, realizing his outburst. He quickly masked the emotions in his eyes. "Nothing," he said. "I was just surprised. I didn't expect your film crew to be hiding so many talented individuals." Ji-Chin seemed to accept this explanation and fell silent. Having composed himself, Han Ji-fan decided to return to his room to rest. However, Ji-Chin suddenly remembered something and called him back. He explained that he was stuck on set and needed to ask Han Ji-fan a favor. He had overheard Chien-gu saying that Ji-e had nearly died 4 years ago during a stunt. If it was as Chien-gu had described, and Ji-e hated him and didn't want his child, why would she have put herself in such danger? Could there be something he didn't know? Worry gnawed at Hee-ji-chin. It was so late. He wondered if Ji-e was asleep, if her wound still hurt. After a quick wash, Ji-e, clad only in a towel, stepped out of the bathroom. At that very moment, the suite door opened from the outside. Hee-ji-chin froze, startled by Ji-e's sudden appearance. Ji-e, equally surprised, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. In her fluster, she dropped what she was holding. She explained that she had come to bring Hee-ji-chin dinner. She noticed the door was ajar and, thinking something might be wrong, had let herself in. Hee-ji-chin guessed that Han Ji-fan must have forgotten to close the door when he left. The fact that Ji-e had brought him food filled him with a quiet joy. He looked at her with an unusual warmth in his eyes. "Did you come all this way just for this?" Without hesitation, Ji-e blurted out, "No, no, no." The light in Hee-ji-chin's eyes instantly dimmed. Flustered, Ji-e, oblivious to the shift in his expression, racked her brain for an excuse. "I came to apologize," she stammered. A flicker of something unreadable crossed Hee-ji-chin's eyes. Pleased with her quick thinking, Ji-e congratulated herself on finding such a perfect excuse. "Even though Chien-ji's people have been causing me trouble, I shouldn't have caused problems for the production. I'm really sorry." In truth, Ji-e had come because she had inadvertently learned of Hee-ji-chin's injury. She wanted to check on him, but couldn't find a suitable reason. Hee-ji-chin now understood the real reason behind Ji-e's rapid-fire denials. The shadows in his eyes vanished, replaced by a gentle warmth. He bent down to pick up the dropped food container. "It's already in the past," he said. "Don't worry about it." Even though the container had fallen on the floor, he insisted it was fine. He was hungry. However, his injured right hand made it difficult to open the container, and his stomach rumbled in protest. Seeing this, Ji-e immediately stepped forward. She opened the container for him. Hee-ji-chin, observing her every move, hesitated to take the offered spoon. Ji-e looked up at him quizzically. A faint smile played on his lips. Just as she was wondering what he was thinking, Hee-ji-chin suddenly cried out in pain, breaking her train of thought. She immediately examined his hand and saw that it was infected. Ji-e quickly grabbed the first aid kit and began tending to Hee-ji-chin's injury. His unexpected touch sent a jolt through Hee-ji-chin, his body tensing as if electrified. He stared at the girl with a flicker of disbelief. Catching his gaze, Ji-e suddenly realized what she had done. A delicate blush creeping up her cheeks. She quickly withdrew her hand, murmuring with a touch of embarrassment, "I'll just clean your wound. Try to bear with it." Then, with practiced efficiency, she began to dress the cut on Hee-ji-chin's palm. Hee-ji-chin watched her, his heart melting into a puddle of tenderness. Ji-e wrapped the gauze around his hand several times. "I can't do it as well as Miss Chung, but I can at least disinfect it for you." Hee-ji-chin gave a soft murmur of acknowledgement. Ji-e examined his hand once more, ensuring there were no other issues, then looked up. She was about to tell him it was done when she found him staring intently at her. His gaze was like a blazing fire, threatening to consume her. Ji-e suddenly realized that she hadn't calmly appreciated Hee-ji-chin's features like this since they graduated high school. She had almost forgotten how handsome he was. The intimate moment was shattered by the sudden ringing of a phone. Hee-ji-chin, upon seeing the caller ID, abruptly stood and moved a distance away from Ji-e before answering. Ji-e couldn't hear what the caller was saying, but after about 2 minutes, Hee-ji-chin turned back to her, his gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions. Ji-e couldn't understand why his expression had changed so suddenly. She wondered who had called. His so-called love also hurt him the most. The caller must have said something that deeply affected Hee-ji-chin, because his phone slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. Ji-e, startled by the sound, instinctively rose from the sofa. Hee-ji-chin seemed to have lost his soul. Before Ji-e could ask him what was wrong, he rushed into the bathroom with hurried, uneven steps. The phone was still connected. Seeing the caller ID, Han Ji-fan, Ji-e quickly picked up the phone and softly informed him that Hee-ji-chin had gone to the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Hee-ji-chin leaned against the door, feeling utterly drained. He replayed Han Ji-fan's words in his mind. "Brother Chun, I found out everything you asked me to look into last night. Han Ji-fan's words plunged He Ji-chin into deep thought. For years ago, the person Ji-e had risked her life for during childbirth had almost cost her her own. She had hemorrhage during the surgery and nearly died on the operating table. It took 2 hours and the combined efforts of all the attending physicians to pull her back from the brink of death. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, captivated, to their official meeting at his home, where he fell for her instantly, he had started changing for her without even realizing it. From then on, he protected her fiercely, defying all rules at school. He Ji-chin always felt he had given so much for her. Yet, the person she yearned for wasn't him. He Ji-chin was consumed by jealousy, even feeling that Ji-e was ungrateful. He had considered erasing her from his life entirely. He could find someone better, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Yet, he couldn't swallow his pride and go to her. So, he resorted to secretly visiting B City every month just to see her. He would think to himself, I'm so good to her. It's almost enough to move even myself. That's why, after their reunion, every time she distanced herself from him, every time she eagerly denied their connection, He Ji-chin couldn't help but feel resentful. He wanted her to taste the pain he felt, and he tried every way possible to make that happen. It wasn't until this phone call with Han Ji-fan that he realized just how much of a jerk he had been. How despicable. At this thought, He Ji-chin raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face twice. Do I love her? I really do love her. I've given her all of me, the good, the bad, the vulnerable, the crazy. But her so-called love cuts me the deepest. He had always thought that Xian-ji's actions 3 years ago, the car accident that left Ji-e in a coma for 3 years, were unforgivable, utterly heinous. But now he realized, how was he any different from Xian-ge? Hadn't he also almost cost her life? Overwhelmed by regret and heartache for what the girl had endured 4 years ago, He Ji-chin felt as if his heart were being ripped apart, the pain suffocating him. He finally understood that he loved her, but he also loved his pride and dignity. He had never known love, never learned how to love. He Ji-chin trembled with the intensity of his emotions. He lit a cigarette, taking harsh, desperate drags. He remembered Xian-ge lying to him, saying that Ji-e didn't want their child. He actually believed it. He'd been gloomy because of it. He'd even been insanely jealous when he saw Ji-e agree to marry her brother. He Ji-chin questioned what right he even had. After hanging up on Han Ji-fan, he noticed He Ji-chin still hadn't come out of the bathroom. A flicker of worry ignited in her heart. She couldn't help but walk to the bathroom door. She raised her hand and knocked. Silence answered her. Ji's heart began to pound with unease. Han Ji-fan had specifically told her that if He Ji-chin didn't come out of the bathroom after a while, she absolutely had to go check on him. Could something really have happened, like Han Ji-fan suggested? The thought made Ji knock again, this time with more force. Still, there was no sign of the door opening. He Ji-chin didn't seem like the type to do anything rash, but his face had been truly awful when he went into the bathroom. At this point, Ji was completely unnerved. She stopped knocking and started kicking the door. She kicked until her toes ached. Still no response from inside. Finally, her eyes landed on a nearby stool. With all her might, she slammed the stool against the bathroom door, forcing it open. He Ji-chin, lost in his thoughts, looked up at Ji standing in the doorway. Meeting his gaze, Ji froze. Han Ji-fan had told her something would happen, but he was just smoking in the bathroom. Ji bit her lip, embarrassed. Han Ji-fan told me something might happen to you. I knocked for ages, and you didn't answer. I was worried. I'll pay for the door. I'll go contact the front desk now. Hearing the word worried, He Ji-chin's heart skipped a beat. He tossed his cigarette but into a nearby trash can. He stepped behind her and pulled Ji into a tight embrace. Ji's face flushed crimson. She was so tense, she held her breath. It took a full 3 seconds for her to register what she and He Ji-chin were doing. Her body stiffened. The next second, she frantically tried to pull away from He Ji-chin's embrace. As if anticipating her reaction, He Ji-chin tightened his hold, pulling her even closer. Can I have a hug? He Ji-chin's voice was soft, laced with an unspoken sorrow. Just a hug, just for a little while. Frozen in shock and awkwardness, Ji heard He Ji-chin's voice again, drifting down from above. Like friends? Okay, just for a little while. The arrogant and proud He Ji-chin was actually lowering himself, using such a vulnerable and pitiful tone to ask Ji for a hug. Like friends. What had Han Ji-fan said to him? He seemed so heartbroken. He was completely different from the Hee Ji-chin she knew. Hee Ji-chin had been one of her most important friends during her youth. Maybe he really was hurting and just needed someone for comfort. After a moment, Ji-e let her hands fall to her sides, no longer resisting his intimate embrace. Her stillness, her hesitation, gave Hee Ji-chin a sliver of hope. He carefully held her a little tighter, burying his face in her hair. For years, he had dreamt of this moment. He never thought it would actually come true. The room was quiet, just Ji-e and Hee Ji-chin. They could both hear the beating of each other's hearts. Hee Ji-chin began to reflect on his past. He realized he had always mistaken his fondness for Ji-e as love. It all stemmed from that phone call with Han Ji-fan. The call had made him realize his feelings for Ji-e weren't strong enough to be called love. True love was wanting the other person to be happy, even if it meant sacrificing everything. But Hee Ji-chin had understood too late. He had already endured too much pain and hardship. He apologized to her silently. "I'm sorry, Ji. I'm sorry I understood true love too late. I'm sorry, Kala. I caused you so much pain during your life." With deep reluctance, Hee Ji-chin slowly loosened his hold. As his hands finally left her body, he stepped back, creating distance between them. Ji felt a chill as he pulled away. When she looked up and saw the sadness in his eyes, confusion flooded her. Why was he looking at her like that? But then she remembered the embrace, and she knew she needed to escape the awkwardness. She quickly said goodbye, promising Hee Ji-chin she wouldn't tell anyone what had happened. Just as she reached the door, Hee Ji-chin called out to her. Ji turned back, a question in her eyes. Was there something else? Hee Ji-chin apologized. "I'm sorry." Ji was taken aback. Why was he apologizing again? Why did it sound so familiar? Then it hit her. The hot pot restaurant across from the studio. The note she'd drawn that time. It had been from Hee Ji-chin. Was he apologizing for the Lin Jingyi incident? Unable to think of any other possibility, Ji spoke. "Is this about Lin Jingyi? It's in the past. Let's not bring it up again." But Hee Ji-chin's apology wasn't just for that. It was also for that night 4 years ago. Ji froze, completely stunned by his words. He was actually apologizing for that night 4 years ago. A sudden stinging sensation welled up in her eyes. She quickly looked away from Hee Ji-chin's gaze. She had thought she no longer cared about that night. But hearing his apology, Ji realized just how deeply that night had been etched into his memory. After Ji left, Hee Ji-chin remained alone in the room. He yearned to learn how to love her. He desperately wished she could teach him how, so he could atone for the mistakes of the past. Returning to the film's set after a week, Ji knew that after all the drama, her life would be as difficult as it had been before. But when she actually stepped back onto the set, she discovered it was anything but. Compared to the cautious tiptoeing of before, the difference was like night and day. It was like being back in the carefree days of the past. She wasn't the most popular person on set, but she was undeniably the most favored. In the break room, Hee Ji-chin noticed she had fallen asleep and draped his jacket over her. Just then, his secretary walked in and called out, "Mr. Hee." Hee Ji-chin quickly gestured for silence, careful not to disturb Ji. When she awoke, the sunlight outside the window was still bright. She rubbed her eyes. Then she heard a voice beside her. "Miss Ji, you're awake." Apparently, there was a celebratory banquet that evening, and Hee Ji-chin had specifically instructed that she be brought there. He had mentioned a gathering next Friday and hoped she could attend. So she went back to change her clothes and followed the secretary to the banquet hall. "Miss Ji, please come in. Everyone is waiting for you," the secretary urged. Ji paused, momentarily confused. Why were they waiting for her? She pushed open the doors and found the room completely dark and silent. Just as confusion began to set in, a single light shone directly on her, then another and another. She saw Hee Ji-chin sitting at a piano. Before she could recover from the shock and surprise, the fluid notes of a piano melody filled the air. It was a tune she knew all too well. Hee Ji-chin's eyes, once cold, now burned with an intensity that made Ji uneasy. She felt a sudden, instinctive urge to flee. The flowing piano melody washed over her again. It was a tune she knew intimately. Astonished, she looked at the man playing. Hee Ji-chin was playing for her. Before she could comprehend what was happening, a sudden pop startled her, sending a shiver down her spine. Then, shimmering, luminous confetti rained down from the ceiling, beautiful as snowflakes. Lost in the romantic scene, she heard a door open. Following the sound, she saw someone pushing a trolley slowly towards her. She didn't know what was hidden beneath the cover on the trolley, but anticipation filled her. Suddenly, all the lights came on. Hee-ji-chin appeared beside her and lifted the cover, revealing a beautiful cake. The next moment, she saw two familiar faces surrounding the trolley, Bo He and Tang Hua. They looked at her with smiles in their eyes and, accompanied by the beautiful piano music, began to sing Happy Birthday. Hee-ji-chin lit the candles. A wave of emotion, more powerful than any she had ever experienced, washed over Ji. Gratitude and happiness filled her chest to overflowing. She couldn't remember the last time she had celebrated her birthday. Hee-ji-chin softly reminded her to make a wish. Faced with so many surprises, Ji-e couldn't process the whirlwind of emotions. Following their prompting, she clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and made a silent, heartfelt wish. If wishes really could come true, she hoped that everyone she loved and everyone who loved her would find peace and happiness. She blew out the candles. Then she looked at Hee-ji-chin, his face even more strikingly handsome in the crystal light. He had arranged all of this. People offered her flowers, each wishing her a happy birthday. So, tonight's supposed cast party wasn't a party at all. It was a meticulously planned birthday celebration. Gratitude and joy swelled within Ji. Yet, in the midst of this beautiful moment, Hee-ji-chin received a phone call and left. At this moment, everyone prompted him to cut the cake. Ji handed the flowers to a waiter standing beside him. After the cake was distributed, he subconsciously glanced towards the doorway. Unfortunately, Hee-ji-chin had already left. Although a flicker of disappointment crossed Ji's mind, he understood. The elaborate arrangements Hee-ji-chin had made for him didn't necessarily signify anything. As he chatted and laughed with the others, a voice called out to him, "Mr. Ji." Ji turned his head to see Hee-ji-chin's secretary. "Excuse me, could we borrow Mr. Ji for a moment? Mr. He would like to speak with him." Following the secretary, Ji arrived at a luxurious room. The secretary explained, "Mr. He has specially arranged for this chef to be here for you. Please feel free to tell him whatever you would like to eat." Ji finally understood. Hee-ji-chin's abrupt departure had been to arrange for a private chef. Ji made an unexpected request of the chef. "Could you make me some malatang?" The chef stared, dumbfounded, while the secretary couldn't help but chuckle. "Certainly, Mr. Ji. We'll bring it to you shortly." While waiting for the malatang, Ji casually settled onto a sofa. He happened to glance at the coffee table and noticed a dish of his favorite pine nuts. He couldn't help but wonder if Hee-ji-chin had shelled them himself. Before that night, their relationship had been abysmal, practically like fire and water. Yet, since then, Hee-ji-chin had changed. He had become both utterly unfamiliar and strangely familiar. Ji couldn't understand such a drastic shift in Hee-ji-chin's behavior. Restless and agitated, he stood up from the sofa and walked towards the balcony. Ji reached out and pushed open the balcony door. The moment he did, he saw Hee-ji-chin standing with his back to the room. Hearing the movement, Hee-ji-chin turned his head. Catching sight of Ji in his peripheral vision, he thought he was hallucinating. He paused for a second before looking up. His gaze collided directly with Ji's, who hadn't yet had time to look away. Hee-ji-chin's eyes were no longer icy, but burning with an intensity that made Ji uneasy. Instinctively, Ji felt the urge to flee. He turned to leave, but Hee-ji-chin suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm, nearly causing him to fall. Hee-ji-chin caught him from behind. Sensing Ji's tension, he quickly released his grip. Then, leaning in, he whispered in Ji's ear, "Happy birthday." When Hee-ji-chin learned that 4 years ago, because of that fateful night they shared, Ji had nearly died on the operating table, he was filled with regret and fear. He finally understood that true love wasn't about possession, but wanting the other person to be happy. And so, Hee-ji-chin had been trying to find ways to be good to Ji, even meticulously planning this birthday banquet. After a moment of hesitation, Ji asked Hee-ji-chin why he was out here alone. Hee-ji-chin reluctantly released his hold. He explained that he had been feeling a little stifled inside and had come out for some fresh air. Ji awkwardly turned away and thanked Hee-ji-chin, expressing his gratitude for remembering his birthday. Hee-ji-chin gave a slight nod, but didn't speak. Ji, for a moment, wasn't sure what to say. Silence fell over the balcony. After a long pause, they both spoke at the same time. Hearing each other, they both stopped. This time, Hee-ji-chin didn't remain silent. He gestured for Ji to speak first. Ji didn't argue. After a brief hesitation, he asked, "Why did you arrange all of this for me?" His question was abrupt, catching Hee-ji-chin off guard. He looked slightly dazed. "Between us, it's just..." Ji struggled to find the right words and trailed off. It's just bad. You used to treat me so poorly. Why the sudden change? When Jichin didn't immediately respond, Ji assumed he was finding it difficult to answer. He suddenly recalled Jichin's apology that night. You're doing all this to make it up to me, aren't you? In Ji's eyes, all of this was just compensation driven by guilt. A wave of sadness washed over Jichin's eyes. It's not compensation. He started to speak, then abruptly stopped. The words, because I like you. I want you to be happy, caught on his lips. Jichin fought to suppress the ache in his chest. Ji, can we go back to how things were? Ji froze. What did he mean by how things were? Jichin seemed to possess the ability to read minds, knowing exactly what Ji was thinking. Back to when you were 17 and I was 18. Back to that summer, when you and I were the best of friends at Suqing No. 1 High School. Back to when I could call you Xiao Yi, and you, unlike everyone else, weren't afraid of me and dared to call me Jichin. Can we go back to that summer? His voice was as beautiful as ever, yet laced with a tremor, as if he were nervous, afraid of something. Ji felt a flicker of conflict in her heart. Could she and Jichin go back to how they were before? The question echoed Jichin's own words, a silent query she posed to herself. The Jichin of before. He had been the most important person in her world, but time had moved on, and so much had happened between them. He was no longer the same Jichin, and she was no longer the same Ji. Her silent stillness caused Jichin's heart to sink. It wasn't a confession, just a simple request to reconcile, and even that seemed impossible. Panic flared in his chest. He spoke, breaking the strained silence. It's okay. You can tell me when you have an answer. I can wait. A strange pang of pain resonated in Ji's heart. Just then, the balcony door opened and Tang Huahua's voice drifted in. Xiao, what are you doing hiding out here? I've been looking everywhere for you to sing karaoke. Jichin, you're here too. Everyone's singing. Jichin, would you like to come in and sing a song? Jichin politely declined the invitation. Before leaving, Ji glanced back at Jichin. Could all the unpleasantness of the past truly be erased? Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, the 3,000th take of filming was coming to an end. Before Ji could even go to the dressing room to change, someone she never would have expected called out to her. Slowly, she turned towards a voice. The man looked familiar, but Ji couldn't quite place him at first. The man beamed at her. Recognition finally dawned on Ji, and she exclaimed in surprise, Fatty, is that really you? You've lost so much weight, I almost didn't recognize you. Realizing she had used his nickname, Ji quickly corrected herself. I'm so sorry. Force of habit. I should call you Suhan. Suhan didn't seem to mind. I found out a few days ago that Chun-gu was filming here. I happened to be passing through on a business trip, so I came to visit. I didn't expect you to be in Chun-ji's production crew. He and I are having dinner together. Come join us. Come have dinner with him and Jichin. Did Jichin know about this? As Ji struggled with how to respond, Jichin walked over. We're old classmates, and it's been a while. Let's get together. The passenger seat was taken, so Ji had to sit in the back with Jichin. As he moved, Ji distinctly caught a whiff of a clean, light fragrance. It was pleasant and comforting, and a small smile touched her lips. She drifted off to sleep. When Ji woke up, the car was quiet. She was disoriented for a moment before realizing her cheek was resting against a soft, comfortable fabric. It took a second to register, and then she realized it was Jichin's shoulder. She instinctively glanced down, and when she saw the damp patch on Jichin's pristine shirt, her eyes widened. She had drooled on his clothes. Mortified, Ji touched her still damp lips with her fingertips and stole a glance at Jichin. Had he noticed? Sensing her slight movement, Jichin turned his head and caught her eye. Caught red-handed, Ji wanted to explain that it wasn't intentional, but she stammered for a moment, unable to form the humiliating words. Finally, she just blushed and lowered her head, murmuring a quiet, I'm sorry. Jichin's voice was calm and pleasant as he spoke. You're awake. He didn't seem to care. Ji blinked, glancing up at him quickly. Not only did he not look annoyed, but the corners of his lips were even slightly upturned, as if he were in a good mood. His face was so close. She'd never noticed before how flawless his skin was, not a single pore in sight. As she stared, a dreamy look came over her face. Jichin suddenly held out a bottle of water to her. Snapping back to reality, Ji quickly thanked him. She realized she had been acting strangely in front of him again and again. She tried to calm her racing heart. Her gaze fell on the blanket draped over her. That explained why, despite feeling a chill from the car's air conditioning, she had warmed up again. He had covered her with a blanket. Her eyes drifted to the air vent. The vent that had been blowing directly on her was now closed. She had always thought these small, thoughtful gestures were something only Yu Guang would do. She hadn't expected He Jichin to be so considerate. After getting out of the car, He Jichin walked around to her side and elegantly extended his hand to her. Like in their younger days, Fatty ordered the 8+1 combo, a must-have for their group gatherings. A pleasant buzz settled over him and a craving for a cigarette hit. He pulled one out, but before it reached his lips, He Jichin's voice cut through the air. Just 2 words, Fatty's name, and nothing more. But Fatty understood. He quickly put the cigarette down. Oh, look at my memory. I'm sweeping. He abruptly realized his slip-up and feigned a coughing fit, then corrected himself. In front of Ji, Chun-ge has a strict no-smoking rule. Fatty turned to Ji. Ji, do you remember what we were most afraid of back in school? Ji shook his head. We were most afraid of you being with us. Everyone in our group smoked, but you hated the smell. Chun-ge never forced us to quit, but he wouldn't let us smoke around you. So behind his back, we called him Tyrant. Ji, do you know what we called you? Perhaps it was the 8+1 talking, but without much thought, Ji blurted out a guess. The favored concubine? He Jichin, sitting beside him, stiffened at those words. The tyrant and his favored concubine, a match made in heaven. He Jichin glanced at Ji. He could tell it was an unintentional remark, but a flicker of satisfaction still danced in his eyes. Favored concubine? Fatty scoffed, as if he'd heard the most ridiculous thing. You wish. Our nickname for you was the Great Demon King. Ji, who had expected something along the lines of stunning beauty or bewitching siren, was taken aback. With a touch of uncertainty, he echoed, Great Demon King? Yeah, Fatty confirmed. Back then, you were the stuff of nightmares for our entire group. If you waited in the cafeteria line for more than 5 minutes, Chun-ge would flip. If you slipped on a freshly mopped floor, Chun-ge would flip. Even if you walked past the school garden and got a little water on your skirt from the sprinklers, Chun-ge would inexplicably chew us out. And that's not all. If you did poorly on a test, or if you were in a bad mood because of your period, things completely out of our control, Chun-ge would still take it out on us. So tell me, what else would we call you but the Great Demon King? He wasn't angry that they'd talked about him like that behind his back, but a flicker of girlish petulance sparked within him. He Jichin, thinking he was upset, told Fatty to stop. Fatty, noticing the warmth in He Jichin's gaze as he looked at Ji, felt a pang of inexplicable sadness, having witnessed firsthand how He Jichin treated Ji in their youth. He slammed his bottle on the table and, fueled by the alcohol, blurted out, You guys are so good together like this, just like back in high school. I always knew that gatherings eventually end, but I never thought you two would separate. A note of regret laced Fatty's voice as he took a long swig of 8+1. To this day, he still didn't understand why Ji had left Sioux City, left Chun-ge, without a word after graduation. Hearing this, Ji's mind flashed back to that night 4 years ago. His face paled. He Jichin, realizing what Fatty was getting at, tried to stop him, but Fatty was determined to get to the bottom of it. If I remember correctly, it was 4 years ago today, wasn't it? After today, you two stopped talking. What happened that night? What turned you into strangers? Ji's fingers clenched, his body trembling slightly despite his efforts to remain calm. He Jichin tried again to silence Fatty, but Fatty pressed on, agitated. Chun-ge, why won't he let me tell him how good you were to him? I don't believe he doesn't know. Even if you did something wrong, how could he be so cruel as to cut off all ties with you? He turned to Ji, his voice accusatory. You know, your smooth sailing in school was all thanks to Chun-ge. And what did you do? You tossed him aside. Do you know what he became after you left? I've known Chun-ge for years. I've seen him bleed, I've seen him break bones, but I've never seen him cry. He stared at him in disbelief. He Jichin slammed his hand on the table, his voice filled with anguish. Suhan, let me tell you something. For years ago, I was the one who wronged him. He Jichin, wronged him. Do you understand? He abruptly stood and stormed out of the room. You think I don't want to go after him? I dream of going after him. I've rehearsed it countless times in my head, but I'm afraid he won't believe me. I'm afraid that if I confess, it will be our final goodbye. Fatty looked at Ji. I'm sorry. I got carried away. Ji gave him a blank look. It's fine. Fatty, looking agitated, picked up his 8+1 and took a long gulp. Ji, if Chun-gu did anything to wrong you, I apologize on his behalf. But please believe me, Chun-gu isn't a bad person. Fatty's voice took on a certain conviction. He's absolutely the best person I, Soo-han, have ever met in my entire life. G.E., hearing Fatty's words, felt a slight jolt in her heart. The descriptions she'd heard most often about Hee-ji-chun were of his handsomeness, wealth, good family background, and competence. The negative aspects usually boiled down to his aloofness, cold nature, and his reputation as the tyrant of Sioux City. As for Fatty calling him the best person in the world, this was the first time she'd heard such a thing. Fatty was slightly tipsy, but his mind was clear. Although he hadn't spoken, he clearly caught the surprise on her face. I've known Chun-gu since kindergarten. He's always been at the top of his class, the typical child from another family parents talk about. When I was little, I was afraid of classmates making fun of me, but Chun-gu never looked down on me. Once when some older kids were surrounding me and laughing, Chun-gu stepped in and protected me. Right then and there, I decided that whatever Chun-gu said goes for the rest of my life. A flicker of doubt crossed Ji's eyes. Hee-ji-chun's grades had always been terrible. He was notoriously the bad student throughout school. His grades only improved after high school, right? She was genuinely surprised. Fatty gave her a look that suggested she was incredibly naive. Let me tell you, Chun-gu wasn't just good at academics. His piano and violin skills were also top-notch. Masters even recognized his potential and personally went to the Hee family to take him on as a student. Fatty's voice was tinged with regret. If it weren't for Hee Yu-gwang, Chun-ji's life would have been incredibly brilliant. Ji couldn't help but ask, what does it have to do with Hee Yu-gwang? Everything. It's because of him that Chun-gu started fighting, neglecting his studies, and fooling around. Chun-gu wanted the Hee family to treat Hee Yu-gwang, who was born with health problems, better. He thought the more outstanding he was, the more the Hee family would dote on him, and the more neglected Hee Yu-gwang would feel. So he did everything he could to disappoint the Hee family. Everyone says Chun-gu is aloof and arrogant, but only those who truly understand him know how soft his heart really is. He cared about his brother, so he foolishly let his brilliant self become a mess. Fatty spoke casually, but Ji was stunned. In her eyes, Hee-ji-chun was arrogant, unreasonable, pretentious, and condescending. She had once hated him intensely. She had hated him to the point of thinking he was the most unforgivable person in the world. But she never expected to hear such a different Hee-ji-chun from Fatty's mouth. He was passionate, kind, and willing to sacrifice everything for those he cared about. He even extended a helping hand to complete strangers. Had she never truly understood him all this time? While G.E. was reflecting, Fatty happily opened another bottle of wine. G.E. Actually, what I just said is nothing. In Chun-ji's life, there's an even more important person. That person is Chun-ji's weakness and his armor. One smile from her could make Chun-gu happy for days, and one frown could make him miserable for just as long. Back then, Chun-gu even gave her a nickname, Cola Girl. These words struck a chord with G.E. They felt familiar, like she'd heard them somewhere before. Chun-gu turned Sioux City's first high school upside down, trying to find Cola Girl. Hearing this, G.E. suddenly realized why the nickname sounded so familiar. A years-old mystery clicked into place. I remember now. Cola Girl, you guys also called her sister-in-law Chun. So, she's Hee-ji-chun's first love. Fatty nodded without hesitation. She's the only girl Chun-gu has ever truly loved. He asked curiously, who is Cola Girl? Fatty gasped in surprise. You still don't know? He was taken aback by his dramatic reaction. No one ever told me. How would I know? Are you stupid? Such a simple question needs to be told. Cola Girl is... Before Fatty could finish, a voice interrupted. Suan. Fatty abruptly stopped. The name he was about to utter caught in his throat. He and G both turned reflexively towards the source of the voice. It was Hee-ji-chun, who had stormed off earlier. come out for a moment. I need to talk to him. He glanced at G.E. Wait here for a bit. G.E., assuming they had something important to discuss, nodded slightly. Fatty followed Hee-Ji-chin, asking as he went, what's wrong? What happened? Hee-Ji-chin offered Fatty a cigarette. It's a good thing I forgot my cigarettes. How much have you had to drink already? Spouting nonsense in front of her. Haven't seen you in a while, and you've grown quite bold. What did you even tell her? Hee-Ji-chin's serious expression unsettled Fatty. It's nothing, really. Seeing Hee-Ji-chin's brow twitch, Fatty honestly recounted everything he had just said to G.E., word for word. Chingu, you called me out earlier because you were afraid I'd tell him that Cola Girl was actually him, weren't you? Why don't you want me to tell him? Why don't you want him to know that the Cola Girl you searched the entire school for all those years ago was him? You like him, so just tell him. If you don't say anything, how will he know? Chingu, it's been so long. Why are you still playing it cool? If you won't tell him, I'll do it for you. If you won't pursue him, I'll help you figure out how. Finished, Fatty turned with a frustrated sigh and headed back towards the private room. After a long silence, Hee-Ji-chin finally spoke. Pursue him? You think I don't want to? I dream of pursuing him. I've rehearsed it countless times in my head. But, Suhan, do you know? I'm afraid. I'm afraid he won't believe me. I'm afraid that confessing will mean saying goodbye. I'm afraid that he, who likes Hee Guang, will be torn because of this. Hearing that last sentence, Fatty abruptly turned to look at Hee-Ji-chin. Chingu, you're saying G.E. likes Hee Guang? G.E., seeing that neither of them had returned, went to look for them. Reaching the corner of the hallway, before turning the corner, G.E. overheard Hee-Ji-chin and Fatty's voices. Suan, have you ever regretted something? Something you can't forgive yourself for every time you think about it. He loved her silently for many years. Always loved her. Protected her with everything he had from childhood onwards. A deep, patient love. Yet, this love was never seen. He silently guarded her, hoping for her happiness, even if she never knew of his existence. Have you ever regretted something? The sudden voice made G.E. instinctively shrink back. Then he heard Hee-Ji-chin's voice again. 4 years ago today, I still remember, it was 10:24 p.m. I did the one thing in my life that I regret the most to this day. 10:24, that time was almost exactly when they got together. If I had known so many things would happen afterwards, that I would feel so guilty, I would never have done what I did that night. Fatty, who had remained silent, wanted to comfort Hee-Ji-chin, but when Hee-Ji-chin called his name, he didn't know what to say, so he stopped. Hee-Ji-chin was still lost in his thoughts. Only those who have experienced it can understand how beautiful that time was for Su Ching-yi. And recently, I've been dreaming about him back then almost every night. Along with Hee-Ji-chin's words, G.E. suddenly remembered the apology Hee-Ji-chin had given him not long ago, and the night of his birthday, when Hee-Ji-chin asked him if they could go back to how things were. He had said so many harsh things to him, made him feel so embarrassed and humiliated. It was impossible for him not to hate him. Until this moment, G.E. realized that Hee-Ji-chin truly regretted and felt guilty for that night. He even missed their younger days and lamented the beautiful times they had lost. Following this realization, a flurry of memories of everything that had happened between them recently flashed through G.E.'s mind. No one had ever told him that making the decision to forgive or not was such a difficult thing. After an unknown amount of time, G.E. heard Fatty's voice. Tian-yi. It's getting late, we should go back. It's not good for G.E. to be alone in the private room for too long. He then heard Hee-Ji-chin's indistinct G.E., somewhat dazed, suddenly snapped back to reality. If they caught him here, wouldn't they know he'd overheard their conversation? In the next second, G.E. hurried back to the private room the way he came. Sitting back down, he pretended to be looking at his phone, afraid Hee-Ji-chin and Fatty would notice something was amiss. Soon, the two of them came back in, one after the other. G.E. looked up and asked, "You're back? The food's gotten cold. Are you full? Do you want to order anything else?" Hee-Ji-chin didn't say anything, just pulled out a chair and sat down. Fatty replied, "No, it's okay. My boss is still waiting for me to submit some documents. I have to get back to the hotel right away." After chatting for a while longer, Hee-Ji-chin told the two to wait for him outside while he went to pay the bill. They stood outside for barely 2 minutes before Fatty's taxi arrived. He said a quick goodbye and got into the car. After the car left, Hee-Ji-chin turned to G.E. Shall we take a walk? Ji paused, understanding that Hee-jichin meant a stroll along West Lake. Sure, walking with Hee-jichin before tonight, he couldn't have imagined things turning out this way. After walking for a while, Hee-jichin noticed Ji-ye's labored steps. He stopped and looked at her. Ji-ye instinctively asked what was wrong. Hee-jichin replied, "Let's go look at the river." Ji-ye wondered, puzzled, what kind of girl could capture the heart of a man like Hee-jichin, a man so close to perfect? Little did she know, that girl was herself. The two arrived at the bridge. The lotus flowers were in full bloom, a beautiful sight for the season. He couldn't help but admire them for a moment. As he looked away, he happened to catch sight of two young girls nearby, holding their phones and secretly taking pictures of Hee-jichin. One of them noticed his gaze, and the two quickly ran off. Watching the girls hurry away, Ji-ye couldn't help but smile. Hee-jichin happened to turn and see the upturned corners of Ji-ye's lips. "What are you smiling about?" he asked softly. Ji-ye told him, "Just now, two girls were secretly taking pictures of you. They ran off as soon as I looked at them. Back in school, there were also a lot of girls who would sneak pictures of you when you weren't paying attention." Hee-jichin wasn't usually interested in what these girls did or thought of him, but because the words came from Ji-ye, no matter the topic, he always wanted to chat a little longer. "Really?" Ji-ye asked, thinking Hee-jichin was genuinely interested. He nodded sincerely. "Yeah, back then, you were the god of many girls at school. Everyone was always curious about what kind of girl you would end up liking." As he said this, he suddenly remembered the cola girl he and Fatty had talked about earlier that night. He had intended to ask Fatty who she was when he returned, but he had overheard the conversation between Hee-jichin and Fatty, and his thoughts had wandered, completely forgetting about it. Thinking about it, Ji glanced sideways at Hee-jichin. The man seemed to be in a good mood for some reason. Ji impulsively voiced the question that had been on his mind. "Tonight, when Fatty and I were chatting, we talked about Cola Girl. He said she was the girl you liked." Hee-jichin probably hadn't expected him to suddenly ask about his personal life. He nodded slightly. Seeing that he didn't refuse to answer, Ji grew bolder and the conversation flowed more freely. "Did you find her later?" "I found her," Hee-jichin replied, adding silently in his heart, "and she's right beside me at this moment." "Who is she? Do I know her?" Hee-jichin lowered his head dejectedly. "You know her." He wondered who she could be. He hadn't seen Hee-jichin close to any other girl. What kind of girl could make a near-perfect man like Hee-jichin fall for her? In the past, Ji would have been indifferent to Hee-jichin's affairs. But now, he subtly probed, "The girl you like must be very special. Is she beautiful?" Hee-jichin, who had just been looking downcast, his expression softened when he spoke of the girl he liked. "Her back is beautiful. She looks most captivating with her long hair down. She's very intelligent, with a unique aura that other girls lack. In my eyes, she's the best one of kind." Ji watched Hee-jichin, lost in his tender reminiscence, and felt a little dazed. He had never known Hee-jichin had such a gentle side. He looked like the male protagonist in the manga Ji used to sneak peeks at during class in his younger days. A strange feeling welled up in Ji's chest. It took him a while to suppress the discomfort. "It seems you like her very much," he said, then added hastily, before Hee-jichin could reply, "It's getting late. I should go back." Ji had just turned around when he heard Hee-jichin say from behind him, "I like her very much. So much that just one more glance makes me want to possess her. At best, the rest of my life will be with her. At worst, the rest of my life will be filled with memories of her. What profound love it must be to reach such a point." Hee-jichin finished speaking. A gust of night wind blew, and Ji instinctively shielded his hat. This also brought him back to reality. He realized he had been staring blankly at Hee-jichin for a long time. Panicked, he quickly averted his gaze. Hee-jichin caught up. Ji's heart raced, afraid that Hee-jichin would notice his nervousness. To cover up his momentary lapse, he pretended nothing had happened and casually asked, "Did you two have a falling out? Otherwise, why haven't I seen you with any other girls during the time we've been close?" "It wasn't a falling out. I upset her," Ji asked, puzzled. "Didn't you try to coax her? Girls love that. Just coax her a little, and she'll definitely forgive you. There's nothing a lipstick can't solve. If there is, then give her the whole set." Hee-jichin was almost amused by Ji's serious tone. "If coaxing you could bring you back, I'd be willing to coax you 1,000 times over. It's just that I didn't understand love before. I was too foolish and did too many things wrong. I used to want to ask for her forgiveness, but later I didn't." He asked hesitantly, "Why? Do you want to give up?" Before she could even utter the word Hee-jichin interrupted, "No way. I could never give up on him. I'm just afraid of bothering him. My deep affection isn't a reason to cause him trouble. Whether he forgives me or not isn't that important anymore. I can't let him go regardless. It's better for me to bear the burden alone than for both of us to be unhappy. As Jichin spoke, he recalled the night he learned that Ji-e had almost died because of his child. The realization softened his expression, a faraway look in his eyes. It took me a long time to understand this. If I just stayed away earlier, maybe an unspoken ache, a painful tightness, constricted Jichin's throat, preventing him from finishing his sentence. He couldn't bring himself to say that they wouldn't have been separated strangers for so many years. But it doesn't matter now. The best outcome is spending the rest of my life with him. The worst is spending the rest of my life with him in my memories. Ji-e's heart felt as though it had been pierced, a sharp, indescribable pain blossoming within him. He had intended to offer words of comfort, but now he couldn't utter a single syllable. Jichin sensed the sudden stiffness in the air caused by Ji-e's silence. Composing himself, he said, "It's getting late. Let's go back to the hotel." They had lost so much time, but as long as Ji-e was willing to let him close, it was never too late. When they arrived at the hotel, Secretary Chun informed Jichin, "It's peak tourist season. All the rooms here are booked except for one, Ki-Froze." This meant he would have to share a room with Jichin tonight. Jichin entered the room, only to find Ji-e still standing outside. He knew what Ji-e was worried about. "You're overthinking it," Jichin reassured him. "I made a mistake once. I won't let myself make it again." A pang of sadness resonated within him as he turned away. "It's a sweet, thankfully. You take the bedroom. I have some work to do, so I'll be in the living room." Ji-e murmured an acknowledgement and quickly retreated into the bedroom. As Jichin answered a call, he heard Chun Bai's voice, laced with a hint of self-satisfaction. "Mr. He, are you satisfied with my arrangements for tonight?" Jichin coughed awkwardly. "Inform the senior management. We'll have a video conference in 10 minutes. Seriously, Mr. He, you promised me the night off. Besides, the night is young, and every moment is precious." The next morning, Ji-e woke with a throbbing headache, the result of a restless night filled with anxious thoughts. He opened the bedroom door, intending to get a bottle of water, and saw Jichin still working in the living room. Jichin, looking exhausted, was rubbing his neck. He paused mid-massage as he noticed Ji-e. Ji-e quickly said, "I'm thirsty." He poured himself a glass of water and drank it quickly. Then he poured another glass for Jichin. As he handed it over, he noticed the document open on Jichin's laptop. It was Ninefold Palace, the legendary novel that had dominated online search rankings for nearly a decade. Jichin looked at Ji-e. "Perfect timing. I have something to discuss with you." He handed Ji-e a script. Ji-e stared at it in shock. Hwaning Media was the largest film and television company in the country. Jichin's company had signed a cooperation agreement with them. This was a powerful alliance. Still reeling from the Ninefold Palace revelation, Ji-e was hit with another wave of astonishment. Jichin produced another document, an artist contract with YC Entertainment. Ji-e wondered if Jichin intended to sign him. Jichin stood up. Then, to Ji-e's surprise, Jichin knelt before him. "Ji-e, do you trust me? Do you believe I can restore your brilliance? Ji-e, do you trust me? Do you believe I can fight alongside you? Do you believe I can accompany you, step by step, from the very bottom of the entertainment industry to its most dazzling heights? Do you believe I can help you reclaim everything you've lost, everything you want to take back? So do you trust me?" The room was overwhelmingly silent. Ji-e, thinking he was hallucinating, discreetly dug his fingernails into his palm. The sharp pain confirmed that this wasn't a dream. 4 years ago, the car accident had plunged him from heaven to hell, stripping him of everything just as he thought he had the world within his grasp. Now, at his lowest point, Jichin had stepped forward, offering to stand by him. An indescribable wave of emotion surged from the depths of Ji-e's memory, washing over him completely. Jichin raised a hand to wipe the tears from the corner of Ji-e's eye. Would he reject me? God knows how much I hate my inability to express myself at this moment. I really want to do everything I can to convince him. Thinking this, Jichin composed himself and began to speak. YC hasn't signed anyone yet. If you sign, you'll be the only artist the entire company will focus on. I promise you, I'm not here because of your fame, and I won't turn away when you're at your lowest. As these words echoed through Ji-e's mind, his tears fell faster. Do you trust me? If you do, then let's do this. After signing the contract, Ji-e left the hotel in a daze. Such incredible resources. Ji-chin clearly had plenty of better options. Why him? Ji-e. The urgency in Ji-chin's voice was identical to the tone he used when he needed him all those years ago. God knows how many times over the years Ji-chin had imagined hearing his name called in that voice, a phantom echo in his ears. Every time, he would turn, filled with a surge of hope, only to be met with a sea of unfamiliar faces. Ji-chin's fingers trembled slightly, but he didn't stop walking. He was afraid that, like all the other times, it was just his imagination, even though Ji-e really was behind him. Watching the distance between himself and Ji-chin grow, Ji-e called out his name again. Ji-chin froze. It wasn't a hallucination. It really was Ji-e calling him. So much time had passed, so much had changed between them. He couldn't believe that one day he would hear Ji-e call his name in that tone again. However, Ji-e had only called out to him in a moment of urgency. He hadn't actually thought about what he wanted to say. Then, the conversation he had overheard between Ji-chin and Fatty at the Lu Wai Lu restaurant the previous night flashed through his mind. He still remembered it clearly. At 10:24 p.m., I did the one thing I regret most in my life so far. He had said he regretted it. He had said he was filled with guilt. Ji-e's thoughts spiraled into confusion. Seeing Ji-e's continued silence, Ji-chin spoke. What's wrong? Ji-e stared at Ji-chin, seemingly oblivious to his question. Ji-chin's words from the night before still echoed in his ears. Only after experiencing it do you realize how wonderful that time with Su Ching-yi was. You don't know how much I miss it. Lately, I dream about him almost every night about how he was back then. Ji-e had thought that the past was gone forever. But over the past 2 months on set, everything seemed to be returning piece by piece. The anxious look on Ji-chin's face after Chien-gu heard him, the way he had kicked out everyone Chien-gu had bribed and made him the team leader, the surprise he had given him on his birthday. Those lost, irreplaceable days were coming back. Ji-e looked up at Ji-chin. What you said to me on my birthday, were you serious? Was it the sentence he had been longing to hear? Ji-e wondered if everything Ji-chin had done for him recently meant that he truly cared about him as a friend. He had hurt him deeply, but he had also given him the greatest warmth. He had even paved the way for his future in the entertainment industry. Can we go back to how things were? Were you serious? Ji-chin nodded slightly, afraid that Ji-e wouldn't believe his sincerity. Yes, I was serious. Ji-e stared at Ji-chin, unblinking, a small smile playing on his lips. If you're serious, then let's go back to how things were. Let's pretend nothing happened. Let's go back to being best friends. A scenario he hadn't dared to dream of was now coming true. A pang of sadness struck Ji-chin. He instinctively looked away, suppressing the turbulent emotions surging within him. Then, he turned back to Ji. How have you been? Those 4 words brought Ji-e back to the past. It was like their secret code. As long as those words were spoken, any conflict between them would vanish. I'm fine, my most important friend. Ji-e replied. You're fine too, my most important friend, Ji-chin. It's happening. It's finally happening. Ji-e was actually jealous when he saw Ji-chin with other girls. After their reconciliation, the wrap party for 3,000 meals arrived quickly. The party had already been going on for a while. Ji-e still hadn't seen Ji-chin. Just then, Ji-chin, holding a wine glass, appeared in Ji-e's line of sight, standing elegantly and calmly amongst the crowd. Ji-e, without thinking too much, stood up and started towards Ji-chin. A crisp, clear voice drifted from not far away, and Ji-e froze in place. Who was this girl? She was beautiful, not just in a way that would attract men. Even Ji-e felt a pang of admiration. The girl spoke with a bright smile. Ji-chin, am I a surprise? Why are you here? Isn't it because I wanted to see you? I saw you were having a wrap party at Starlight tonight, so I wanted to surprise you and snuck over. At this moment, Ji-chin noticed Ji-e standing nearby. He walked over to him. Oh, you're here. Let me introduce you. Xia Yuan, my university professor's daughter, and also my university classmate. So, he was also from the First Academy, a top student, and from a scholarly family. This was the legendary socialite, Ji-chin. Ji-chin continued the introductions. This is Ji-e, a newly signed artist at my company. The girl, Xia Yuan, smiled after hearing Ji-chin's introduction and extended her hand. The two politely shook hands. Xia Yuan turned back to Ji-chin. Ji-chin, after the rap party tonight, are you free tomorrow? Spend a couple of days with me in S City? Jichin frowned. I'm quite busy lately. I'm afraid I don't have time. Jichin, my father mentioned you winning that award the other day. He said you're the best of all his students. When will you have time to come over and play chess with him? He wasn't sure what was wrong with him. Hearing this, a strange tightness constricted his chest. Jichin, who usually lacked patience, didn't show any impatience towards Xia Yuan. Perhaps, to Jichin, she was special. Suddenly, he didn't want to stand there like a fool, listening to them talk about things he knew nothing about. Miss Xia, excuse me, I'll go over there and take a look. After speaking, Ji turned and left. In the moment he turned, from the corner of his eye, he vaguely caught sight of the slight movement of Jichin's lips. He hadn't even figured out if Jichin was trying to speak to him before his feet had carried him quite a distance. Forget it, what right did he have to stay there and be a third wheel? He didn't know how long he maintained that stiff posture. He only knew that the phone clutched in his palm vibrated continuously. He saw 5 missed calls, all from Jichin. He stared at the caller ID for a long time before answering. He had just brought the phone to his ear when Jichin's slightly anxious voice came through. Where are you? In the restroom. The tension in Jichin's voice noticeably eased after hearing Ji's reply. But just as Jichin started to speak again, Xia Yuan's sweet voice came from the phone. Jichin, are you finished with your call? Ji's heart sank. That exhausting feeling, the kind that left him without even the strength to breathe, washed over him again. He spoke before Jichin could say anything else. It's a little inconvenient here. I'll hang up now. He had always known Jichin was popular, so why was he suddenly unable to handle it? The phone in his palm vibrated again. It was a text message from Jichin. Come find me after you're done. He didn't reply. He stayed in the restroom a while longer before returning to the banquet hall. As soon as he stepped out, he saw this scene. A hotel staff member handed Jichin a room key. The room number was 2107. Then, the two of them entered the elevator together. As the red numbers on the elevator display began to change, Ji felt a sting in his eyes, yet he couldn't look away. Were they that kind of relationship? Ji's mind felt like it was exploding, a whirlwind of questions swirling within him. A waiter passed by him. He grabbed a drink and downed it in one gulp, then placed the empty glass heavily on the table. Before his mind could react, his body had already carried him to the elevator. Ji saw that Jichin's door was ajar. Out of curiosity, he peeked inside. Jichin was signing a bill with a waiter standing beside him, smiling politely as he waited. After Jichin finished signing, the waiter handed him a bag. Jichin took it, and the waiter politely said goodbye. Afraid of being seen peeking by the person inside, Ji quickly hurried past Jichin's door. Then he faintly heard a soft, feminine voice from inside Jichin's room. Jichin, did you get the things? What things? What things? Ji muttered to himself. It was the waiter. That black bag the waiter just handed Jichin. The waiter had handed Jichin a black bag. Ji's first thought, condoms. As the waiter left the room, driven by curiosity, Ji pressed his ear against Jichin's door again, trying to eavesdrop. He strained his ears, listening intently for a long time, but heard nothing. He frowned. His own room was right next to Jichin's. Why waste time here? Thinking this, Ji impatiently swiped his key card and entered his own room. He realized the bathroom was closest to Jichin's. He climbed into the bathtub and pressed himself against the cool marble wall. Holding his breath, he listened intently. After a while, he heard the faint sound of running water from the next room. Someone was taking a shower. A man and a woman alone in a room, and now a shower. Ji's mind instantly conjured images of Jichin and Xia Yuan kissing and entangled. He froze. So, the black bag the waiter gave Jichin condoms. A prickle of unease ran through Ji. He lost the courage to press his ear against the wall again. He didn't understand why he was afraid, but he was. Afraid of hearing Jichin and Xia Yuan doing exactly what he imagined. He walked stiffly to the bed and sat down, his gaze fixed on the wall behind the nightstand. He knew the hotel rooms were soundproof, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he was hearing compromising sounds. Ji realized he would go crazy if he stayed in this room any longer. He jumped up and ran. He didn't even notice he dropped his key card as he burst out of the room. Back in a noisy, bustling banquet hall, he finally felt a little better. He grabbed a drink and stood on the balcony, but the relief lasted barely a minute. He started glancing at the elevators. Why hadn't He Jichin come down yet? Were he and Xia Yuan still upstairs? Lost in thought, Ji started gulping his drink. He didn't understand why he cared so much about He Jichin and Xia Yuan being alone together. Around 10:30 p.m., He Jichin came downstairs. His first instinct was to search the hall for Ji. The room was crowded and chaotic. He searched but couldn't find him. Instead, he saw Chun-Bai walking towards him. Before Chun-Bai could speak, He Jichin anxiously asked about Ji's whereabouts. Chun-Bai pointed to where Ji had been sitting earlier. Wasn't he just over there? Chun-Bai trailed off, confused. Ji had definitely been sitting there. Where had he gone? Just then, He Jichin noticed Ji slumped on a sofa. After leaving his room, Ji had continued drinking, eventually just hugging the bottle. Ji's head lolled, and he started to slide off the sofa. He jolted awake. The next moment, a pair of warm hands caught him. He Jichin frowned at the strong smell of alcohol. Chun-Bai, seeing this, nervously started to ask He Jichin if Ji was all right, but fell silent under He Jichin's sharp gaze. He Jichin's voice rose. I left you here to watch him. How were you watching him? Chun-Bai flinched. He'd only gone to the restroom. How had things changed so drastically? Mr. He, I'll go get some sobering soup right away. He turned and started towards the restaurant. But he'd only taken a couple of steps when Ji stirred in He Jichin's arms and kissed his neck. Stop right there. Chun-Bai froze. Mr. Ji, do you need something? Ji pointed at him, stared for a moment, and slurred. He Jichin, why did it take you so long to come downstairs? Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Seeing He Jichin and Xia Yuan together had sparked a jealous rage in Ji, leading him to drink alone in the banquet hall. Now drunk, he'd mistaken Chun-Bai for He Jichin. To be continued. Chun-Bai, meeting a gaze that could cut him to shreds, instinctively began to explain. But before he could speak, he hesitated. Ki durunk, soudainly lurched violently. Chun-Bai, instinctively reaching out to steady him, found Ji leaning heavily against him. In the next second, the atmosphere plummeted, the temperature seeming to drop to freezing. A shiver ran down Chun-Bai's spine. He didn't dare even glance at He Jichin, quickly trying to straighten Ji. But Ji, like a puppy, nuzzled against him, sniffing. Chun-Bai gasped, a cold dread gripping him. Ji furrowed his brow in confusion. Strange. He Jichin should smell of Xia Yuan's perfume. Why doesn't he? Every hair on Chun-Bai's body stood on end. Mr. He, I'm so sorry. He thought desperately. He Jichin's face had darkened considerably thanks to Ji's antics. Ignoring the possibility of hurting him, he grabbed Ji's wrist, yanking him away from Chun-Bai with a sharp tug that ripped the fabric of Chun-Bai's shirt. Chun-Bai instinctively covered his chest. He Jichin barked at him, "Go buy me some correction fluid." Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? What are you still standing here for? Go buy me correction fluid. I want 100 bottles. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Go buy correction fluid. Chun-Bai's heart sank, but he didn't dare show it. He could only nod vigorously. Mr. He, I'll go right away. After Chun-Bai left, He Jichin, unable to find Ji's room key, simply carried him into his own room and placed him on the bed. There, Ji caught a whiff of perfume. He reached up, clinging to He Jichin's neck, and nuzzled his face against his chest, inhaling deeply. His soft breaths ghosted over He Jichin's skin. Ji's closeness triggered a flash of memory in He Jichin, taking him back to that night 4 years ago. Despite this, he still tried to rouse Ji. However, Ji ignored him, instead pressing closer, his touch trailing from He Jichin's neck down to his chest. He Jichin's back stiffened. His voice, when he spoke, was low and husky. Shout, stop it. He held his breath for 2 seconds, suppressing the desire that surged within him. Then, he heard Ji mumble softly, so stinky. He Jichin frowned. Was he talking about him? He lowered his head and sniffed his shirt. It didn't smell of anything. Why would Ji say he stank? While He Jichin was puzzled, Ji pushed him away, his voice full of disgust. Go away. Get away from me. You stink. It's suffocating. Even though He Jichin couldn't understand Ji's aversion, he respected his wishes and moved away from the bed. Even though He Jichin had moved away, Ji could still smell Xia Yuan's perfume. He told He Jichin to leave the room, but He Jichin remained. Finally, Ji grabbed a pillow and threw it at He Jichin, demanding he leave. Seeing Ji-Yi's outburst, Ji-Chun relented and left the room. Just as he reached the bedroom door, the doorbell rang. Seeing Chun-Bai, Ji-Chun's expression turned icy. Chun-Bai, with a nervous smile, held up the bag in his hands. "This is the 100 bottles of correction fluid Miss G wanted." Ji-Chun thanked him, then, fearful of a repeat of the downstairs incident, quickly shut the door. Chun-Bai, mid-sentence, was left standing outside. Hearing the words correction fluid, Ji-Yi stumbled out of the bedroom, asking where it was. Ji-Chun ignored the correction fluid scattered on the floor. Instead, his gaze fell on Ji-Yi's bare feet, standing on the cold floor. He walked to the wardrobe, retrieved a pair of disposable slippers, and went over to Ji-Yi, who was squatting amidst the spilled correction fluid. "Chow-Yi, put these on," Ji-Chun said, and proceeded to slip the slippers onto Ji-Yi's feet himself. Ji-Yi, completely absorbed by the correction fluid, didn't even notice the slippers on his feet. He picked up a bottle, removed the cap, and shook it vigorously. Then he stopped, pointing at Ji-Chun's left arm. "Right here." Ji-Chun was about to ask what he meant when Ji-Yi squeezed some of the correction fluid onto his arm. After applying it, he grinned. "They're fixed just like before." Ji-Chun had a slight aversion to mess. When Ji-Yi smeared the correction fluid on him, he frowned. Did Ji-Yi find his handmade suit smelly? Thinking this might be the case, Ji-Chun started to take off his jacket. But before he could, he saw Ji-Yi staring at the correction fluid on his arm, smiling like a child. He didn't understand Ji-Yi's mumbled words, but it was the first time in 4 years he'd seen him so happy. However, his joy lasted only 3 seconds before a shadow of sadness crossed his features. "No, I could still smell it." Then, he nuzzled his nose against Ji-Chun's body. Ji-Chun, puzzled, asked what he was smelling. Ji-Yi, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, ignored Ji-Chun's words and moved his nose to sniff at other parts of his body. Here, and here, and here too. His nose traced every spot on Ji-Chun where he could detect the scent of Xia Yuan's perfume, dabbing furiously at each with a correction fluid pen. He murmured, "It's all Xia Yuan's perfume." Ji-Chun froze, the words hitting him like a blow. So, he was upset about him and Xia Yuan. An hour earlier, Ji-Chun had been with Xia Yuan. Out of respect for her father, a professor he deeply admired, he had always been more courteous to Xia Yuan than other women. "You should head back to S-City tonight. Don't worry your father," he'd said. But Xia Yuan had leaned in close, whispering with a touch of shyness that she had started her period unexpectedly and had stained her clothes. He had no choice but to ask Chun-Bai for a room key and instruct him to have the hotel staff send up supplies. During this time, he had called and messaged Ji-Yi, telling him to come find him when he was finished. Growing bored waiting, he leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. 20 minutes later, he sensed a faint, sweet fragrance drifting towards him. Then, a pair of slender, pale arms wrapped around him from behind, followed by Xia Yuan's characteristically soft voice. "Ji-Chun," it whispered near his ear. He knew exactly what this kind of gesture from Xia Yuan meant. Almost reflexively, he pushed her arms away. Standing up and seeing Xia Yuan fully clothed, he instantly understood. She hadn't started her period. It was just a ruse to get him alone in a room. He hadn't lost his temper with her all these years, partly because of her father and partly because she hadn't crossed any serious lines. But today, he felt a warning bell ringing. "Xia Yuan, go change into some proper clothes. I'll call a car to take you to the airport." Nothing was more humiliating than being rejected so blatantly after making such a forward move. Xia Yuan's voice held a note of pleading. "Ji-Chun, don't send me away. I like you so much." Faced with her pitiful expression, Ji-Chun simply said, 10 minutes, and quietly left the room. Thinking back on it, Ji-Chun glanced towards the bathroom. How he wished that Ji-Yi was jealous of him and Xia Yuan. Just then, a loud bang echoed from the bathroom. Ji-Chun's heart lurched, worried that Ji-Yi might have fallen. He pushed open the bathroom door without a second thought, disregarding whether Ji-Yi was dressed or not. Ji-Chun only managed to call out before he froze, staring at the young man crouched in the bathtub, wrapped in a bathrobe, soaked to the bone. Ji's back was to him, his expression hidden, but he was muttering continuously, "Correction fluid, it's supposed to fix mistakes, make things like they were before, but I've used so much correction fluid in here. Why does this room still smell so bad?" Ji-Chun hadn't even reached him when he heard Ji murmur his name. Ji-Chun, do you know, you made me unhappy. Ji-Chun froze, a wave of helplessness washing over him. What had he done this time? Exhausted from his drunken antics, Ji offered little resistance when Jichin lifted him out of the bathtub. Jichin, why are you back? Even though he knew Ji wasn't in his right mind, Jichin couldn't stop himself. Carrying Ji out of the bathroom, he set him down in the living room before speaking. Look what's on the table. Ji slowly turned his head. His eyes widened at the sight of the table covered in lipsticks. Jichin asked softly, Ji, are you happy now? His reaction slowed by the alcohol. Ji stared blankly at Jichin without a word. Jichin lowered his head slightly. You said that this is what girls like best. When they're angry, give them lipstick. If one lipstick doesn't solve the problem, give them two. If two don't work, give them the whole set. It was something Ji had said to him not long ago, after they'd had dinner with Fatty at Lu Wai Lu, talking about Kalome. Jichin had remembered it word for word. Seeing Ji's silence, Jichin continued to apologize. If I say sorry now, that I shouldn't have upset you, will you feel better? There's nothing going on between me and Xia Yuan. I was just helping her clean up some spilled snacks from her dress. Even through the alcoholic haze clouding his mind, these words pierced through to Ji. Ji finally understood. Jichin knew he was upset and was trying to appease him in the same way Ji had once done. Jichin held his gaze for a moment, his eyes sincere and earnest. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have upset you. Can you forgive me? Staring at Jichin's slightly parted lips, Ji's heart pounded in his chest. His breath hitched, growing erratic. He unconsciously clutched his clothes, captivated. Jichin's lips were so beautiful. They ignited an impulsive urge within him to lean in and bite them. Afraid of acting on this impulse, Ji clenched his fists tightly, trying to restrain himself. Jichin waited, but Ji offered no response. Assuming the alcohol had muddled Ji's understanding, Jichin softened his voice further. Jichin's speaking only intensified the situation. The slight movement of his lips fueled the burning impulse within Ji until he lost all control, leaning in, propelled by the alcohol. His action was sudden and unexpected. Jichin, completely unprepared, froze. Jichin stood rooted to the spot. He felt the soft touch against his lips, his mind blanking. Ji had only intended a playful nip, but the moment their lips met, a powerful jolt of electricity shot through Ji, making him tremble. He went weak, unable to summon even the slightest strength. Jichin's lips weren't just beautiful, they tasted divine. Jichin hadn't expected Ji to kiss him, even under the influence of alcohol. The unexpected intimacy, raw and surprising, flooded him with a potent rush of joy. He wasn't sure how long he remained lost in this belated bliss. A slight sting, a tingling sensation against his lips, brought him back. His breath hitched again as he slowly registered the soft, insistent pressure of Ji's tongue against his own. Though hazy, Ji felt the air being stolen from his lungs, leaving him breathless. He instinctively opened his mouth, gasping for air. Just when he thought he might suffocate, Jichin's fervent kiss broke. Jichin then stepped back, walking towards the vanity mirror in the living room. Turning, he lifted Ji onto the vanity, his lips once again claiming Ji's trembling mouth. His hand braced against the mirror as he watched Ji's reflection, now a puddle of vulnerability, the desire within him intensifying. He knew Ji wasn't in his right mind, but Jichin couldn't stop himself. A sharp pain in his shoulder jolted him back to awareness. He realized he was losing control. He desperately wanted to continue what they had started, but returning rationality reminded him of their precarious friendship. He had waited 4 long years to regain even this fragile connection with Ji. More importantly, Ji's affections had never been directed at him, but at his brother, He Guang. Even though He Guang was no longer alive, in Ji's heart, the Jichin he knew was still the image of his brother, the boy of his first love. Jichin knew better than anyone how deeply Ji relied on the memory of his brother. If he lost control, if they crossed that line, what would happen when Ji woke up? What would become of them? Ji might even mistake him for his brother again, just like that night 4 years ago. The thought brought a fleeting shadow of sadness to Jichin's eyes. Despite the heat coursing through his veins, a chill settled in his heart. He couldn't stay. Not like this. Not with G.E. in this vulnerable state. His reason, his self-control, were hanging by a thread. He had to leave while he still could. If he lost control again, he knew he would do something reckless. He knew just how tempting G.E. was to him. No deliberate seduction was needed. A glance, a smile, a single step closer was enough to disarm him completely. The thought spurred him to turn and flee. But then he hesitated. If he left, how long would it take for G.E. to sober up? He might fall and catch a cold lying on the floor all night. Hee-Ji-chun wrestled with his conscience for a few seconds before stepping back. Forcing himself to look away, he picked up the bathrobe that had fallen at G.E.'s feet and draped it over him. Suddenly, G.E., now a limp mass of intoxicated vulnerability, lurched to the side. Hee-Ji-chun instantly caught him. G.E.'s familiar scent filled Hee-Ji-chun's senses. His expression darkened, his breathing quickening. He closed his eyes, taking 2 deep breaths. He scooped G.E. up in his arms, his gaze fixed straight ahead, and carried him to the bed. He tucked him in, then turned to leave. But the moment he turned, a retching sound escaped G.E.'s lips. He instinctively spun back around just as G.E. nearly tumbled out of bed. Hee-Ji-chun swiftly caught G.E. in his arms, murmuring a concerned inquiry about any injuries. Feeling the contact, G.E. lifted his head, his gaze hazy with drunkenness, and looked at him. Hee-Ji-chun knew asking was futile. He began a quick examination, his own touch confirming G.E. was unharmed. Relief washed over him, only to be replaced by that familiar, burning tension. Hee-Ji-chun stiffened, his body instinctively recoiling. He wanted to escape while he still had control. But before he could move, G.E.'s hand reached up, brushing against his lips. Soft fingertips traced the outline of his mouth, lingering with a feather-light touch. Hee-Ji-chun's breath hitched. Did he even know he was playing with fire? G.E., stop, he pleaded, but the words were lost on the inebriated man. Then, G.E. kissed him. A low groan escaped Hee-Ji-chun's lips as a distinct shift coursed through him. His voice was husky, strained. G.E., don't be foolish. This time, G.E. seemed to hear a sweet, innocent smile blooming on his face. Soft, tastes good, like cotton candy, he mumbled before leaning in again, his lips pressing against Hee-Ji-chun's. Hee-Ji-chun knew that if this continued, things would spiral out of control. He shifted, raising his upper body slightly. G.E., draped over him, slid a little further down his chest. Suddenly, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What's in your pocket?" he mumbled, his voice thick with alcohol. "It's poking me." His hand reached down. Hard. "Don't move." Despite his best efforts to restrain himself the previous night, they had crossed that line again. After G.E. disappeared, Hee-Ji-chun called him repeatedly, but his phone remained stubbornly switched off. Finally, Hee-Ji-chun arrived at Hee-Yu-Gwon's apartment. The living room was pristine, offering no clue that anyone had been there recently. He even checked G.E.'s favorite bar, then scoured the entire street, confirming his absence. He went to G.E.'s family home, only to learn from the housekeeper that his parents had been traveling abroad for over 2 weeks. He had searched everywhere he could think of. Where could G.E. be? Even the apartment, supposedly his marital home with Hee-Yu-Gwon, was empty. The world was vast. If G.E. was determined to hide, even with all his resources, Hee-Ji-chun might never find him. But Hee-Yu-Gwon was different. He was someone G.E. cared for, someone he loved. Perhaps he could use his brother's identity to discover G.E.'s whereabouts. Meanwhile, G.E., his phone off for over 10 hours, wandered aimlessly through the darkened streets. He admitted to himself that he had deliberately kept his phone off since leaving the plane. But he also knew that running away wasn't the answer. He would have to face the consequences eventually. He took a deep breath and pressed the power button, waiting for the device to boot up. 62 missed calls from Hee-Ji-chun flashed on the screen. Below them were 2 text messages from Hee-Yu-Gwon. He opened Hee-Yu-Gwon's messages first. Man, have you been busy these past couple of days? You haven't contacted me. Man, isn't your filming finished? Have you decided when you're coming back to S-City? How could he have forgotten about Yu-Gwon? After what happened with Hee-Ji-chun, he had been so consumed by panic and the urge to escape that he hadn't even considered him. He was legally bound to Hee-Yu-Gwon. Even if their marriage was a result of Chien Ji's machinations, a marriage of convenience, he was still Yu-Gwon's husband in name. And yet, he had betrayed that title, engaging in an intimate act with Yu-Gwon's own brother. Regret, remorse, self-recrimination, and a profound sense of guilt washed over him, threatening to drown him. He had been so diligent in contacting Yu-Gwon every day, his thoughts drifting to him even during his busiest moments. But barely 3 months had passed, and the man who had been so devoted to Yu Guang was now increasingly swayed by He Jichin. He acknowledged that much had happened recently. Could it be that, in his heart, He Jichin, the answer seemed to hang in the air, but Ji-e pushed the thought away. He admitted that He Jichin was important to him now, but not that important. He repeated this to himself over and over, desperately trying to erase the fleeting notion that had taken root in his mind. Yu Guang had been the one person who hadn't forgotten him when he had fallen for grace. Yu Guang had been so kind to him. How could he have done something so unforgivable? He wasn't stupid. Seeing that line in Yu Guang's room, "May you wander all your life, yet still find your way to me," he knew deep down that Yu Guang had feelings for him. Lost in thought for who knows how long, he saw a 24-hour pharmacy and walked towards it. He'd already suffered once. For years later, having made the same mistake again, he needed to take precautions. He went inside and bought the morning after pill. Just as he stepped out, he received a picture and a message from Tang Huahua. G.E. He Jichin has been waiting downstairs for a long time. Although I don't know what happened between you two, I think after you calm down, you should talk to him properly. Some things can't be solved by constantly running away. Tang Huahua was right. Constantly avoiding things wouldn't solve anything. What needed to be faced had to be faced, just like what needed to be ended had to be ended. As Ji walked, he caught sight of a figure in the distance. It was He Jichin, whom he hadn't seen since he'd run off silently earlier. He Jichin carefully looked Ji-e over. After confirming he was all right, he finally mustered the courage to speak. Ji-e, can we talk? They found a tea room. He Jichin apologized sincerely. Ji-e, I'm sorry about what happened that night. He thought that any normal, mature man faced with such blatant flirting from a woman would probably have reacted the same way. Ji-e remained silent for a moment. Finally, he admitted that he was also at fault. What happened that night wasn't entirely He Jichin's fault, but he hadn't expected He Jichin to offer to take responsibility. He Jichin had a girl he liked. Although he didn't know her name, He Jichin affectionately called her Cola Girl. And that night by West Lake, as they strolled, He Jichin's deep affection for her was evident. Ji understood that feeling all too well. Seeing Ji-e's continued silence, He Jichin, thinking he hadn't heard him clearly, repeated, "If you're willing, Ji-e, I'm willing to take responsibility for that night." Hearing the words, "take responsibility," twice snapped Ji-e out his daze. The idea of him giving up Cola Girl to take responsibility for him. He Jichin waited for a long time, but the young man across from him didn't react. He spoke again. Hearing He Jichin's voice, Ji-e realized how deeply affected he was by that one sentence. He quickly suppressed the turbulent emotions in his chest. "That you'd say you'd take responsibility, I'm really grateful, but I'm sorry, He Jichin. I can't accept it." He couldn't accept it. He couldn't possibly accept it. These were words he knew in his heart, yet saying them aloud made the ache inside him intensify. Last night's pain was because he cared for Yu Guang, loved Yu Guang. This pain, though Ji didn't want to admit it, he realized he might actually have feelings for He Jichin. But just 3 months ago, he'd hated him with a passion, longed to never cross paths with him again. When had everything begun to subtly shift? Was it when He Jichin, despite trying to frame Qian-ge, had actually been worried about him? Or was it that night when he'd laid out the evidence and asked if he was willing to trust him? Ji-e knew, however reluctant he was. He had to admit it. He had feelings for He Jichin. The turmoil in his heart was overwhelming. He Jichin, sitting across from him, was still dwelling on Ji-e's immediate reply. "I can't accept it." When Ji-e had avoided him, He Jichin had already understood. He probably didn't want him to take responsibility at all. He Jichin lowered his gaze, masking the sadness in his eyes. "Is it because of my brother? Because of your fake marriage with him?" He couldn't finish his sentence. Just thinking about it made his chest ache, making it hard to breathe. After all these years, you still love him? Realizing he held 2 men in his heart at the same time, he didn't know how to answer He Jichin. His love for Yu Guang wasn't pure, because he had feelings for He Jichin. And his feelings for He Jichin weren't complete because he loved Yu Guang. He felt unworthy of saying he loved Yu Guang, and unworthy of He Jichin's offer of responsibility. Even if it hurt, he had to endure it. He was the one who had made such a mess of his love life. With that thought, Ji-e ignored He Jichin's question, forcing himself to respond calmly. Let's just pretend that night never happened. It was all his fault. He couldn't blame anyone else. Ji-e dug his nails into his palm, to steady his voice. It was a mistake just like 4 years ago. I was drunk, so let's just treat that night like the one 4 years ago. Let's both forget it. Pretend it was a mistake that never happened. That night, he had poured all his love into their embrace. Holding him, Hee-jichin had experienced the only peaceful sleep he'd had in years. A night so precious to him. Yet for Ji-e, it was a mistake he wished he could erase from his memory. The conversation continued, its echoes swirling in Ji-e's mind. You have a girl you like, too. Just pretending that night never happened is the best outcome. The thought had barely formed in Hee-jichin's mind when, the girl I like is you, he heard Ji-e's voice say. If you're willing, we can continue to be friends. Or we could just be boss and employee and keep a certain distance. He had finally become friends with him, and now everything was going to go back to the way it was. He loved him so much, yet he didn't dare to confess. Compared to not having him at all, Hee-jichin feared losing him completely even more. Just then, Ji-e suddenly stood up to leave, but Hee-jichin grabbed his wrist. Racking his brain, he managed to come up with another desperate plea. I didn't do anything wrong that night. You might get pregnant, so you really don't need me to take responsibility? Ji-e shook his head. Don't worry, I won't get pregnant. Hee-jichin was about to say, what if, but Ji-e cut him off. I took the morning after pill. Hee-jichin froze. Those 6 simple words echoed in his mind 3 times over, before he fully understood their meaning. To avoid further entanglement, Ji-e had taken the pill immediately afterwards. So, for him, that night truly was a mistake, an accident. Hee-jichin sat quietly in the chair, his expression indifferent, betraying no emotion. Meanwhile, Ji-e rushed into his house, kicked his shoes off haphazardly, and ran into his bedroom, throwing himself onto the bed and bursting into tears. How had he become so promiscuous? If he hadn't reunited with Yu Guang, he could have allowed himself to be captivated by Hee-jichin, to like him, to love him. As he cried, he raised a hand to clutch his chest. His heart felt as if it were being squeezed in a giant hand, the pain unbearable. Elsewhere, Chunbai stood at the doorway and saw Hee-jichin sitting by the window. The man's head was slightly bowed, half his face hidden in shadow, making it impossible to read his expression. Chunbai stepped forward and softly called out, Mr. He has been gone for several hours now. Should we? Just then, the other phone in his pocket rang. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out an old phone. Upon seeing the message, a shadow of gloom fell over Hee-jichin's face. After a long silence, he replied, Man, I'm back in the city. Let's meet. 7 years later, even though it was in the guise of the man she loved, he had broken his 7-year promise to her. Yet, he had ultimately fulfilled the commitment he had silently made to her. Ji-e had assumed Yu Guang would, as usual, invite him to dinner at some upscale restaurant. But he hadn't expected him to bring him to such a remote mountain area at this time of night. Halfway up the mountain, Ji-e was alone. Aside from the incessant chirping of insects, there was no other sound. A slight chill ran down Ji-e's spine. Just then a bright light caught his eye. Ji-e stared for a long moment before realizing they were sky lanterns. He watched the lanterns rise higher and higher for a while before slowly raising his phone to take pictures. He took about 5 or 6 photos from various angles. His phone dinged. A message popped up on the screen. It was from Yu Guang. Man, do you like them? Did that mean these sky lanterns were from Yu Guang? The reason he hadn't gone to dinner, the reason the driver had mysteriously brought him here, was to show him this breathtaking spectacle. Then he heard the sound of a phone keyboard typing beside him. He instinctively turned his head and saw Yu Guang standing next to him, focused on typing. When had Yu Guang arrived? Why hadn't he noticed? Before Ji-e could recover, his phone buzzed again. Do you know what day it is on the lunar calendar? Ji-e was taken aback by the question. After a few seconds, he hurriedly typed, the 5th day of the 5th lunar month. Yu Guang continued to ask, do you remember what happened in our first year of high school, when Jichin drove us to Sioux City and Jixian? Seeing this message, Ji-e's memory stirred. Back then, he and Hee-jichin weren't particularly close. A fantasy drama was popular at the time. The scene where the hero and heroine reunited amidst a shower of sky lanterns was beautifully filmed. Ji-e had been captivated by it and often mentioned it to Yu Guang. Later, someone he didn't know who told He Guang about Jixian, a town 200 kilometers from Sioux City. Every year on the 10th day of the 5th lunar month, they held a sky lantern festival. People wrote their wishes on the lanterns and released them into the sky, praying for their dreams to come true. Recalling the past, Ji softly said, "It's been so many years. I didn't expect you to still remember Yu Guangji." On the road back from Jixian, Ji remembered telling He Guang that they had to come back and see this magnificent sight again in 7 years. He Jichen thought to himself, how do I tell him it wasn't He Guang who remembered, but me? I remember every little detail of his youth, everything he ever let me see. Every word he said, every gesture he made at my house, I noticed. So when he frequently heard Ji telling Yu Guangji that he also wanted to see the Sky Lantern Festival, he started searching online. When he learned about the Sky Lantern Festival in Jixian, since he wasn't close to Ji, he couldn't invite him directly. So he told He Guang. Listening to their conversation, He Jichen secretly vowed that in 7 years, whether He Guang remembered or not, he would make sure Ji saw the sky lanterns again. He Jichen pulled his drifting thoughts back and started typing on his phone screen. I promised you, so I will do it. 7 years later, even though it was as the man his beloved loved, betraying the 7-year promise, he had ultimately fulfilled the silent vow he made to him. He hadn't expected that a casual promise from his youth would be etched so deeply in He Jichen's heart. Just like with He Jichen, when he'd casually mentioned by the West Lake that girls get upset when they're ignored and use lipstick as a weapon, and then that night, after he got drunk and said He Jichen had upset him, He Jichen actually prepared a lifetime supply of lipstick for him. A memory that had once filled his heart with warmth now plummeted to the depths of despair as He Jichen suddenly surfaced in his mind. Yu Guangji is so good to me, yet while in this sham marriage with him, I slept with his brother, and I'm developing feelings for him. A night breeze rustled, blowing Ji's long hair across He Jichen's cheek, carrying its intoxicating fragrance. His heart trembled. If only he would confess his deep feelings, tell Ji as his older brother, and give his blessing to their love. Perhaps he could stay by his side forever. Forever. Such tempting words. He Jichen couldn't resist the temptation. He picked up his phone and typed 2 words to Ji. Man. Ji turned and saw He Guang beside him, gazing intently at his phone screen. He seemed to be considering how to broach a subject. Often, a woman's intuition is spot on. Before He Guang had even finished typing, Ji had a sinking feeling about what he was going to say. So Ji spoke first. Yu Guangji, our sham marriage, let's end it. He Jichen wasn't not curious about what important thing Ji wanted to discuss with him, but he never imagined it would be the end of his pretend marriage with He Guang. Yu Guangji, thank you for being there for me when I was at my wit's end. It's been 8 or 9 months now. My problems have long been resolved. I shouldn't keep dragging you into this. So let's end it. He had truly been desperate when he confessed his feelings to He Guang, accepting the role of his brother. He had thought that as long as he could be with Ji, even if it meant living as his brother for the rest of his life, he would be willing. But now, after finally overcoming his anxieties and starting a real marriage with He Guang, Ji wanted to end it. The more he thought about it, the more panicked He Jichen became. He wanted to stop him. So he asked, Man, am I not good enough? Ji was too choked up to speak. He could only force back the bitter ache in his throat and apologize. I'm sorry, Yu Guangji. Let's not contact each other anymore. I'm not worthy of you. Goodbye, Yu Guangji. With that, he hurried away. From this day forward, in the long journey of love, there would be no He Guang, and there would be no He Jichen. Goodbye to his youth. He might get married in the future. He might not. But whether he did or didn't, his partner would not be either of them. For days later, at the YC office, Chunbai hadn't been able to reach He Jichen for 4 days. He thought, if I can't reach him again, YC is really finished. Guanxi is He Zong's life's work. He'd once witnessed CEO He's unwavering resolve, his decision to drop out of the prestigious First Academy. He'd also seen firsthand how CEO He, starting from a cramped 20-square-meter rental, built Guanxi into what it was. Everyone who could be contacted had been. Only Ji remained. He couldn't let CEO He's life's work crumble. Chunbai immediately dialed Ji-Yi's number. At the same time, Ji-Yi, suffering from a stomachache, was searching for painkillers. Just then, the phone rang. Mr. G, CEO, he has been out of contact for days. There are so many projects at the company waiting for him. Can you help us reach him? Ji tensed. Where could he be? He thought for a moment, then contacted Suhan. After briefly explaining the situation, Suhan replied, Chunbai is in a really bad mood. I haven't been in touch with him much lately either. But when Chunbai's upset, he always goes to this place. I'll send you the address. Anxious, Ji jumped into a taxi. He worried about Jichin the entire ride. Please, let it be all right. Finally, he arrived at the bar. He found Jichin still wearing the same clothes from their last meeting 4 days ago. A waiter, noticing Ji staring at Jichin, approached and asked if he knew him. Ji nodded. That's wonderful. This gentleman came in 4 days ago and hasn't left since. He drinks until he passes out at the table, wakes up, and then continues drinking. He's been in this drunken stupor for 4 days and nights straight. Please take him away. We're really afraid something will happen to him if he keeps drinking like this. The waiter, as if seeing a savior, spoke in a rush. So, Jichin really had been here for 4 days. Ji's heart ached. He said to the waiter, I know. Thank you. Then, before the waiter could speak again, he walked over to Jichin. Even before getting close, Ji could smell the pungent mix of stale alcohol and cigarettes clinging to him. Ji softly called out, Jichin. A despondent Jichin suddenly stood up. He mumbled, he doesn't want me. I was willing to be his mistress, but he still doesn't want me. On the way home with Chun Wei-wan, Ji encountered some unsavory men. Their intentions were clearly malicious. Ji tried to pull Chun Wei-wan away. However, Chun Wei-wan, regaining her composure, urgently signaled for him to leave. Her eyes were filled with worry and fear, but she desperately wanted Ji to escape the dangerous situation. Hearing Chun Wei-wan's words, one of the men laughed cruelly. Shut up, don't give me that melodramatic act. He then viciously slapped her across the face. Ji watched in horror. Another man stepped forward and grabbed Ji. Let me tell you too, tonight you've run into us, and neither of you is going anywhere. You're going to entertain us. A ripping sound tore through the air. Ji looked over and saw Chun Wei-wan's shirt ripped in half. Her vulnerable state was instantly exposed to everyone around. Unwilling to let Chun Wei-wan be violated, Ji, in desperation, bit down hard on the man's arm. He used all his strength. The man cried out in pain. He then retaliated, punching Ji mercilessly. Ji's ears rang, but he refused to let go. The man, enraged, slapped him again. A searing pain shot across Ji's face, but he stubbornly held on. Cursing, the man grabbed Ji's jaw and forced his mouth open, freeing his arm. He then violently threw Ji to the side. The force of the throw sent Ji's slender body flying. The intense pain nearly made him lose consciousness. He lay motionless on the ground for a long moment before slowly coming to. Then he heard the man's voice, laced with menace. You better behave yourself. If you really piss me off, don't blame me for what happens to you. Perhaps fearing they'd be discovered, the men were now more urgent in their assault. He struggled to stop them, but he couldn't move. He could only watch as despair consumed Chun Wei-wan. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the alley. One of the men was kicked hard, followed by a piercing scream that reverberated through the alleyway. The man clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground. Seeing Han Ji-fan, relief and gratitude flooded Ji. He slowly crawled towards Chun Wei-wan. He was trying to think of something to comfort her, but before he could speak, Han Ji-fan had swiftly dealt with all the threats and reached Chun Wei-wan's side. However, just as a semblance of peace settled, a furious roar ripped through the air. You busybody, you're dead, another man yelled, wielding a brick. He brought it down hard on the back of Han Ji-fan's head. Crimson blood immediately began to flow. The world went utterly silent. Then, Han Ji-fan crumpled to the ground. The scene stunned everyone. Ji and Chun Wei-wan couldn't believe their eyes. Han Ji-fan, their valiant rescuer just moments ago, now lay in a pool of blood. Before anyone could react, the attacker and his accomplices vanished into the labyrinthine alleyways. Only the spreading bloodstain and two bewildered young women remained. Ji immediately dialed emergency services. Han Ji-fan was rushed to the hospital. As the operating room lights blazed to life, everyone's hearts hung heavy with dread. Just then, a familiar voice broke the tense silence. What happened? With those words, a tall, imposing figure entered Ji Yi's peripheral vision. He Jichin, whom he hadn't seen in nearly a month. His appearance sent Ji Yi's heart racing. He couldn't tear his gaze away from He Jichin's intense eyes. After Chun Weiwan finished explaining the situation, He Jichin's gaze swept towards Ji Yi, catching him completely off guard. His eyes raked over Ji Yi's body, taking in every detail. He noticed a large scrape on his forearm. Those men hadn't just slapped him, they'd injured him. Looking further down, He Jichin saw streaks of blood on Ji Yi's knees. Questions flooded his mind. Was it Han Jifan's blood, or was Ji Yi hurt as well? Without hesitation, he crouched down and lifted the hem of Ji Yi's skirt. The unexpected action startled Ji Yi. What you thought was indifference was actually his cautiousness. What you thought was escape was actually his helplessness. Last episode, Ji Yi was startled by He Jichin's actions. He stumbled back a step, but He Jichin's hand shot out, gently gripping his calf. He Jichin saw that the injury on Ji Yi's leg was far worse than the scrape on his arm. His left knee was a mottled purple and blue, and beads of blood still welled from the abrasion. Had they pushed him to the ground? He Jichin released his hold, his voice tight with barely suppressed anger. We're at the hospital. I'll take you inside to have it looked at. Ji Yi knew the injury wasn't serious. Some ointment would do the trick. It didn't warrant a doctor's visit. It's fine, he demurred. I'll just put some ointment on it at home. But He Jichin seemed not to hear him. He took Ji Yi's hand firmly. Then I'll take you home. Panic flared in Ji Yi. No, it's okay. I can go back myself, he insisted, trying to pull his hand away. But He Jichin's grip was too strong. Just as Ji Yi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, He Jichin suddenly pulled him close. Then, in one swift movement, he scooped Ji Yi into his arms, giving him no chance to protest. Ji Yi's heart pounded in his chest. He looked up into He Jichin's deep eyes. He saw concern, tenderness, and an unwavering resolve he couldn't resist. As He Jichin carried him, a mixture of panic, anger, and a strange ache filled Ji Yi's chest. Just a month ago, He Jichin had been heartbroken over Kolume. Why this sudden, feigned concern now? This unexpected attention left him feeling utterly bewildered. He Jichin quickly brought him to his own home. After what had happened last month, the atmosphere between them was thick with unspoken tension. Neither spoke. He Jichin stood by, silently watching as Dr. Xia tended to Ji Yi's wounds. His brow was furrowed, as if he were holding something back. In the car, Ji Yi had realized they weren't headed towards his apartment. He'd assumed He Jichin had forgotten the way and quickly pointed out the mistake. But He Jichin had simply said it was too late and that they would go to his place first. Ji Yi had opened his mouth to protest, but then closed it, choosing silence. He knew that returning home in this state would only worry his parents, who had just returned from abroad. So he acquiesced to He Jichin's decision, following him into the familiar yet strangely alien house. The antiseptic stung, and Ji Yi couldn't help but hiss in pain. He Jichin immediately stepped closer, his voice low and concerned. Be gentle, Dr. Xian nodded, his touch becoming even more delicate. Ji Yi's gaze flickered towards He Jichin. Only then did Ji Yi notice the changes in He Jichin. His hair was shorter, neater than the last time they met, but he looked thinner and exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes that suggested he hadn't slept properly in a long time. Ji Yi couldn't help but wonder what had happened to him, what had brought him to this state. Dr. Xia quickly finished bandaging Ji Yi's wounds. He was in a hurry to get back to the hospital, so after a brief word to He Jichin, he hurried off. The large room held only the two of them, the silence thick and suffocating. He Jichin broke the stillness. It's getting late. Go to bed. Ji Yi shook his head. No, I'll sleep on the sofa. Without waiting for He Jichin's reply, he lay down on the sofa and closed his eyes, feigning sleep. His heart, however, pounded relentlessly. The scene from last month and the complex look in He Jichin's eyes during their reunion tonight replayed in his mind. He Jichin stood beside the sofa, his gaze fixed on Ji Yi's profile. He knew Ji Yi wasn't asleep, but he didn't say anything. He had so much he wanted to say, but he didn't know where to begin. He took a light summer blanket and gently draped it over Ji Yi. Then, taking a deep breath, he silently asked himself, does he really hate my closeness this much? He turned and walked toward the balcony. Hearing the sound, Ji Yi opened his eyes and looked over. He Jichin was standing on the balcony, making a phone call. He told the person on the other end. The location where Ji Yi was attacked was an alley in the south of the city. Go find out who's behind this. Ji can no longer pretend to sleep. He thought to himself, rather than clinging to this ambiguous affection, it's better to cut my losses now. Give up, Ji. You and Jichin can never be. The sound of a closing door echoed through the room. Jichin instinctively turned around. The sofa was empty. He left after all? He walked slowly to the door, a wave of disappointment washing over him. Perhaps this is our ending. The more I love him, the further he runs. Jichin's heart was filled with helplessness. How can I make him understand? He can love me or not. It doesn't matter. Whatever he wants, I'll give him, because I love him. That's all. Jichin's love was a careful guardianship, an unconditional acceptance. Ji's flight was born of fear, of uncertainty about the future. Why did they keep missing each other when they clearly loved one another? Love truly demanded courage. If Jichin had been more direct in expressing his feelings, if Ji had been braver in facing his own emotions, perhaps the ending of their story would have been different. The first season's story ends here, but their story isn't over yet. They